We are in the city of Cochin. This city has a long history as a place where world came to connect. We face a similar opportunity today, but the context is very different. We are in what many call the intelligence age. And our success in this intelligence age will depend on our ability to learn and adapt. My own journey in my own life has been an example of this. I grew up in Kerala and finally headed Infosys in 2014. In the beginning, my skills were more technical. I had deep technical knowledge. I needed deep technical knowledge, ability to solve problems. As a manager, my skills changed to planning and people management. Finally, as a leader, the most important skill I needed was to see the big picture, create a vision for the organization. So, this need to keep learning is universal. It is applicable to all stages of our life, whether we are a student, a working professional, or a retired senior citizen. So, to navigate through today's dynamic landscape, in my mind, we need to cultivate a set of skills. Let me tell you a small story. I remember meeting a student from Kozhikode who was volunteering on a coastal resilience project. She ended up having a lot of data from 98 and weather records. She had to learn how to analyze this information and connect it to the needs of her village. She worked on it and did help the village to build new infrastructure. She used AI tools for doing this. So she demonstrated that data and AI are becoming the new language for problem solving. So in the intelligence age, AI literacy is crucial skill for both creators and consumers, shaping how we will use and interact with the AI systems. That's the number one skill I wanted to talk about. The second skill I want to talk about is a growth mindset. A growth mindset is a belief that our abilities and intelligence can be developed through effort, dedication, and continuous learning. It encourages us to view challenges as opportunities to learn and grow, persisting through setbacks and seeing effort as a path to mastery. The skill to learn and grow is an important skill in the intelligence age. The third skill which comes to my mind is what I call global skill. A global skill or a global mindset blends global awareness with a deep understanding of local context. It recognizes the interconnectedness of the world while appreciating and leveraging the unique characteristics of different cultures and markets. This mindset is crucial for navigating the complexities of the globalization and ensuring the products and services and ideas are relevant and effective in diverse environments. So the skill to be global while having a keen understanding of the local issues is an important skill in today's world. Now let me talk about the generative mindset. A generative mindset is all about creating new possibilities, creating fostering innovation, and generating value. It is characterized by creativity, curiosity, and a willingness to explore uncharted territories. Now, this mindset is essential, this skill is essential for driving progress, staying ahead of the curve, and sustaining a competitive advantage in this rapidly evolving world. So again, skill to be innovative, to do critical thinking, to take risks with new ideas is a must in today's world. The ability to do systems thinking, that is the next point I want to talk about. Systems thinking is a holistic approach that views complex problems as part of an interconnected system. It involves understanding the relationships, patterns, and feedback loops within the system, enabling the development of more effective and sustainable solutions. So the ability to look at holistically, the ability to take a problem and break it down into smaller problems, the ability to solve each one of them and build a holistic solution. That is a very important skill in today's world. Finally, I want to talk about something very time engaging, which is empathy. Given the advances in AI and the amount of time we spend in machines, I think empathy is even more an important skill today than in the past. Empathy is the ability to understand and share feelings with others. It involves putting ourselves in their shoes, actively listening, being non-judgmental, and showing genuine care and concern. Empathy fosters stronger relationships, effective communication, and a supportive work environment where everyone feels valued and heard. So once again, the ability to listen, the ability to understand other points of view, build strong relationships, will continue to be an important skill in the intelligence age. So I talked about AI and data skills. I talked about the skill to learn and improve. Talked about the skill to be global while understanding the local issues. I talked about the skill to be innovative, do critical thinking, and I talked about the ability to do system thinking, looking at while approaching the problem holistically, looking at solutions which can be put together to address the issue, and finally, being empathetic. So, I believe by cultivating these essential skills, individuals and organizations can thrive in the dynamic and complex world of 21st century. Now, lastly, before I close, many people have been recently asking to tell one word, one thing needed for success, especially for students and young professionals. And my single word answer is curiosity. That is a single word answer I give when I'm asked. Being curious enables us to explore, discover, and discover, experience, and learn. So, being curious is a foundational skill which is required to acquire all the other skills which I talked about. With that, let me conclude. I wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have a small token of appreciation. I request Media Program Manager Cadis to please hand him over our token of appreciation. And sir, thank you so much for touching empathy, something a lot of people don't talk about. Thank you so much for that amazing talk. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Now, I invite on stage Mr. Lai Zaki, Consular General, Australia, for a keynote address.
Namaskaram, good morning. My name is Salai Zaki. I'm Australia's Consul General based in Chennai and responsible for deepening relationships with Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the distinguished guests and also the 7 Australian institution representatives who have travelled to Kochi as part of the Australian delegation to the Kerala Skills Summit 2025. There has never been a better time for the Australia-India relationship. In the last 5 years, we've signed a comprehensive strategic partnership with India, and it's elevated our status and made Australia one of only 2 countries, the other being Japan, with which India has an annual leaders meeting, a 2+2 foreign and defence ministers meeting, and a trade agreement. We now have a relationship with India similar to that we have with our closest friends. But we are not stopping there. The landmark Economic Cooperation Trade Agreement has provided the momentum for negotiations towards an even more ambitious goal, a comprehensive economic cooperation agreement. We think India is already now our 4th largest export market, and Indian exports to Australia in the last 5 years have grown 76% compared to 32% for the rest of the world. We think our economic relationship is poised for significant growth, driven by key sectors or superhighways of growth outlined in the roadmap for Australia's economic engagement with India. We see education, agribusiness, clean energy, and tourism as the 4 superhighways for growth in our economic relationship. Our Prime Ministers have emphasised the need for close cooperation between higher education and skilling sectors. They welcomed ongoing efforts to establish vocational education and training in both countries. They noted the importance of education and skills exchange as a means for enhancing opportunities to access higher education. In 2023, the Australian and Indian education ministers signed a framework mechanism for mutual recognition of qualifications. This will help improve the mobility of students and professionals between our 2 countries. We see Australia and India as having highly complementary needs. Our governments launched the Australia-India Future Skills Initiative, which is delivered by Australia's Trade and Investment Commission, Austrade, to support India's skilling agendas by leveraging Australian capabilities in vocational education and training. India's national education policy places a strong emphasis on vocational training and international collaboration. Recently, the Austrade also launched this report detailing, it's titled India's Skills Horizon, a guide for Australian educators. So this document analyses skilling initiatives under the central government of India's state governments and industry. It also does a deep dive into opportunities for Australian providers to explore priority sectors in India. In Kerala, they are identified as green economy, healthcare, infrastructure, and technology. The report identifies skills gaps in these sectors with a roadmap to prioritise sectors, regions, delivery models, and best practices when entering or expanding the Indian market. India's aspirations for economic growth hinge on equipping its workforce with 21st century skills. The Government of India's economic advisor commonly says India cannot take advantage of its demographic dividend if the youth are not trained in the skills that are needed. Kerala is known for its remarkable record in literacy and for providing human resources to the world. In Australia, in some states, in rural parts of Australia, we have the handover in hospitals done fully in Malayalam because a lot of the nurses in our hospitals are from Kerala. However, like most economies, Kerala is facing challenges with respect to inadequate skills aligning with the modern job market. As India and Kerala stride towards its vision of becoming a global economic powerhouse, skilling must remain at the forefront. Australia offers a robust vocational education and training model deeply integrated with industry needs. The Australian approach emphasises three elements. Work integrated learning. So apprenticeships, traineeships, and on-the-job training are integral to Australia's VET system. These models ensure that graduates transition seamlessly into the workforce, equipped with practical knowledge and experience that give them industry-ready skills. The second is the dynamic curriculum development. Training packages regularly evolve, reflecting industry advancements and technological shifts. This adaptability ensures that graduates are future ready. The third element is global recognition and aspirational skilling. Australian qualifications are globally recognised. This opens doors for international mobility and careers throughout the world. The opportunity for collaboration is huge. Australia and India are natural partners in skilling and workforce development. There is immense potential for Australia's vocational education and training providers to collaborate with Indian industry and institutions in areas such as capacity building. Through the Train the Trainer programs and integrating Australian curriculum into Indian skilling frameworks. Also through knowledge exchange, sharing Australia's world-class apprenticeship models to enrich India's skilling systems. And thirdly, through developing globally recognised qualifications, supporting India and offering skilling programs that meet international standards, enhancing the global competitiveness of its workforce. Australia has already been partnering with Kerala's nodal agencies like Kerala Academy for Skills Excellence, the Overseas and Employment Promotion Consultants ODAPEC and NORCA, and KDISC. Australian institutions like BSI Learning and the Migration Agency are working in Kerala to provide skills qualification and identify migration pathway programs. We have many more with us today, and I'd like to take this opportunity to invite the Australian representatives here to give a quick update on their strengths and what kind of collaborations they would like to see.
Hi, very humbled to be here. My name's Brad Chesham, and I am the founder and CEO of a company called Bundle of Rays. And Kerala has a piece of my heart because I've been nursing for 20 years. So I'm a registered nurse, and I've worked with, I dare say, a lot of Kerala nurses. I lived in London for 10 years, and here I find myself on the stage next to the Australian Consulate General, which is, as I say, very humbling. Currently, I'm the CEO of a startup company that uses extended realities and artificial intelligence. So we can do simulations in healthcare whereby nurses can give medicines, advanced life support, but where it becomes amazing is they can put a headset on here, and I can put a headset on Australia, and we can collaborate immediately around hard skills. I'm in India because on Monday we have the Queensland Premier doing a contract signing ceremony in Delhi for quite a large contract in northern India. And we have multiple partnerships, including Times Pro, doing K-12 secondary mining resources. So we're very excited to be coming into India, collaborating. I've already been here for a week and having a really fantastic time. So if anybody's in the university sector, healthcare or education sector, we'd love to talk to you because we don't just want to look at mobility of workforce. We actually want to change the innovation model of how that happens to save everybody money and save everybody time. So a really pleasure to be here, and I look forward to hearing the other companies. Thanks.
Hello everyone, my name is Max McCullough. I'm an International Program Manager at Dynamic Learning Services. Dynamic Learning Services is a family-based company, so my father established our company 25 years ago, and throughout those 25 years, we've been delivering vocational education and training both in Australia and overseas. One of our main areas of focus overseas is in aged care. And I think being in Kerala, it presents a really good opportunity being the capital of healthcare within India. So we're looking to establish partnerships with existing educational institutions, hospitals and government entities here in India to develop aged care workers for the domestic market and also overseas market. Our aged care program has global applicability, so we present pathways for employment to Europe, the Middle East, as well as Australia as a result of our program. So thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Thank you, ma'am, for this opportunity. I represent MaxMe India. We are an organization based in Melbourne, Australia, and we are here in the entire skilling space, right from school children to universities to corporates to teachers training. The focus these days is on skilling, and we are here to support the Indian ecosystem, the economy in this crucial area of skilling. So we are in the entire space of skilling. Please feel free to contact us at maxmeindia.com.au. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Siddharth Verma. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thanks to Austrade for inviting us to be part and to the government as well. I'll be on the panel later in the opportunity way about talent versus demand. And my work is in three specific areas. The first is on an organization called Brainstem that works in schools, in STEM mentoring programs, girls in STEM programs, a lot of Lego design thinking, soft skill development. I'm attached to the RMIT University in the Activator program as a coach. I mentor and coach startup founders. So if you are in the entrepreneurship space, if you're looking for mentoring and coaching, that's a space I specialize in. And the third part of my work is I work with corporates, with leaders in leadership and middle management to upskill and build the soft skills. We talk about people, we talk about skills, but very few talk about people skills. And I think that's what is important for the future. So come and talk to me about that. Thank you.
Hello, myself Rishi Datta. I'm from Ignite Education Group. We are based in Melbourne, Brisbane, Cairns, Hobart. We are a vocational education provider delivering skills and skilling of people in the sector of hospitality, aged care, healthcare, business, engineering, and trade. And as India is looking to develop its vocational qualification sector, I think it's a great opportunity. We are looking for education providers to, join hands and develop this vocational education in India. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Mish Eastman. I'm the Deputy Vice Chancellor and Vice President at RMIT University. We're a global university based originally out of Melbourne, Australia. We reach over 100,000 learners across our presence. About 20,000 of those are in our skills and vocational education area. This is my fourth visit to India this year because we're really interested in how we can partner in India for India to advance the inclusion and reimagining of skills as part of the crucial ecosystem. As RMIT, we also are really heavily involved not only in India but in Southeast Asia and the ASEAN region in reshaping tertiary policy, tertiary systems, and in Australia itself, reimagining what post-secondary education looks like so that contemporary models, as referred to, such as earn and learn, higher apprenticeships, and ensuring our learners have stackable skill experiences add real value to the communities where we work. So thank you for the opportunity.
Good afternoon. I have a question to the Consul General. Here, I'm here. Madam,
Oh, there you are.
have,
Yes.
yeah, I have a question to you, your good self. In your narration, you were talking of dynamic curriculum and technology, knowledge exchange, disruptive technology. Capturing the, and to strengthen the bilateral means, capturing the cross-border mechanism, how well between European Union is looking for, India is looking for, we can enter into a source of collaborative arrangement. What means, what is the roadmap you can initiate with?
Yeah.
To formulate a framework for dynamic curriculum, capturing the cross-border relations and bilateral means.
Yes, thank you for that question. As I mentioned, over the last 5 years, we're really deepening that relationship between Australia and India. We have representatives from our Trade Commission office, so Austrade here today. They have been given a lot of resources to try and connect these people in the sectors that I mentioned before, but you can get in touch with us. We have 4 consulates in India, so the one in Chennai that I'm the head of that looks after relations in Kerala, but we have our High Commission in Delhi, an office in Bangalore and Mumbai and Kolkata. So get in touch with us and we can take your query to the relevant people in our network. That's across government, whether it's Department of Education, industry, Austrade, or foreign affairs related. So if there's one thing I want you to take away from this is Team Australia involves not only government, but industry, education, everybody. We work as a team here, and our primary goal is to deepen our engagement in India. One statistic that we say all the time is now in Australia, there's over 1 million Australians that identify as having origins or a connection to India. And that 1 million doesn't mean much in India because it's such a small statistic. But in Australia, a population of 27 million people, that means 1 in 27 Australians has either origins or a familial connection to this country. And that is really, the diaspora is driving the knowledge, because you all know India is very diverse. I look after 3 states in the south, and each state speaks a different language. So you need to, we have been, as Austrade mentioned, this guide tries to identify the opportunities for Australia to do more here, because that relationship in education and skilling needs to be enduring. We don't just want Indian students to come to Australia and study. We want Australian students to come here as well. We want Australian companies to think about how they can contribute to India's growth story. And, the opportunity is big, and we hope we can work together to realize the potential.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you. Oh, sure. You can take a selfie. Yes, with everyone. They're taking a selfie with all of us. Let's smile. Thank you, everyone. I invite on stage Mr. Santosh Matthew, Country Lead Public Policy and Finance, the Gates Foundation, for the keynote address on Can Kerala Converge as the Skill Capital of the World?
Good afternoon. Let me just start by congratulating the government of Kerala for organizing this summit. The CEO Startup Mission talked of Guru Mukham. Guru Mukham is basically a Sanskrit word used also in Malayalam. It means learning from the face of the master. World over, the learning ecosystem is fundamentally changing. And so does the learning ecosystem in Kerala need to. I'm going to say the unorthodox here, go out on a limb, and I'm going to say that the so-called skilling will not do. We have to fix our school education system. We have to fix our higher education system before the icing on the cake can really make a difference. Why do I say that? I say that because according to me, there are two sets of problems and two strategies to solve for this. One is to solve for access to knowledge. It's no longer Guru Mukham, it is access to knowledge. So, how do we help the people of Kerala to gain access to the best of science, to the best of humanities? Along with that is that how do you build the capacity of our education system to mentor people on the skill of learning? On the skill of learning. The second problem that I want to draw your attention to is to solve the information asymmetry in the labor market. I mean, I have a very simple word for this, and that is to know the difference between a donkey and a horse. A donkey and a horse. Malayalamil paranjal oru kudirayum kazhudayum. And I will explain this as we come along. CEO Startup Mission Anup Ambika in the roundtable that they had here talked of learning skills. I want to add faculty development to this. Mr. Balagopal, chairman of KSIDC, talked of the great research that is going on almost subterranean in the higher education institutions of Kerala. I think that is what we need to tap upon. And I have a very simple suggestion for this. And this is to enable from a sea of ordinariness to enable the people with the guts and the gumption and the talent and the ability to work hard to be able to surface and climb the ladder. How can that be done? And this doesn't take much money. It is about making untied financial resources available to those who really excel in our faculties, in our schools of academic higher education. And that's, according to me, a very simple way to do. For 3 decades, I worked in the Indian Administrative Service. I worked in Government of India and in the Government of Bihar. I used to be a professor at India Civil Service College in Mussoorie for 6 years from 94 to 2000. I'm saying this because I know a little bit about the bureaucracy. We will actually have to make these financial resources available to the top class academic talent in the state by cutting out bureaucratic bottlenecks, by adopting an if this then approach. And why is this so simple to do in academia? Simply identify the top 3 journals in the subjects of choice where Kerala sees a future. We talk of knowledge economy. Whole morning we heard about knowledge economy and how we want our society to pivot. What are those 10 top academic disciplines in which Kerala sees a future for itself? Identify the top 3 to 5 journals on impact factor globally And all you need to set up is that the moment somebody submits the URL from any of these journals to a particular portal, then 50 lakhs of rupees of untied fund will be automatically credited to that bank account of that faculty member, certified and rechecked using Aadhaar with no questions asked. And how long, how much money do we need to be able to credit 50 lakhs to the top academic faculty in the state if you have this sort of an approach? If, however, our approach is to give 100 crores to another government organization where people will apply and then they will go through the entire file movement to be able to get this resource, this is not going to work. The second is the problem of information asymmetry in the labor market, and I will talk about this and close my talk. George Akerlof, a Nobel Prize winner in economics in 2001, wrote a paper in 1970 titled The Market for Lemons. This was a paper about the second-hand car market. The problem he identified in the second-hand car market is that the buyer cannot make out the difference between a lemon, which basically means a bad machine, a bad car, and a good car. That, ladies and gentlemen, is my challenge to you. Today, the labor market cannot find out the difference between a donkey and a horse. I love donkeys. Why? Because they require low maintenance, they are very hardy, and they can work for long hours. But the problem with the donkey is that if you want a horse and then you get a donkey, you have a problem. You have also the converse problem. You want a donkey and you get a horse, you again have a problem. So the labor market today, not just in Kerala, not just in India, but in many parts of the world, have what I call the donkey horse problem. How can this be solved for? And I think Kerala has a very good chance of solving for this, because you've solved all the basic problems of universal education and not doing too bad a job on universal health care. I mean, I remember in the IAS Academy in Missouri in 95, we have these IAS probationers who have to come back after a year of training. And the ones from Kerala was carrying on saying God's own country, God's own country. Obviously, Kerala's God's own country has really made a mark. Then the Tamil Nadu IAS officer said, now that you've heard God's own country, now listen to God's own neighbor. They were so irritated by this. The point is that we have something very special going on in Kerala in which we can actually make a difference. And what is that? It's the quality of our people. But what is the strategy to solve for the donkey horse problem? Is to actually, I don't know, many of you must have heard of Malayalathil Paranjale, or Jaranagath, Kore Malayali crabs in it, crab nyand. If you put a lot of Malayali crabs inside a jar, and you leave the lid open, you have no fear, no crab will be able to escape. You know why? Because one crab will pull the other down. It is the sea of ordinariness that we have to fight against if we have to make Kerala, as the title that I chose, is the skill capital of the world. And how do you do that? You do this by following what was written in an IAS colleague of mine, a professor at Duke University over the last 20 years, Anirudh Krishna. He wrote this beautiful book. If you have not read it, I urge you to read it. It's called The Broken Ladder. If you look at the Kerala's problem of the crabs, it is about inserting a ladder into this jar so that the better crab can begin to climb the ladder of progress by dint of hard work, talent, and application. The broken ladder. Now, how do you fix the broken ladder for Kerala? According to me, you fix the broken ladder for Kerala by setting up world-class certification centers, not skilling centers, certification centers, so that the labor market can solve its information asymmetry problem. Why am I telling you this? Along with the government of Bihar, we are doing an experiment. And what is this experiment? We are taking nurses and certifying them for different specializations. And for each of these specializations, we are going to certify them at grade 1, grade 2, and grade 3. I don't know how many of you know that today a nurse in the Indian Army can actually rise up to become a general, a major general. In the NHS in the UK, a nurse can rise up to become Chief Executive Officer, CEO of the NHS Trust. So these are ladders that have been established for people to climb. How many nurses are there in Kerala who can aspire to become the CEO of a major hospital chain? The ladder doesn't exist. The ladder doesn't exist in teaching. The ladder doesn't exist in most of the professions. And may I dare say, probably the ladder does not even exist in politics in many parts of India. So certification centers that help the labor market understand who have the skills. Now, let me tell you, this is not an insignificant problem to solve. You have attitude, you have skills, you have knowledge. Can you test for knowledge, give a QR code to the person who's been certified, and can you hold this information in your servers for the rest of the life of the person who's been certified? So that the person can share the QR code with the prospective employer. The prospective employer can see what were the subjects on which she was tested, what were the questions that were asked, what were the answers she has given, and how was the marking done. That is knowledge. Skills. In the Bihar experiment that we are running, there is no assessor who's going to assess the nurse's skills. You walk in, there are mannequins, you're given the drill, you do your exam question is given, you perform, and 3 video cameras will capture what you do. The marking is anonymous. And the video of that is maintained for life in the servers of the examining nursing regulator. Skills. Third, attitude. It's still an unsolved problem. Can we do research to set up actually testing centers for attitude? So it is when attitude, skill, and knowledge are credibly tested, certified, and this information is made available to the labor market. This is when I believe the problem that we are looking for can be solved. It takes 2 hands to clap, the left and the right. The left, in my chance to recapitulate for you, is to increase the availability of access to global centers of knowledge, and the internet and journal subscriptions are part of it. Building the skill of your faculty members and your students on learning skills, enabling the best of our faculty to get untied funds so that they can attend the conferences, travel globally, network with the best centers of knowledge is the left hand, and the right hand is to solve the donkey horse problem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Sir, I request you to please stay back. Santosh sir, please stay back on stage. I invite on stage Ms. Silai Zaki. Ma'am, can you please come on stage? We have a token of appreciation to both of you. I also invite on stage Mr. Jinraj PV, District Mission Coordinator, KDISC. Sir, I request you to please do the honors. Please present our token of appreciations to Ms. Silai Saki and Mr. Santosh Matthew. We have no energy at the entire crowd. We're not clapping, we're not cheering, we have no energy here. Please, let's have some energy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am. We have another panel discussion now. New opportunities arising in employment and work. I invite on stage the moderator, Dilip Shenoy, Chairman, Bharat Vetri Association, Mr. Fu Qian Shong, Mr. Raymond Klein, Mr. Tom Bevick, and Ms. Dr. Christian Mueck. I request all the panelists to please come on stage, and I request the moderator, Dilip Shenoy, to please introduce the guests. On top, sir, the panel discussion on stage. We have 1 hour. After 45 minutes, if there are any questions, they'll be taking the questions. So the discussion will be for 45 minutes, and after that, we have a question answer session. I request the moderator, Mr. Dilip Shenoy, to please introduce the panelists.
So good afternoon and welcome. I think we're waiting for Christiane. I don't know if she's here or. So I think welcome to this session. We are running slightly late. So welcome to this session. New opportunities arising in employment and work here at the Kerala Global Skills Summit. It's a privilege to moderate this discussion. And we are gathered here at a time when world of work is being reshaped at unprecedented pace. You heard that in all the earlier sessions, and you also heard the great thing of a donkey and a horse by Santosh earlier. I think advances in digital technologies, the green digital, the growth of the gig economy, shifting global demographies are all redefining the meaning of employment. Kerala, with its strong human development indices, vibrant startup ecosystem, and bold focus on digitization and sustainability, is uniquely placed to benefit from these changes. I think the traditional emphasis on academic qualifications is rapidly giving way to more practical and micro credits here. Our session outcome is clear. It's in the pack that all of you have, so I won't spend time on that. But I think to explore these themes, to learn from strategies that work across regions, to understand the key global trends reshaping employment, to recognize emerging opportunities, and to identify specific actionable steps for Kerala going forward, and this is the most important part of this summit. We have it here a distinguished panel of speakers, each one a leader in their field. Mr. Fu Qian Chong from the Asian Development Bank. They're already, as you heard, in the other room, they're partnering the World Bank for Kerala-specific programs. We have Mr. Raymond Klein, the founder and CEO of INSIT, the International Center for International Transformation. They are active in India. They partner with CII for their programs in India, and he really works at Industry 4.0 and AI and that intersection. And of course, Professor Tom Buick, an old friend. A lot of you may not know in the audience, but I got him into a room in 2013, 2014 with a colleague of mine sitting in the audience, Ranjan Chaudhary, in NSDC, and we developed the competency frameworks. You heard Santosh Mathew talk about knowledge, ask, attitude, skills, and knowledge. That was actually developed level 1 to level 4. What is there? It was actually developed with a group under Tom here. I don't know where Christiane Mueck is here, but if she joins in, I'll introduce her here. So, just to cut everything short and to go in here and really, to turn to you, Mr. Fu Qian Chong, right? I hope I've got that right. From ADB's perspective, right? And you're working in India, you work with different, parts in South Asia. So what are the most significant employment shifts that you are seeing? And what South Asia must prepare for in the next decade, especially with digitization, climate, And how is this impacting education and skills?
Yeah, thank you for this question. Perhaps I will just limit my comment, on India because I always think India, the economy is on a different paradigm, in terms of sheer size as well as, lots of advanced initiative, be it in semiconductor, quantum that's being invested here in India. My short response to this question is, I think the next 10 years, I think India should really focus on building the workforce, the skill set for the advanced manufacturing, sector, right? I remember, way back in 2018 or 2019, there was this big talk about Industry 4.0, the light of smart manufacturing, as well as robotic, autonomous manufacturing system, so on and so forth, right? Back then, ADB, we actually commissioned a study on Industry 4.0. Is it going to lead to job loss, or is it going to lead to job gain, right? And our report, cover 4 countries in Southeast Asia. That includes, Vietnam, Philippines, Indonesia, and Cambodia. We didn't do India because back then, somewhat there wasn't strong interest on Industry 4.0, even though we have quite a number of projects running in India, particularly at the state level, with the Odisha World Skill Center, Madhya Pradesh, we had the Global Skill Park, as well as Kerala, we have the ASAP program running here. But strangely enough, fast forward 8 years, 7 years, 8 years. This year is 2025. I think the talk about Industry 4.0 becomes really important. I hope you can hear. I know the sound system is a little bit odd, right? So fast forward, 2025, we see that there's a strong interest in Industry 4.0, and my colleague Raymond, will talk about that later, and all the collaboration with CII. Why is there this sudden shift? I think, first of all, it's
On to this one.
I know it's lunch hour, the mic also went to sleep. The mic didn't go for lunch, right? So fast forward, 2025, there's this interest in, Industry 4.0, smart manufacturing, mainly because, of the diversification of the global supply chain. A lot of the manufacturing companies are, established now in India. And of course, the other, aspect of it is that, the government of India really want to promote, the small, medium enterprise in the manufacturing sector to be able to become part of the global supply chain of all these sector, particularly advanced manufacturing, will be one of the key shifts. India has always been doing very well. The like of Bangalore, very good in software development, in programming, program developers, they are everywhere. But I think coupled with this strong interest in manufacturing, I think that will bring India to the next level, right? And one of the things that we see also, way back in 2022 is the rather, interest in Gen AI, right? Where we see, a lot of large language model, being created, and institution beginning to introduce Gen AI into this the curriculum. But I think one of the things we have to recognize these days, particularly I think over the last few months, I've been introduced to vibe coding. I don't know whether any of you are familiar with that. What it means is that it's a natural language coding. I don't even need to have a programming background, and I can develop an apps or application that can help me to do my jobs, right? It only take 1 to 2 days to develop an apps without a coding experience, without a programming experience. So that is also one area, I think will affect the skill, development in India, because if universities focus too much onto programming, coding, perhaps the students may lose out in getting a job, whereas the manufacturing jobs are actually available, particularly in advanced manufacturing, advanced electronics, right? And then, we see from last year, 2024, there's a huge interest in semiconductor. I think this is one area that India government is pushing, with the semiconductor mission established, as well as many of the investment in semiconductor coming into pictures. And there are a lot of jobs available there. Based on our conservative estimate from ADB, on known declared investment and those that have started some initial scale production, there should be around 128,000 jobs, direct, indirect, immediately. But that is, if nothing changes, right? And if, the ecosystem pick up, I think there will be a lot more jobs created, In country like the Philippines, we are talking about just Philippines focusing on the downstream, the assembly, testing, packaging, downstream of semiconductor, there are 3 million jobs just in ATP in the semiconductor industry. So, I will just stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that perspective. And that actually brings me really seamlessly into you, Mr. Klein. You're the founder and CEO of INSET, right? I think you mentioned AI, Industry 4.0, industrial transformation, and if I add, right, blockchain and decentralization are reshaping jobs rapidly. Of course, AI and smart manufacturing, as was mentioned, are creating new forms of employment. But what is changing in education and skills? How do we prepare a workforce for that?
Okay. I start with, I worked 8 years in Taiwan, and a Taiwanese once told me, Raymond, don't talk about the clouds in the sky, give me a raindrop in my hand to lick on it and survive. Now, looking at the current curriculums, they focus on the current technologies in the factories, which means students leaving the universities with old education. The technology drivers of the future, by example, for pharma industry, for chemical industry, for semiconductor, aerospace, automotive, are more or less unclear, because you need to have international database to define what are technology drivers for job shop connectivity, job shop automation, or for job shop intelligence. Now, let's segment a little bit what's happening. Worldwide, the productivity is declining. And what we heard at the opening speech of your minister, also Kerala has a problem in driving the productivity. Now let's segment the market. You have micro SMEs. Micro SMEs, when we measure them with our tools, are on the bottom of understanding how to drive productivity. They have not educational programs. They have less guidance in how to do it. The biggest problem is everybody knows what needs to be done. Nobody can give guidance how to do. Here what we have an app, which is, we are a non-for-profit organization, I need to say, which we adapt to local capita by GDP prices, that the micro SMEs, you have 63 million here in India, can adapt and number one, drive productivity. So how do I approach human machine interaction on order management, on operation, and on distribution? The second one is then digital literacy. How do I start? And here productivity, when we talk about, it's not new jobs. The micro SMEs, the black belt is already when they use programmable logical controller. Now let's move in the second segment, SMEs, multinationals. When we go to SMEs and multinationals, here we have complete different technologies driving their digital transformation. Here we're looking very much into how do I enable a digital twin software, then do in theory what is the layout of my production site, calculate the productivity, and then with a soft PLC interface, then enforce what in the real world need to be programmed to achieve the productivity I simulated in the virtual twin. Now comes the biggest problem in education. Our data pattern shows one thing: leadership. The efficiency in most leaders is defined as cost reduction and not as invest in smart technologies to drive productivity. I will give one example in my speech at 3 o'clock, where one country lost their export capabilities because they were not able to enable digital technologies. Now we're coming to what's at the moment the hottest topic: AI. Now, everybody is now focused on AI. We will drive with AI productivity. But the topic is we missed to drive with digital transformation productivity, and now everybody put its hope on AI. If you demystify AI in the dimension AI consists of, it's the most complex technology to drive, more complex than digital transformation. And now we're coming to AI, what's happening? The segment most advanced in AI worldwide is the semiconductor segment. But what they do is they use that to have full autonomous operation on the production. Now comes the biggest problem. They have fire drills. You know what they do? They switch off AI and see what's happening. If AI doesn't work anymore, what do I need to do? Now comes the funny part. They laid off all the people. There is nobody anymore to drive the production out of a sudden. And now I'm coming to what answer in a different way your question. You need to define a customized approach how to drive a productivity from a country perspective. Because what are you doing with all the people? And now what we see in the market is a return from AI and autonomous operation to augmented humans using AI to do their job better. So this is a little bit where we see where the trend is going. So we missed, unfortunately, digital transformation. Everybody hopes for AI. And the 60% who really drive the productivity, micro SMEs, SMEs, are very much left behind. There are programs. And even the training centers, I tell you, when I go with them to training centers, they say, Raymond, this is a nice showcase, but it doesn't help me. So what you need to do, you need to profile the micro SMEs according to the industry segment. Then see for this industry segment, what are the technology drivers? Then you can elaborate a training taxonomy that you move them up the ladder, the broken ladder, so to say. So here I stop, and if you're interested, listen to my presentation, only 15 minutes, but I will give you a full injection of data analytics and what we found out worldwide. Thank you.
Can I just add one point here?
Sure.
I visit, many institutions, not only in India, but in many Southeast Asian countries, the ITI and the equivalent. I also visited many small, medium enterprises. I don't even want to talk about micro enterprise, but the small, medium enterprises, many of them, in the manufacturing sector are working on using, legacy machine, right? So I think the institution doesn't teach the student how, to convert the legacy machine, how to digitalize them, how to collect data, without buying new equipment, because all these small, medium enterprises, they just simply, don't dare to take the first leap, they don't dare to borrow from bank to go into I 4.0. So that is an important point.
So it's very interesting. That means for a state like Kerala, and it is very interesting because in the in the inaugural session, we had both the Minister for Industries and we had the Minister for Higher Education, and Social Justice. So, instead of focusing only on skills, you got to also see how you transform your existing industries and take the legacies and transform that and not just focus on innovation and the new things. So you have to do both at the same time. Otherwise, you'll end up with a disruption. So, thank you for that perspective.
You need to customize your innovation to the basic given cases where the people are.
Yeah. Okay. So, both of them, Tom, both of them are practicing or they're put on, manufacturing and AI and innovation, right? And if, from your standpoint, let's say in the UK and in part of the OECD, right, and Europe, right? Okay. What lessons from these countries stand out as effective models for preparing workers for the future of work, whether it be in advanced manufacturing or gig economy and platform work? And what is the role of standards, qualifications and skills in all of this? Big question, but
it is a big question, and I'm going to take a macro view before I home in on the answer, hopefully, to your question, Dylan. Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be in God's own country. My grandmother was born in India, and my youngest daughter is called India, so it was great to wake up yesterday to a lovely little, before I flew here, a post-it note from my daughter to say, safe travels to India, love India. So I've never had that kind of note before. Look, it's just over 50 years since Daniel Bell, sociologist, published a book called The Coming of Post-Industrial Society. And really that book was important for what then unfolded in terms of the shift to a service economy in the West, particularly in Britain. I mean, 2 million manufacturing jobs were lost just in the space of 5 years in the 1980s. And of course, the rise of great countries like India and China that became between them the workshop of the world and the back office of the world. But of course, many of those certainties around the post-industrial society, I think, raise a question about, well, what comes after the post-industrial society? What is the new economy? AI, automation, all the things that both speakers, distinguished speakers on the panel, have been talking about. And I think that's important because when we look around the world geopolitically, we see President Trump's tariffs, which in many ways are bringing to an end a period of what's been called hyper-globalization. So what's the new globalization in a world of relative trade protection? What does that mean for countries like India that currently now face 50% tariff on many of your goods? So this raises a question, which of course is the theme of this whole event, is how do we prepare our people for more uncertain times for this new economy, for an economy shaped by net zero, military expansion in parts of the world, and advanced biotechnology? And I call this the new human capital because, as the name suggests, it's a term that is different from the old human capital. And many of you in this room will be familiar with the old human capital because it's what we've been talking about for that 50 years. And it's the idea that the knowledge economy is a good thing, that globalization's generally been a good thing, and that labor migration across borders is both a good thing and a necessary thing in an age of changing demographics. And in the West in particular, an aging population. But what I would like to just put in front of you is, when you look closely, this consensus is starting to fall apart. And it's to do with the fact that when you look at the knowledge economy, increasingly we're seeing people acquiring knowledge, but not necessarily being able to convert that in the labor market. We've got AI tools that can write a PhD level essay in just a few seconds. So how has globalization therefore worked for everyone? And what do we do about those post-industrial communities that, and they're in all countries, developed and developing? And Dilip, to come to your question, what does all this mean for the new work, for so-called platform capitalism and digital nomads? Will AI, for example, result in a future world without work, as the economist Daniel Susskind in a book of the same title has predicted? I think the challenge for education skills policymakers, like those here in Keller, who we've heard from this morning, is that there isn't even a consensus, unfortunately, amongst labour market experts about what the impact of these new trends will have on the future of work. And I think that's a really important observation, because going back to Daniel Bell's book, as I say, economists have really had a consensus about the knowledge economy and the shift to services and the role of global trade. But as I say, that is starting to come apart. So I think there are really now three competing perspectives in this debate. And I describe them as the utopians who've always been around, the technology pessimists who've always been around, and the group that I most associate with is the rational optimists. Now, the utopians seem to think that technology can develop at such a pace that we can completely eradicate work from our societies. Well, good luck with that, because I think all of us in this room who have jobs, who've done jobs, who have roles, know that work has a meaning and a dignity that goes far beyond just the commodity exchange in the labour market. So I don't think particularly the utopians will win out in this debate. Technology pessimists, you go back to the 16th century in England, and there was a guy called Ned Ludd who used to smash the stocking frame because he was afraid, along with his followers, of technology stealing people's jobs. And we see this narrative a lot. And thirdly, there's the rational optimists. And I think they're people who really say that as human societies, we can shape this technology. And I think you were talking about this to our own ends. And it starts with really understanding what your comparative advantage is as a nation, as an economy. And it's about ruthlessly focusing on those comparative advantages in the service of your people. And that's why when you look around in Europe and other countries, and Dilip, you asked the question about, well, what's Europe doing about this gig economy and platform work? What I see really are three approaches. One approach is around very strong regulation and trying to bring gig work back into employment. Spain is a good example of that. And there are some upsides of that if it gives people those basic work protections. I think the challenge is that for some people, they enjoy working in the gig economy and they don't want to be classified as an employee. We see a second approach, and I guess the UK and Canada would fit this bill, of lighter regulation, where essentially it works with protecting independent contractors, but the state is also concerned about losing tax revenues. So it has a distinction between an independent contractor and a dependent contractor. And then finally, we see those countries like UAE and South Africa who have very little regulation at all around the gig economy, but in fact are using that to their advantage by drawing in, for example, through digital nomad visas, through very progressive, or certainly for those people who don't have to pay these taxes, essentially zero income tax, zero corporation tax. UAE is particularly attractive to young people. I mean, there are 240,000 Brits now living in UAE. Many of them are attracted by that low tax environment. I think these are all considerations, Dilip, for Kerala.
So thank you, Tom, for that. And, it's very interesting that we have a kind of convergence on the panel, that one, you don't need to look at, manufacturing also, and you don't need to look at automation, advanced skills and productivity. And you need to also find that it has to suit the idea and thoughts of Gen Z, who don't normally think of long hours of study or long hours of work, right? Which you need to look at. So let's now take the second part of this session and focus a little deep down into Kerala. What could Kerala do, and how could our institutions actually help Kerala going forward? So again, going back to ADB, you talked about your work in Madhya Pradesh, Orissa, also in Kerala that you talked about it. But if I were to see in this transition, and to Tom's point about nobody knows, no one has mapped the skills ecosystem and nobody knows what it is. How could what role could multilateral agencies like the Asian Development Bank play in helping Kerala to tap into a global talent mobility? And that has two. One is the mobility aspect, and second is preparing them, and also green jobs and strengthening, rather than having a migratory approach, but strengthening Kerala as an industrial and a service center in the world, not only the skills capital of India, but as a major center in the world.
Yeah, thank you for this question. I somehow have a different perspective. When we talk about global mobility, my 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 thinking and fear is that many countries end up exporting labor overseas, and if you are exporting skilled labor, that actually is a brain drain. The country actually spend a lot of money, train up somebody, but you don't benefit except for the remittance, which is a waste, for an economy, that is focused so much, on many new technology, be it semiconductor, quantum, renewable energy. So, my wish, for Kerala is really to be able to, keep the talent here. But in order to keep the talent, you need to have, the jobs, the right, investment coming into Kerala. I think this morning, one of the minister talk about, or one of the speaker talk about, uh, there are a lot of investment in semiconductor, but Kerala is not attracting any at all. So there's something to really think about. Considering Kerala is also number one in terms of investment, regulation, attracting investment, right? Something to really think about. But what ADB, typically do, in terms of developing human capital. In the past, we of course provide financing, but we also call it finance plus, right? Finance plus means bringing in the right partner, introducing something innovative, which actually we did in the Kerala project that we did, the ASAP, additional skill acquisition program that we did, between 2016 to 2021-22, where 16 multi-skilling center were established across the state of Kerala in different communities. And the private sector are the one that actually operate the different community skill park. I think that was probably the first in India and quite successful. And then, the other aspect of it is, of course, these days, what we really want to do is to look into the value chain of a particular priority industry, be it, pan-India or be it, related to a state. And I think that is important because there are many priority industry in India, as you see, in the different missions set up, at the central level. So how is the state aligned, to the priority industry that is promoted by the central government? I think that is very important. And more importantly, how are the institution, be it the ITI, the Polytechnic, be it the College of Engineering, the colleges, as well as the universities, how are they aligning, their curriculum, their offering of training program to the different aspect of the value chain in the priority industry? You'll be surprised, we visited so many colleges, universities, as well as ITI, when we ask them, in terms of your research and development, how does your research contribute to this particular industry? And they cannot even tell us which part of the value chain are they contributing, right? Then how do you commercialize the research, right? And when we ask about the curriculum, the training program, it's the same thing. There have been many of the institutions have been running the same content for ages, right? Without considering, how you train whether the students that you train are able to plug into, the growing part of the value chain of the industry. I think these are some things that we try to sort of instill now in all the projects that we do, not only just India, but also across our other member countries. So, by the way, I didn't really talk about, green jobs. I think, that aspect of it is really coming, in India, particularly, the renewable energy. We know that there are already, these solar PV, cell manufacturing companies established in India. But I think what is coming next, is actually the BESS, the battery energy storage solution company. So that one is still fairly nascent, but I think that will grow very well in view that, there's a lot of EV manufacturing plant that has been set up. And of course, energy storage is one area, and it's not only limited to BESS, but also potential green hydrogen. So, in terms of, ADB sort of intervention, we try to work, cross-sectoral, meaning skill development or human capital development is just not only looking and working with higher education institution or the ITI ecosystem or the polytechnic, but linking them to the relevant industry, right? Particularly, I think somewhere in the near future, I think energy transition will become really important in India, and that transition needs a lot of skill manpower. So I stop here. Dilip, over back to you.
No, thank you for that perspective. So, that actually ties in very good to the question which I'm going to ask you, because he said what needs to be done. I'd like to hear from you how Kerala could do it.
We work with CII together, and at the moment we discuss how to scale the measurement of micro SMEs and manufacturing companies in India. So what we will localize is a train the trainer program, that we have local assessors who then enter the data and the measurement in which stage the different manufacturing companies are in a software platform. And then we have a data analytics behind it, that we then do a profile on industry segment. And based on the profile, we define innovation hubs, but industry segment specific. I give an example. There are industry segments which have a similarity, by example, automotive and aerospace, from a process, from a quality point of view. The same as food and beverage and pharma. They can be combined, by example, or oil and gas and chemical. But what you cannot do is that you put one innovation hub where all industry segments are presented, because this is when then the micro SMEs or the SMEs are lost in space, because they don't know what to do with these education programs. So you need to have somehow, let's say, a process designed where they can reflect and see themselves in the education process offered. These are the innovation hubs. Second, with the system we have and with Boolean logic, I will show at 3:15, we can elaborate education policies. So compared to the international community, where is Kerala and which policies, future-proof policies, should be instated for education, for investment in transformation, and in macro policies. What we also do, and here we are in discussion with CII, we give an interface for raw data, that you can simulate, let's say, economical shock models. For example, an energy price go up, which industry segment is impacted most, and before it happened, what are the countermeasures? So this is how we roll out, and we here in Kerala specific, we discuss at the moment how could we measure 1.3 million micro SMEs, collect the data. We collect the data through an app, and it's also remotely, so offline for areas where the micro SMEs don't have the infrastructure for mobile phones. In certain areas it exists. And then based on this data, we can elaborate insights. What are incentive programs? Which digital tools they need per industry segment to drive the next level of productivity? And this comes back to my initial Don't talk about the clouds in the sky. Give me a raindrop in my hand to lick on and survive. And here I stop because the time is already nearly.
Yeah, so thank you for that. And it's very interesting because if, as a state, you want to progress, right, and you're looking at getting new entrepreneurs, you need to build in the capability of future technologies and future, productivity issues and methodologies when they're becoming entrepreneurs. You can't do that after they're becoming entrepreneurs. So I think, talked about the innovation hub uh, going forward. So, we're all taking you back to your India connection. If Kerala wants to become the globally competitive without large scale outward migration, you said brain drain, right? We need to focus here. What workforce policies, should Kerala prioritize?
I think Kerala's, the race is on, isn't there, to create a genuine demand-driven skills ecosystem. Because I work all over the world, as you know, Dilip, and I sit down with policymakers and with governments, and they all say to me, Tom, we want a demand-driven ecosystem. And what they mean by that is they want to stop funding a purely bums on seats education strategy. It's what I call the pay and pray model of education and skills, where you pay for the education and you pray that you get a job outcome, a decent employment skills outcome at the end of it. And what states and countries are looking to do is to move and shift that model to a genuine earn and learn approach. But the institutions that are in place, so it's the same in Kerala, it'll be the same across the world, aren't necessarily as responsive as they need to be. So I think, coming back to your question about the how, and what I was really encouraged by listening to the speeches this morning following the inauguration, is the different portfolios of ministers and policymakers that were here on the stage. Because what that suggests to me is that there's already a commitment here that it can't be just the role of the higher education department, the schools department. It's the finance ministry, it's the law department, it's all of these different parts of government that need to join up around creating this demand-driven skills system. And what I'm looking for, not just here in Kerala, but around the world, is for the first country to say, actually, we're not going to fund bums on seats anymore. We're only going to fund two key stakeholders in the skills ecosystem, and that's individuals and employers. Because I think if there was a better system of purchasing power for post-compulsory education and training, which would include vouchers for wage subsidies for young people to find an employer to give them an apprenticeship, or for employers through their workforce skills accounts to invest in demand-driven education and skills, I think we might start getting somewhere. Germany, of course, famously has this model with the mandatory membership of chambers and the vocational schools. Switzerland has 2/3 of its young people who go on to a high-quality work-based apprenticeship. Why do those countries have to be the outliers when it comes to giving young people opportunities? I think we know what works. No one country's model is transportable to another country, but I think we already know what the key tenets of a demand-driven skills system are, but we just need to get on and deliver it.
Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen. Last 5 minutes. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm fully aware of the time. I was going to open it up to the floor for questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for
we're
that.
very clear. I promised you I'll do the session in 45 minutes, and we'll do it in 45 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So any questions on the floor?
Lunch is waiting.
No, we have one more presentation. I think Megan is going to make her presentation before lunch.
Yes, she is. But before that, we would like to give you our token of appreciation. We would like to
questions?
show.
Any questions? Any questions from the students? Anybody? Yeah, the lady.
We have someone with a
just a
question.
Question.
Can we have a mic, please?
A prize for the shortest question, right?
going to be good.
Just say to whom you're asking the question and what's the question.
Yeah, hi, I'm Deepthi, and I'm an engineering student. So, uh, my actual question is to Mr. Chong. I agree with what you said earlier about how our curriculums stick to the same for ages. Yeah. So, what I want to ask is, um, as someone who has seen how global education system evolve, if you were given one chance to redesign one part of Kerala's curriculum today, how are you going to change it? And what kind of changes would bring actual help to us students? Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question. I think NEP 2020 should have addressed the question of flexibility. Your curriculum need to be really flexible. Uh, but I understand not every state in India, sort of adopt it. Some states are debating, or even pushing for state education policy, 2025, something like that. But in a way, the colleges, hopefully the one you attend, they are more innovative. They need to, if they adopt, NEP 2020, the curriculum should be flexible enough to incorporate all the new technology, the new things that are being implemented in the industry with the employer side. The other thing is a very strong faculty development program and also empowering the faculty member. I think that needs to change as well, meaning faculty members should be allowed to collaborate, actively encouraged, incentivized to work with the practitioner from the industry to incorporate what is missing in the learning content. And of course, the other more important thing, financing. Is about everything is about financing. I've been to so many college of engineering, and also the colleges that run these art, science, commerce program. The facility are also outdated. Be it the biological lab, chemistry lab, physics lab, be it the workshop for CNC training, for machining training, for all sort of training, they are all outdated, right? And mainly because of the lack of financing. And the other aspect of it is the school infrastructure is poorly maintained in many colleges that I've been to. I'm not referring to Kerala because I've not been to that many college of engineering or the universities in Kerala. But without a place where it is attractive to the students, how would you be able to attract the employers to come and collaborate? So that's my question.
So
back to
thank
the
you,
audience.
thank you for that, and thank to the esteemed panelists for sharing very insightful perspectives. I think what we've heard today is that the future of employment will be defined how effectively we combine global lessons, the cloud, with local strengths, the drop of water, and from ADB's vision to preparing South Asia for digitization and climate change, flexible education, to OECD's insights on gig and workforce competitiveness, and of course, INSET's call for Industry 4.0 lessons and the focus on MSMEs and micro MSMEs to actually help that transition. The message is clear. Kerala can position itself at the forefront of these transformations. You need a plan, you need to execute that plan, and the path forward is about building strong collaborations. Government, industry, and academia must act together. The amount of time you spend in a classroom is limited. The knowledge doubles overnight. What of that knowledge to teach and what of that knowledge not to teach, making it flexible, as was mentioned, and create pathways for global opportunities. I think Kerala's aspiration is not just to respond to change, but to shape it. And if we can align our human capital with these emerging opportunities, Kerala can become a truly global hub for talent and innovation. With that, I would like to thank our panelists once again, and for all of you for being such a patient audience. I hope the ideas shared today will translate into concrete actions that Kerala and India can take forward and enable and empower the youth of today to become global citizens and leaders of tomorrow. So thank you very much, and back to the organizers.
Thank you, gentlemen. We would like to present you with a token of appreciation. Mr. Anup Kishore, SRG member, Planning Board, will now present everyone with mementos as a token of appreciation from our part. Please accept our gift, sir. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for your time. It was an amazing discussion. Now a picture to remember this day by. Now we have another session about job opportunities and skill requirements, Australia. But Megan Lilly, Deputy Commissioner, Jobs and Skills Australia, she couldn't make it personally, but she has sent her regards and a video. Let's hear it from Megan.
Hello, my name's Megan Lilly, and I'm Deputy Commissioner at Jobs and Skills Australia. And it's my great privilege to be invited to present to you today at your Skills Kerala Global Summit, focusing on empowering skills for a global future. And I really couldn't think of anything more important for all of us to be talking about. And I also think and believe that the more we share, the better we'll all be for that experience. And I also wish apologies that I wasn't able to get to India. I was very much looking forward to doing that, and particularly catching up with colleagues that I've worked with in India over many years, but unfortunately it was not possible this time. But I would like to share with you what we're doing here at Jobs and Skills Australia and focusing on some of the critical challenges that we have and how we're facing them, but also that others do as well. But before I start, I'd like to acknowledge that I'm on the lands of the Wurundjeri people of the Kulin Nation. They're our First Nation population, and I acknowledge their elders past and present. And this is a tradition that we do in Australia and consider it very important. In sharing today how we're tackling some of these issues around skills and actually meeting the needs of the future, I just want to share with you, first of all, a little bit about Jobs and Skills Australia, and then a little bit about Jobs and Skills Councils and some of the work that we're all collectively focusing on. First of all, Jobs and Skills Australia was established almost 3 years ago, 2 and a bit years ago, and it was established by our Commonwealth Parliament, and it has legislative functions. And you can see those legislative functions there today. I don't and what's working, what's not. Looking at regional and remote Australia, rural, regional and remote Australia, we're a very big landmass, as are you.
The mic, please. The mic. Can you please switch on the mic, please? Can you please check the sound? Can the audio team please check the sound? Ma'am, can you please try speaking?
Should I? Oh,
Oh,
thank
no,
you.
it's fine, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here for the panel discussion on skills, talent mobility, and global skills partnerships. Let me congratulate KDISC for arranging this panel discussion as part of the Skills Summit. The changes in demography and technology and geopolitical disruptions call for skilled young people to take up work at jobs that take our economies forward and while finding fulfillment in their jobs. While the 3 Rs are well understood by all countries and universal literacy is by and far achieved by most countries in the West and definitely in Kerala, higher education frameworks and industry relevant skill certifications differ. This creates a challenge to the aspiring youth and the institutions seeking to facilitate their mobility. While job opportunities are identified by many a jobs and talent report, the lacunae or the gaps in the learning have to be identified and systematically bridged only by committed efforts by the donor countries' institutions and the recipient countries' employers and institutions. Otherwise, it can lead to a huge waste of resources on the part of the youth and even their exploitation. Today, in this panel discussion, we discuss this agenda. As our time is only 1 hour and we are already late, we will have a freewheeling talk in which I ask questions to the panelists and we'll leave 10 minutes for taking questions at the end from the audience. I shall introduce the panelists as I ask them questions. I start with Mr. Sanjay Awasthi, the head of office for India and Bhutan for the International Organization for Migration, the UN Migration Agency. Mr. Sanjay Awasthi brings with him several years, in fact, 3 decades of experience in diverse development and humanitarian contexts spanning Asia and Africa. Guided by the Global Compact for Migration, he leads the IOM's initiatives in India. He has an MPhil in social medicine and community health from the Jawaharlal Nehru University. So, Mr. Awasthi, there are labor shortages we know abroad, and India has a demographic advantage. India has therefore signed migration and mobility partnership agreements with many countries to establish a streamlined pathway for migration. But none of them seem to have worked. Why is it that even when agreements are signed at the governmental level, at the highest level, fair and legal migration pathways still seem so far away? And secondly, how can IOM help government-led skills mobility initiatives to connect migrants to decent work opportunities, especially in the matter of recognition of skills and qualifications.
Thank you, Dr. Titus. It's indeed a pleasure being here. Should I come? Okay, it's a pleasure being here. And thanks to ASAP and KDISC for hosting and organizing this great event. Coming back to your question, uh, let me touch upon the first part. You're right that in the last few years, India has signed nearly 20, more than 20, what the government of India calls migration and mobility partnership agreements. And most of them have been in emerging labor markets, including Europe, etc. And the reason why some of these or many of these agreements haven't been able to move beyond the initial stage, or in other words, they haven't been converted from intent to actions. And one of the reasons which we observe is uh, there is a need for the other stakeholders. So in the beginning, when these agreements happen, the government to government negotiations play a very vital and crucial role. But beyond that, for it to be operationalized, it's very critical for the entities like the private sector to step in, because that's where the employment generation happens. And when it comes to jobs in the essential services like the recruitment of nurses, etc., which still is very much part of the government-led ecosystem, it's still easier. But then the other jobs, they mainly become in the private sector. And the private sector needs to fully comprehend the benefits of being a part of these agreements and taking full advantage. So that's one broad area in terms of the reasons why some of these have not been able to move forward. Just to add that recognizing this key challenge, we at IOM have taken initiatives in a few cases. For example, India and Portugal signed the MMPA in 2021. And in late 2022, we worked closely with the government of Portugal because the government of Portugal had signed similar agreements with 4 or 5 other countries. And we persuaded them to get into the details of how to operationalize it. So we hosted a delegation from Portugal, which comprised of representatives from the Portuguese government, as well as the industry and trade representatives, and my own colleagues from IOM. And we organized a series of interactions in India for them to gain a deeper understanding on recognizing the migration pathways and ways in which the talent acquisition could happen. So that is one way of doing it. But then, as I said, when the multi-stakeholder involvement, especially the private sector, is key. Coming to the second part in terms of what organizations like IOM can do. So since when you mentioned in the introduction, IOM is the only UN organization which is mandated to work on all aspects of migration. And we are guided by the Global Compact for Migration, the globally agreed framework. And India is also has endorsed the GCM. And the good thing which we find in this context is that out of the 23 GCM objectives which touch upon almost all aspects of international migration, the government of India's and state governments' initiatives are already aligned with 21 of these 23 objectives. And as far as IOM is concerned, we have presence in more than 150 countries. So that gives us a unique advantage of sharing insights not only from the countries of origin, but also the countries of destination. And those insights can certainly be constantly shared with our partners in India.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay Avasti. I'd like to turn to the next panelist, Major Shashank Tripathi, the protector of immigrants for Trivandrum and Kochi. Major Shashank Tripathi is a serving officer of the Indian Army with more than 11 years of distinguished service in the Ordnance Corps. He holds an MBA in Supply Chain Management from MCMM Jabalpur. His rich expertise covers logistics, supply chain management, procurement, provisioning, and warehouse operations in some of the most demanding operational environments of the armed forces. The Protector of Immigrants, a post he who now holds on deputation, is under the Ministry of External Affairs. And in this role, he plays a pivotal role in safeguarding the rights and welfare of Indian workers seeking and moving for overseas employment. My question to you, Major, is this. Kerala youth are increasingly seeking to study and work abroad. And yet, every day, despite all our efforts, there are stories of exploitation where they work as either unskilled workers or like Nimisha Priya and others, they don't get the justice they are entitled to because they are working in an environment far removed from us. What steps have been taken by Government of India in preventing exploitation and facilitation of safe and legal migration? Can you share some real life examples to drive home the point?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the question. You spoke about youth seeking work abroad. I would, is it fine? Yes. And the exploitation happening. First of all, probably the people who are migrating, they need to attend the pre-departure orientation training. I will go step by step. So there is a skill building along with that awareness also while you're migrating to a different country or the country of destination. The rules there would be different from your country. So you need to first understand what are things having what repercussion in the destination country. So if some individual going from India and stuck there in Malaysia or any other country with small quantity of drugs which he was not aware, in India, there's a different judgment for that kind of a crime. But there in the foreign destination country, there's a different repercussion that he'll be facing. In order to repatriate those kind of individual who are behind the bar, the embassies or the ministry has been taking up the case with the foreign government there at the destination country, as per their laws in vogue, ma'am. And we are putting across the points from the Protector of Immigrants offices also. The complainants' families are approaching us. We are also writing it up to the embassies and trying to do the maximum whatever we can support them. So there are portals also called Mother. There are things like counselor services also been given, provided they approach through all those channels. So we are trying to do that in a structured way. One more thing, ma'am, the lack of awareness is causing that kind of a problem there in the destination country. So if we go prepared, go legal, go safe, those situations can be avoided. So we are trying to increase the awareness level at the grassroots when people are trying to mobilize from here. So all the recruiting agencies are making it mandatory to attend the pre-departure orientation training. Go legal, go aware, go safe. That is the motto we are trying to follow. Thank you.
Do you conduct awareness programs from the Office of POE?
Ma'am, the Office of POE is doing the outreach program for awareness with respect to the legal migration pathways. The destination country oriented program is done at the pre-departure orientation centers. All the recruiting agencies are being asked to do the mandatory training, but since it is not a like in the rule book that you'll have to have that training done, so people are using the shortcuts and going without the knowledge of that destination country. And that's the reason we say that cultural awareness, legal awareness is required of the destination country too.
Um,
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, it is possible for universities and academicians to lay down curricular frameworks for the study and learning of a subject. But the knowledge and hands-on experience in specific tools that the industry uses requires the industry to invest in training. There is no other way that institutions, academic institutions will get to know it. A talent pipeline can also be developed for the industry only in that manner. But most captains of the industry ask, why should my limited, highly valuable employees spend time and effort in mentoring students who are not even graduates, who are coming here for a short time to do internships? But there are exceptions. We see them in the small family-run businesses in Germany. They enable the Ausbildung process. We also see them here occasionally. Mr. Anish Nanklelil is the Chief Quality Officer for Great Global, currently heading the Great Global operations in India and the Philippines. He was instrumental actually in setting up the Great Global office in India. And when he had to choose the location in India, he chose Kottarakara. I will ask him to explain why he chose the suburban rural area to set up the country office shortly. His previous experience has been as tax director in Grant Thornton. His expertise is in US tax compliance. An active enrolled agent, incidentally, a course that ASAP Kerala runs in Kerala. He holds the ICWAI intermediate qualification. So, Mr. Anish, all surveys and talent reports point to skill gaps. How can these skill gaps be bridged? So, what makes you invest in training? And what made you come to rural Kerala to set up the country office of your multinational company?
Sure. So thanks, ma'am. So I will go from the last to first. So first, I'll tell why did I choose Kerala. So we started the US, the great global with the 8 investor firms. So it's a consortium of top 8 top 100 firms in US. So they came together and they started in Bangalore. So my first office was in Bangalore. We were supposed to, and our corporate office is in Bangalore itself. But why we selected Kerala? Because it's because of the talents. Now I am in this industry for about at least 20 years now. uh, I really know where the talents are sitting. Any of the organization that I worked previously, I know at least 40-50% of the talents are sitting in Kerala, which is why the first thought came: why should I start, or why should I start only in Bangalore when most of the talents or many talents are sitting in Kerala? So we started discussing with ASAP. Ashish from ASAP was my point of contact, and slowly with Usha ma'am, Anup sir, our honorable finance minister, Sri Balagopal sir. So with all their support, we realize a lot of talents are sitting in the remote area, which is why we looked at Kolakada as an option, and it went really well because we hired about 50 plus people in the first shot from ASAP. Those students were just amazing. It's just because they are sitting in the tier 2 or tier 3 cities, um, they should not go unnoticed, and if they are missing this opportunity, I think it is a big miss for the industry as well, because I'm really enjoying working with them. highly talented. There are some gaps were there that I'm coming to the next point, but however, the talents were just amazing. And most of the talents who started with us, now in the second year they are in a next level position in their organization. So I'm very glad for it. Now, why me as a firm also investing in training? Because there are a lot of requirements from US, right? There is no other choice for US firms as well to get these talents in US. So they have to outsource this. And the best talent pool available is in India. Now we as a firm start investing in people and developing the talents and keeping them ready. This is a major attraction for all these organizations to come to our country and particularly to our state to start their business. Now, I started with 4 firms. Now I have about 8+ firms, and all of them are very happy to do in Kerala, especially because we are investing on people and spending time on training people on this specific skill. So I would also enforce this message again. The firms need to invest time on this students, especially the brilliant students, because that is our future workforce and who can develop their career in this industry.
Thank you, Anish. So we in Kerala are used in India as well to pilot programs. You know, this holds true of some private sector as well. You know, something sometimes works together, and we are able to skill people, send them to good jobs. Then something else happens. Either the trainers leave, or due to geopolitical disruptions, the company cannot take in more. And then everything comes to a standstill. So sustaining a steady pipeline of skilled youth or workers calls for a lot of effort. And our next panelist is one who is now working in creating this pipeline. She is Judith Hip, a nurse by training, who was nursing director, head of the Department of Nursing in Berlin for several years. Then she went into coaching. She has trained people in the German skill tests and dealt in international recruitment in Mexico and Philippines and India. Since the last 1 year, she is project lead under GIZ, Germany's development agency, in charge of global skills partnerships in nursing. Now, global skills partnerships is something that the European Union has accepted, where the destination country or the recipient country invests in the training in the donor country, the skill training of the youth and the people who are desirous of mobility to the destination country. And there are employers who want them. So, Ms. Judith, tell us, is the global skills partnerships the way to establish a pipeline of talent to take advantage of the huge job opportunities that exist out there? And tell us how you are actually establishing it. You're doing it in nursing. Do you have plans to move into other sectors?
Well, first of all, namaskaram, and it's a great honor to be here and to be allowed to speak in a great event such as this. Now, it is a fact that global labor migration needs a new approach, and it always should be set up in a way that it is a gain for both countries, the country of origin and the country who receives the person. And the idea of a global skills partnership was developed so as to have a new approach, a circular approach. And what we are doing is, in fact, a simple thing. We match a German employer, like a German university clinic, with an Indian college. And in the second year of the nursing studies, we do start giving for free German lessons in German language. We also compare by German authorities the curriculum in Germany with that in India. And whenever there's something missing, we implement an enhancement curriculum in those 2 years as an add-on, so that when the students finally graduate, they're not just recognized and registered nurses in India, but also in Germany, even before they get deployed. Another advantage is that during those 2 years, the students already know their future employer, and we've got time to prepare them for the process of migration. And as I said, we do train the trainer programs, we do clinical instruction, and we set a focus on exchange because yes, there are perhaps a few things one can take and learn from Germany, but I do think Germans can learn a lot from Indian nursing. Now, I'm in the position of being able to compare both curricula, and I must say, in many aspects, Indian nurses are exceedingly well trained. So, our idea is that once the student has graduated, they have a choice to work either in Germany or in India, or to work in Germany for a few years and then, with that newly acquired knowledge, return to India. So that in future times, perhaps we can face a world where people can choose where to work without needing to go through extra skills tests. And I must add, so as to do a pilot project like that, one depends on working together with a college that is very well organized and has got a very progressive way of acting. And we were very lucky to meet Zimet College in Kerala, Trivandrum, and Dr. Asha, who helped us so very much in getting started. And just this week, we had the first interviews with our students, and I'm looking really, really very forward to get this on. Thank you.
Thank you. If I have time, I'll come back and ask you more questions. So, this Global Skills Partnership that Ms. Judith has initiated is actually something that GIZ, Germany's development agency, is establishing with CMET, as Ms. Judith did mention. CMET stands for State Institute for Medical Education and Technology. It runs 11 nursing colleges. And its director is Dr. Asha S. Kumar. And it is Dr. Asha's, it's a credit to Dr. Asha's dynamism and farsightedness that we have this agreement with GIZ so that students, nursing students, do not have to pay anything, the selected nursing students, in terms of German language training or the curriculum skills that are right now deficient compared to the German curricular system. Dr. Asha has more than 25 years of teaching experience in nursing colleges in the state. She is actually the Associate Professor of Nursing in Government Nursing College in Trivandrum and has been sent on deputation to CMET. And that is good that she is in charge of CMET at this time. A former faculty of Sultan Qaboos University, she is a fellow of the Faculty of Nursing and Midwifery from the RCSI Board, Ireland. She's a PhD guide. She's a member of the Senate of the Kerala Health University. So tell us, Dr. Asha, Ms. Judith told us about why they initiated GSP. Tell us the different components or the elements of the GSP as you had to implement it. How difficult was it? After all, you are in the government. 100 students for this program. We have a lot more students who want to go abroad. So do you think it is scalable? And do you think this is the solution for a safe and fair migration pathway?
Thank you, the organizers, for giving me such an opportunity. And thank you, Usha ma'am. State Institute of Medical Education Technology, as ma'am said, we have 11 colleges. We run course in BSc Nursing course, a graduation program in nursing affiliated to Kerala University of Health Sciences, recognized by Indian Nursing Council. GSP program was introduced to us by GIEZ. The project lead is here, Ms. Judith Heap. Their office has introduced the program. We could find the advantages of the program included, it comes under the Triple Win program, which was initiated by NORCA. And the first Triple Win model was sending registered nurses abroad after teaching German language. They will be employed as assistant nurses for 1.5 years approximately, and later they will be appointed as registered nurses after acquiring the B2 level German language qualification. So that means a registered nurse, a person who's entitled to work as a registered nurse is spending her time as assistant nurse there in Germany. We find that as unjust. And then the second model is after their +2 program, students are sent to Germany for studying nursing there. And the disadvantage of that program, what we found was they will not be recognized back in India if once they decide to come back to India. The third type of model they introduced to us was GSP program, Global Skill Partnership Program. That is something which will be advantageous for our students because they learn German language along with the academic curriculum. After their academic hours in the same college, in the same classroom, 25 students will have one German teacher and they will have the German language training. And like that, 50 students will be trained in German language until they acquire their B2 level. And then the difference in the German nursing curriculum and Indian nursing curriculum, we found that there is a difference of 400 geriatric nursing hours because Germany is a country with the more geriatric population. So we are not giving that much of importance to geriatric nursing, where we are more oriented towards adult health nursing. So we thought we will add this 400 hours more to our curriculum after the semester 8, that is after the completion of the program, so that our syllabus will get equalized to their curricular program, and then they'll be recognized as registered nurses there. And here also, they are, as per INC, their qualifications are complete. So we the program is now initiated in our colleges, and we started in the 5th semester. Students will be trained in the German language after their regular class hours, and then they will receive about 160 hours of German language training and in the A1, and then they will complete the A2. They will be given some additional benefits. Some 160 euros they will pay as a scholarship amount, and they will go to learn the B1 level. And during the 7th semester, we'll make it little bit easy for them. We'll not make them tightly packed with German language because they have their final university exams. And in the semester 8, we don't have much of university exams, and they are having only practical training. So that time we will give more language training, and by after completion of the 8th semester, they'll be ready to write the B2 level exams. And after the S8 exams, when they wait for the council registration, they'll be given training in geriatric nursing also. In our medical colleges, geriatric ward plus the residential old age homes of government old age homes. So in this way, we plan this program. And by if we begin the program in 25 November, by 27, when they complete their BSc nursing program, within 6 months of completion of their program, they will be ready to get employed as a registered nurse in the hospitals of Germany. So we have made a tie-up with the, like our German institution partner is University Clinic Saarland, under the Saarland University, which comes in the Germany-France border. And so we know the employer early. There'll be exchange programs. Teachers will be coming here and our teachers will be going there. And we know each other from semester 5 onwards. So I find this program is going to be a successful one. And the pilot one was just began in the CIMET college. And soon it will be extended to government colleges and other colleges in the state. So then getting permissions from the government, getting permissive sanctions each level, because we need to make them understand this is a proper, fair and safe migration pathway for the students. And that was a challenge, but finally we got clearance from all the authorities, and still 1 or 2 is pending, but very soon we'll clear those hurdles also, and the program will be implemented very soon. And that's a story.
Yes,
Thank you.
I think the message I get from CMET's experience is that, if the faculty and are aware or make themselves aware of the opportunities that exist and are able to make the partnerships possible, then no government stands in the way. Nothing can stand in the way of enabling the students interested in migration to go forward. They are the ones actually, while they are studying in the institutions, if they can put on to the awareness workshops that the POE runs, be knowledgeable about the agencies that have the valid recruitment license, be sure of the employer and the credentials, then it is possible to have a safe and legal migration pathway. Now let's step aside and look at the numbers in India. Every year, 10 to 15 million, that's 1 crore to 1.5 crore graduates enter India's job market. We know that in Europe, for instance, Germany has 1 million vacancy, France has 500,000, Italy close to 1 million. There are vacancies, job shortages everywhere. But then it isn't as if India alone is eyeing that market. There is Brazil, there is Philippines, there are South Asian countries who are all skilling their youth. They are creating ecosystems that enable their youth to seize those job opportunities. Apart from global skills partnerships, are there other ways to scale up quickly and scale up quickly? The Gati Foundation, standing for Global Access to Talent from India, is set up on the back of strong research to position India as a global talent hub to address this issue of international labor shortages. Its CEO, Mr. Arnab Bhattacharya, is here with us. He has over 25 years of experience in turning around businesses. He is the founding member of Neogen, India's first listed fintech NBFC, and Clarity, a platform that partners with MSMEs to help them achieve their growth potential. He has also been involved in the last 7 years as a social venture partner. So, Mr. Arnab Bhattacharya, what do you propose for Kerala to position itself as a global talent hub?
Thanks, Dr. Usha. Appreciate the invitation to be here and be part of this August panel. Gati, as you mentioned, has been set up to help India take a lead position in almost defining the global talent mobility industry as we are calling it right now. I think this industry has been there for a long, long period of time, right? It's been, and the analogy that I can use is a services industry which has been extremely successful, which is the IT services industry. So we are probably in the same position that the IT services industry was there in the 1970s, 80s. There was business happening. There were people that were being sent overseas. And then you had formalization happen. NASSCOM came into being. And as we stand today, the rest is history. We think we are on the verge of trying to create history all over again. What would happen in the white collar services space? Can we take it into the blue and gray collar skilling spaces as well? In fact, all of the discussion that has happened to now is extremely pertinent. And our role at Gati is to be the catalyst and bring some of these elements together, whether it's trying to go ahead and drive advocacy around legal migration, which Shashank is trying to do, whether it's trying to get into tier 2, 3 towns and get in skills, so which can feed into the global employment landscape, whether it's trying to scale in the work that Dr. Asha is trying to do in terms of bringing in skills along with Judith in terms of getting in global standards, which once Indian students go through, the market is just not India. The market is the world. So you can decide which pathways to take. From a Kerala standpoint, I think Kerala today is a pioneer to that extent as compared to a lot of other states in India, because there is a history of migration that has taken place. Fundamentally, it was probably started opportunistically like any other migration business that starts. But over the period of time, I think Kerala has created an infrastructure which allows for migration, allows for growth, and potentially the return back to the country. The interesting part when we looked at data around Kerala is that today the migration, there are about 2.2 million migrants from Kerala who are employed overseas, adding both into the skills pool when they return back, as well as into the remittance pool, which adds to the state exchequer. But a lot of them has been male dominated. A lot of that has been to, say, the GCC countries. I think the next step for Kerala would be to look at outside of the GCC countries, and we already see that happening, and potentially change the ratio of the male-female migration over the next few years. We are very keen at Gati, like everyone that we see out here is a partner whom we can learn from and hopefully enable and make it better. And the way we see it is that the train has already left the station, but the rails are narrow gauge. The question is how quickly can we make it broad gauge for the faster mobility to happen? Thank you.
Yeah. Do you think, why in our discussions you did mention, do you think institutions should start having a curricular framework that is accepted a priori by the countries which have labor shortages?
Absolutely. Now, this goes back a little bit to human psychology almost, right? So I can ask somebody else to change, but the easiest person to change is probably yourself. So I think if we can take an approach of our curriculum are towards international standards, right? And maybe something that's happening in the healthcare space, because German standards potentially are acceptable all across Europe. So you skill yourself as per German standards, you effectively have almost a passporting into the rest of Europe, and it opens it up. So yeah, so I think today we are playing the way we have done our skills certification, right, needs to mimic a bit what's happened in the higher education spaces, where the IITs and IIMs, the recognition is global. There's no question about, do you want an IIT student or IIM student? Everybody in the world is knocking on the doors. I think we need to do the same space in the skilling space as well.
Yes. So I can open up the floor for questions. We can take a couple of questions.
Wonderful session, fantabulous indeed. Dr. Usha was talking about global talent pool, on a comparative note, how India could be the beneficiary. Taking the word of catalyst, state exchequer, train. Okay, let me convert it into national exchequer. How GCC capturing global skill partnership, integrating with GCC, the current scenario where CII, FICCI, Government of India, in conjunction and collaboration with the European Union, but Germany is a very key initial participant. GCC, I mean Global Capability Center. You can find a solution or how you derive a solution, being the expert panelist for the session.
There was a lot of echo. So are you asking that?
I'm asking that GCC, that is a talk of the day, given the fact of GCC, Global Capability Center,
In skilling.
Keep skilling, interdisciplinary skilling through cross-border.
So
Interdisciplinary cross-border.
Yes, what he is asking is whether the European Union, which consists of several nations, can set up a global capability center or invest in what would be a GCC in skilling, in which case the recognitions, the certifications, the equivalency can be obtained in India itself.
Well, as it is at present with that pilot project we are doing, the nurses are recognized for the German market whilst being in India. Even before getting deployed, they are already recognized. And you rightfully said that, of course, the demographic change going on in Europe, Germany is not the only country looking. It's Denmark, it's Switzerland, it's Austria. And Dr. Usha very rightfully said that European standards are fulfilled with the German accreditation. So Denmark and Switzerland have already asked me to join in a program like that, which then is the idea that was just propagated, meaning we can make it possible for students to go abroad to Europe or to India, and they can work there without any further tests. And please let me put one emphasis, which perhaps wasn't that clearly said. It cannot be any more just about draining one country. This is about exchange. This is about exchange. Our idea is to build up an exchange program between the students because we do want to see that both countries in that progress are winners at the end.
Okay. I mean, I was about to say a very good question, which the IOM can also take an initiative in, which is, an extension of the earlier questions we asked. Can you run a pilot on equivalency or finding the gaps in the curriculum so that gap that fits those skills that fit the certification can be provided in India, like you have an international driver's license provided in India. Yes. Yes, your question. Yeah, you want to talk on that?
Dr. Shaju Jamaluddin, CEO of Reams Education International. While we're talking about the global skill collaboration, I feel there's a necessity for local collaboration as well. Maybe a question to Dr. Usha Titus, as the head of the ASAP. So we are going to having a quantum jump in terms of skill development in Kerala from this event today and tomorrow. So ASAP got any idea of collaborating with
the private sector as a PPP model in equipping and empowering the youth so that we can have the numbers increase to a very big phase and we can keep up with the challenges of the demand and supply gap in terms of the skill. Thank you. Collaboration of ASAP with the private entities, education institutions in Kerala.
Yes, in the structure, from the structure onwards, ASAP believes in a private-public partnership. Its 16 community skill parks are actually run by the private sector. Wherever we can find a private sector willing to do the training. And it is in the community skill park at Kulakada that Anish came and set up the first company. So even in the matter of talent mobility and ensuring, that steady pipeline, we plan to work with the private sector because the private sector is actually doing a lot of skilling and training. And and Major Shashank's work involves working day in and day out with the private recruitment agencies who are actually sending the interested youth abroad. We want to ensure, while working with them, a safe and legal migration pathway. We know that a lot of exploitation happens, which is what Major Shashank is trying to put a check. And if we come to know, we will be signing at the end of the session shortly in a few minutes, 2 agreements. One will be with Mr. Anish for training in specific audit and accounting programs used in US taxation. The other will be with Gadi Foundation. And when Gadi Foundation works with other states, works with other countries and institutions, it will be possible for them to aggregate some of these employers, jobs, and help us bridge that gap. And then we will have to work with the private sector who is already working with the migrants and potential migrants.
Thank you, ma'am. So sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt. The time's up for now.
Mr. Arnab had a word and then we
Oh,
will
sure,
close.
sure.
Yeah.
Thanks. Just to add to that, right? Just to add to what Dr. Usha said, this is a new industry coming in where the private sector needs to play a strong role in formalization and to drive ethical migration. This is an industry which will have a build out of training institutions, which is skill training, which is language training. This is an industry where you'll have new solutions coming around financing, the skill financing that you need to do before people can go across, the access to capital. You'll need to have solutions that will allow for integration into the communities into which people are going to get into. There has to be an industry which has to be created. Maybe that'll be a decade later, but which Kerala is facing now, which is about remigration and the entrepreneurship and the sheer improvement in quality that overall Indian industry will benefit from this. So at the end of the day, while the initiatives that are being taken by the Kerala government, other state government, and the Indian government, it's almost beholden upon the private sector to come and play a larger role out here.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Thank all the panelists. Now it's time for showing our love towards you. It's a token of appreciation from our part, mementos. I request Usha ma'am to please give the mementos to all the panelists. Ma'am, please. Some energy. Yes.
Just an announcement. dated 25th of this month, there was a Government of India order that country-specific demand for the nurses is not required as part of their migration. So we are trying to ease it out for the nurses, and going forward, we'll be easing it out for the other trades also. One more thing I wanted to bring forward. The skilling agencies are calling the foreign employers on the visit visa. So that's one thing that I wanted to bring across. Please travel to India on the correct visa. It will be easy for me to not to disturb you guys in doing the fair business. Thank you.
Can we please have a group photo? The entire panel. And after the group photo, I request Usha ma'am to please stay back. Thank you, everyone. Usha ma'am, please stay back. Now we have an MOU between ASAP Kerala and Gati Foundation. I request Mr. Arnab Bhattacharya, CEO Gati Foundation, to please come on stage, along with Mr. Deepanshu Singh, Senior Program Manager, Gati Foundation. I request both these gentlemen to please join Usha ma'am on stage so that we can have the MOU between ASAP Kerala and Gati Foundation. The MOU between ASAP Kerala and Gati Foundation. Thank you, gentlemen. Now I request Mr. Anish N, Chief Quality Officer, GR8 Affinity Services India and Philippines, to please come on stage so that we can have the MOU between ASAP Kerala and GR8 Affinity Services. Usha ma'am, please stay back. I request Mr. C.K. Shibu, District Mission Coordinator, Vijnana Keralam Alappuzha, to please come on stage to present a memento to Usha ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. C.K. Shibu. Thank you for your time. Now we have keynote address, Emerging Tech AI and the Future of Work, by Mr. Kumaresh Pattabhiraman, Country Manager and Head of Product, LinkedIn India. Sir, please. Mr. Kumaresh Pattabhiraman, Country Manager and Head of Product, LinkedIn India.
Hello everyone. Namaskaram. Everkum enter Tiruvona Ashamshagal. My name is Kumaresh Pattabhiraman. I apologize in advance if I sound a bit nasal because I'm just recovering from the flu. It's my absolute pleasure to be here today. And I wanted to quickly introduce myself. I am the country manager and head of product for LinkedIn in India. And I've had a career that spans 2 decades across technology companies, including LinkedIn, Microsoft, and Google. But the most pivotal moment in my career came from a very different point in time in my life. And that's what you see in the bottommost of this LinkedIn profile. And I was working to be a chess player. The first career I wanted to pursue was to become a chess player. I'd invested several years of my childhood into this game, hoping to make it big, until I woke up one day to this in the newspaper. For the first time, AI had defeated the world's best human at a game that we thought was an intellectual game that won't be solved by AI anytime soon. The feeling I had then was, has AI just stolen my career before it even started? And if you can think about how millions of young Indian professionals entering the workforce are thinking right now, it's a similar feeling. Will AI make my job redundant? Now, to answer this question, I have to look also back in time because AI defeated a human being 30 years ago, nearly. And what I can tell you is, one, the chess players who embraced AI became way better than those that did not. Secondly, AI played a huge leveler. What that means is people from humble backgrounds right here in South India could now start competing for world championships. In fact, we have a world champion who leveraged AI very early in his life. And even for those that left chess altogether, like me, we had access to mentors, like former chess players, who told us that the skills that you pick up in one field of work can be applied to another. For example, strategy, thinking ahead, related skills like logic, math, can be used for you not to pursue chess anymore, but maybe become a machine learning engineer. And that's what I did. The world right now is changing very fast. In fact, the world of work is being rewritten entirely. 50% of India's jobs on the rise, they did not exist 20 years ago. So if you were to think of yourself as having a job with a specific title, it's time to start rethinking that, because chances are that that title may not exist in a few years from today. But what will exist is a set of skills that will evolve, and for those skills to be highly adaptable. And that is what you will hold closer to you when these titles keep coming and going. In fact, that is why we at LinkedIn believe that skills is the new currency of work. What does that mean for skills to be the new currency of work? Take a problem like under-leveraged talent, right? We always hear about unemployment. An equally important problem to solve is underemployment, where you have a certain set of skills, but you don't know that those skills can be applied towards jobs that produce even higher value for your company and your country. What we believe is that for India to establish itself as the talent capital of the world, we need to solve this problem of skills and its connection to unemployment and underemployment. When you look at the world from a skills lens, you take all the jobs that existed in 2016, fast forward to today, 36% of the skills required for those jobs have already changed. But what is even more exciting and a little bit scary is by 2030, in 5 years from today, 70% of the jobs of the skills required for these jobs will have changed. So how do you then prepare for a world that is changing so dramatically? We looked at a report from the World Economic Forum. It's called the Future of Jobs report. And the good news is that this report projects that there will be more jobs created net when you look at the total jobs created minus total jobs displaced. Right? We'll create 170 million new jobs in the next 5 years. The kinds of jobs that get created include frontline work, farm workers. It includes the care economy, nurses, social workers. It includes several technology jobs in AI, machine learning, big data analysts. And perhaps in good news for the planet, green jobs are expected to be part of these 170 million that will get created. But along with that, we'll have 92 million jobs that will get displaced. What does that mean? The jobs that are repetitive in nature, clerical in nature, are already getting displaced. Knowledge worker jobs that have a very specific AI aspect of it are getting replaced. The thing to take away from this report is even though we are looking at a net hiring outlook that is positive for the world, the amount of churn that the world will go through is massive. You're looking at about 22% of all jobs going through some sort of churn through this process. In fact, when LinkedIn did some more research into this by looking at just one skill, generative AI, what we found was that it will touch every industry out there. Now, obviously, generative AI will impact technology. Our analysis shows that 77% of professionals in tech and IT will have their jobs either completely disrupted or augmented by AI. But it's not just technology that is getting disrupted or augmented. You'll see here on this list, you'll see accommodation and food services as an example. The way we arrived at this view of how every industry will get impacted, we took all the skills that are currently required across all these industries. We took 500 plus skills and we did an analysis of which of those skills are most likely to get disrupted or augmented by generative AI, and this is what we came up with. Now, for a world that is undergoing so much change, what we've lacked is, imagine like you are going on the road and 70% of the places that you need to go to will change in the next 5 years. Can you navigate that road without a map? Right? Like now we have Google Maps, we just open it, we pop in a place, we go to it, right? We need a map for the world of work. And that is what we call the LinkedIn economic graph. This economic graph has data from 1.2 billion professionals across the entire world in upwards of 190 countries. It includes the companies that they work at, upwards of 70 million companies, the jobs those companies offer, the skills needed for those jobs, 42,000 skills, and the academic institutions that offer these skills. You're looking at a graph that maps the world's economy. And what is really powerful is that this is not a one-time snapshot of the world's economy. This is a real-time, it's the world's largest network that's dynamic, real-time. It gives you a worldview into what's happening right now and projects out into the future. Because every minute on LinkedIn, we have 17,000 new connections, 9,000 plus more jobs being applied to by people every minute. Right? 90 new jobs are added. That's how we know what kinds of new jobs are entering the world of work. Every minute, millions of pieces of content are getting consumed. Right? So if you can imagine now starting to connect the dots across jobs, people, skills, companies, job titles, the roles that like people hold, the educational institutions that offer these skills, that's where you arrive at this live map of the world of work. And what is really powerful about this view is that we are LinkedIn, we have the economic graph, but we're also part of Microsoft, which has the world's leading AI and infrastructure needed to derive meaning from this graph. And we are amongst the world's most trusted platforms out there. We've invested in deep verification of identities. We have upwards of 55 million verified professional identities, making us the largest trusted platform for verified professional identities. When you combine these, it makes LinkedIn the platform that is able to help people navigate their careers at a time when a lot is changing. Now, it's awesome for us to look at all these worldviews and say, yeah, 1.2 billion professionals, but what does that mean for a state looking to run its own policies, its own set of practices to help its citizens create economic opportunity for themselves? I have a trivia question for you right now. Now, of all the states in India, I want you to guess the state that had the highest membership growth in the last 5 years on LinkedIn. Any guesses? I heard Kerala. Is that the only guess I'll get? You are spot on. Now, Kerala is a state that has 3% of India's population. Okay? But it has tackled many hard problems, such as literacy, public health, connectivity. And it's also clear that its citizens are at this point joining digital first platforms like LinkedIn at a rate that is surpassing every other state. In fact, when you look at learners in Kerala, those that are picking up a new digital skill, it's doubled in the last 2 years. That to me is a sign of a state that is investing in reskilling itself. Despite being a state with only 3% of the workforce, of 3% of India's population, it is the 9th largest talent pool with 61,000 software engineers. And the good news is that the kinds of skills that this workforce is picking up, it includes AI amongst the top few skills that are being picked up. Now, these are all just a sneak peek at what we released today with the talent landscape of Kerala. It is a report that we shared today, and tomorrow we're going to be going deeper into this in a morning session where we'll be giving you a lot more of these insights. Now, what does this mean for the state of Kerala? This partnership with LinkedIn, it means that its citizens can connect with 1.2 billion professionals worldwide. Its citizens can apply to jobs. In fact, they apply to jobs thousands every minute. And these are global opportunities, not just local opportunities. The partnership between KDisk and LinkedIn is a strong sign of how a state can offer learning resources that can help its citizens not just develop skills, which are of course very important, but also connections and the confidence needed to navigate this world of work that's changing so dramatically. Oftentimes when we go through these sort of presentations, it's easy to look at large numbers and not be able to connect to it. But I want to tell you a story of how this is not about changing individuals. It's about transforming communities. I met a young girl called Kusum, who's a first-generation student from Mumbai. Now, she comes from a community where it's not common for women in that community to be breadwinners. They are more often caretakers. They are usually discouraged from working. Now, Kusum was in a family situation where her dad was unwell, her mom was a sole breadwinner, and she herself was shy and not ready to go talk to employers about possible roles she could do using her skills. Enter Link Women, a program that is a partnership between LinkedIn and UN Women. What Kusum got with this program was access to resources that helped her pick up digital first skills, access to mentorship, which meant that Kusum could connect with someone who could give her guidance at a very important time in her life. And most importantly, when she created that LinkedIn profile, she gained confidence to be able to navigate the world of work. She got a job at Pfizer as her first job after practicing her interview skills with LinkedIn Learning. And what is evident here is that this is not, like Kusum is one of thousands of such women that are going through similar transformation right now. The Link Women program has reached 3,500 women across India and Indonesia. And it's clear when I talk to Kusum that her next generation is going to have a completely different outlook towards the role of women in the workplace. I want to leave you with this final thought that I find really inspiring. You know, oftentimes you think about the future and you try to predict it. You have a crystal ball and you try to go, this is maybe where the world is headed. Peter put it aptly. He said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. We believe that this partnership between Kerala and LinkedIn is creating that future. It's building an AI-ready workforce that has not just the skill sets, but the connections and the confidence necessary to take on this rapidly changing world of work. With that, I end my keynote, and I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Can we please have a mic? The gentleman wants to ask a question. Yep, so we have the mic here. Okay, no questions for the time being. Mr. Kumaresh Pattabhiraman, please stay back. We would like to present you with a memento. I request Dr. Surjit DMC Kannur to please go on stage and present Mr. Kumaresh Pattabhiraman with a memento as a token of love and appreciation from our part. So it was a wonderful session. Thank you, sir. Now we have another session about reshaping leadership and workforce for industrial transformation. I invite Mr. Raymond Klein, founder and CEO, International Center for Industrial Transformation, INCIT, on stage. Sir, please.
Just a moment. So let's see. Can I have my slides? So good afternoon. My name is Raymond Klein. I'm presenting Insight. We are a non-for-profit, non-governmental organization located in Singapore. And I pronounce Insight wrongly, not because I'm German, I cannot speak English. This is also sometimes the case, but we collect a lot of data with the transformation of manufacturing company and deliver insights to single site manufacturer, multiple site manufacturer on an aggregated data way also to governments. So our core mission revolves around manufacturing transformation, and here we accelerate the transformation through our prioritization indexes, which means we go in a customized way, measure the maturity, and then customize in terms of what is the impact on the bottom line, the essential business objective, and then our system calculates the roadmap on which dimension the company need to focus as a next step to drive productivity. Now, we are a platform business, and as such, we use channel partner. And what you see now here
the channel partner, the first one, manufacturing industries. I give you some example. Hitachi, we can use that. We have a marketing agreement with them, has 425 plants. Now they measure all the plants, identify best practice, and then create playbooks to put those best practice towards other manufacturing sites. What we also have, we have local solution providers and consulting companies, and they get certified here together with CII. So CII will provide the training, the Confederation of Indian Industry. They will do the training and certify those certified assessors. Additionally, in certain countries, they request us to give the banks access to the reports because they do the financing of the manufacturers. So what is the biggest problem the manufacturers are facing in terms of education, but also in terms of where am I at the moment in terms of digital transformation, sustainable, here circular product design, or AI transformation. And when they know where they are, the problem is out of which elements does digital transformation exist and which one do I address as a next step? And the last answer which they're asking for is, now I implemented everything, but what is the impact? What is my productivity doing? What is my workforce productivity? Is it increasing? Is it declining? And these are all the data what we select. Now, guidance is needed because very often the manufacturers really don't know where they are. And if there is not a structured approach, there's a high risk of scattered investment where the targets are missed in terms of productivity. Now, when we talk about Industry 4.0, where's the world after 15 years, after 15 years of talk? So what you see on the graph here is how we aggregate it on process level, on technology level, and on organization level, and we measure the transformation in a band 0 to 5. And at the moment, the world is at 1.88, and you can say starting digitalization of processes. What you also see is that not much difference beside in South America, the organization is quite advanced. The reason is here they measure at the moment only multinationals, not SMEs. Now, what we read out of the data when we zoom in, that we see a clear digital divide between countries. And here we have a skills disparity between countries, and it's limiting the potential of benefiting, enabling productivity through transformation. The other one is legacy systems. Existing legacy systems hindering the adoption and integration of new technologies and leading to inefficiencies and delays. Last but not least, organizational resistance related to the education. So many organizations struggle to adopt the rapid pace of technology change, facing challenges in terms of culture, skills, and processes. Now, there's one thing which was rarely addressed, and this is focus on efficiency, leadership training. We rarely see in the countries leadership training of those owners who do the budget for the technology. So they do the budget, they are in my age, and luckily I worked for Siemens, I know what digital transformation is, but if you don't know it, you also need training, not only reskilling, upskilling of workforce or new students, but also of leadership. Now, if we combine our data, we see three major problems worldwide. Number one, too often curriculums focus on the skills that are relevant in the current production sites, which are designed years ago, rather than the capabilities needed for tomorrow's industrial landscape of technologies. So what are the future technology drivers? Number two, I repeat myself here a little bit, the leadership training in many areas of Industry 4.0 is literally not existent and not available. So they don't know how to budget and which technology to take to drive the next productivity step. And last but not least, if we look to our global data, it reveals that there is one consistent challenge. Many organizations have the ambition to transform, but a lack of structured, data-driven tools to navigate these complex journeys. And even fewer of them, of these companies, effectively connect workforce development with their core transformation objectives. Now, let me explain through some puzzle stones what's missing. We call it the 4 lenses. Go to the first one on the top left side, operational excellence. This is a self-assessment tool for micro SMEs, and it takes 2 to 6 hours. It exists in 10 languages, also in Hindi, but we can adapt the language very easy within 2 months to whatever language is needed. It's specifically designed for micro SMEs and serves as an entry point into the transformation journey, and it provides self-assessment to increase productivity, embrace digital literacy, and accelerate growth, how to export. Start focusing and implement on processes which are more efficient to drive productivity, to start digitalization and show insights with the data generated. So we even get them used to generate data, to measure data in the job shop to accelerate growth. So some key dimensions. So we measure, you don't see the dimensions on this here. We measure some key dimensions like workforce training effectiveness and the adoption of digital tools. Now, when we aggregate the data to the current technology profiles of these micro SME segments, industry segments, we can define training taxonomies, pulling the workforce into technologies driving much higher productivity. Now let's go to the second lens. Our systems are mapped with each other. So when a company reaches band 4 to 5 aggregated, the system tells them move into digital transformation. That was a discussion. A guy asked, who are the top ones and who can go to the next stage? So everything I show you is existing, by the way. We are in 67 countries established, and we have government contracts, by example, with Saudi Arabia, with Brazil, with Philippines, and so on. Now, what you see here is the digital transformation, the Smart Industry Readiness Index. We developed it with McKinsey. Just to give you a feeling, to develop such an index costs around 2 million euro and around 1.5 years to define the dimensions and to do the training, the manual and the case studies and the multiple choice tests to certify the assessors and to program the software platform. Now, Siri is an automated tool developed to help the manufacturers assess their current digital maturity and generate a customized roadmap. I'll give you later an example of the customized roadmap with industrial AI. Here, talent readiness is measured in 2 dimensions: workforce training and development and leadership competency. And here I would like to stress, what we learned is that leadership competency is always the highest rated dimension. But our system is having a certain intelligence, so we have interlocks. If the workforce is not more than band 2, the leadership never can move from band 3 to band 4. So this is interlocked. So now it's important also, I showed you where the world is in terms of transformation, but it's also important what is the progress in the last 4 years before and after COVID. Now, what you see is actually a stagnation shock. So no progress in terms of digital transformation. And when digital transformation stagnates, productivity stagnates, and it creates a domino effect worldwide. So worldwide, the productivity is declining. Nobody gains really a momentum of productivity to counteract inflation rate. So the lower productivity and the stagnation, in essence, is disrupting the digital transformation and creates a vicious cycle of low growth and potential unemployment. How to break this cycle? It's crucial to prioritize policies that foster innovation, promote education adoption, and enhance productivity. And here also with the data I give you at the end of my presentation, examples how we elaborate policy making. If you want to have the presentation, please approach the organizer. I told him he can, whoever want to have it, distribute to all the people. Now, let's go into a data and see how best, broad, middle, and so to say, bottom of companies worldwide perform. So what you see on the left side, the red line, which is between a band 0 to 1, describes mainly micro SMEs and SMEs. So they not really know what to do with digital transformation. The broad middle is the blue line with around 80%. And one thing which is difficult to read, but again, you can have the presentation, job shop connectivity is the lowest rated technology dimension. Now, if you go into AI, the highest one which is needed is real-time data, new structured AI readiness, real-time data, job shop connectivity. Now, here you see that from our data, we see only 10% of the companies ready, and these are the 10% on the right side. They leading at the moment the productivity, but the broad middle in the middle is progressing very low, and it's very much related to workforce development, skilling, and to leadership development. But the bottom is the biggest problem because in certain areas, they represent 50 to 60% of the productivity, and they lack in all areas with minimal progress in digitalization and transformation, putting their long-term viability at risk. Now, looking the red line characteristic, it describes SME, and the micro SMEs here need a different methodology, what we found out. So the digital transformation was a step too high for them. And that's the reason we developed this operational excellence Operi app on iPhone and on Android store. Now, I want to give you an example of a country. A country approached us, we call it the digital divide a little bit. And before I'm going to the country and show you a benchmark, because they came to us and said, we cannot export anymore, the export rates are declining sharply. Before I do that, I show you how we structure the data. So what you see on the middle, on the left side are fast moving consumer goods. The industry segment under the 59 example would be cosmetics, and the industry subsegment would be head and shoulders, sun and skin, beauty and color. So we really compare the production sites to each other as peers, but always anonymously. So if you, by example, say, I want to benchmark myself, at the moment you only can do it to the economic zone of Asia. But if you want to measure yourself with G7, G10, and so on, this is possible. Now, when we then moving into this case, the country ask us, please take countries in the same capita by GDP and show us where we are in terms of digital maturity. What you see here, the multinationals represent the orange column in this graph. Then what we did is we zoomed into these multinationals and benchmarked them against the 17 country multinational in terms of best, broad, middle, and bottom in class. And what you see on this is the orange line represents the country and the red line represents the bottom 10% multinationals. So what you can see here is that the non-capability of enabling digital tools and digital transformation immediately is reflected in a very low developing GDP, because this country has in the last 20 years a GDP of around about 15% increase, and the other 17 countries on average an increase of what I wrote here, 40%. Now, then they ask us, what is the root cause? What I mentioned, we collect a lot of data, and we collect the data in a way that manufacturers can give us this data because it's not confidential. So what you see here is we collect cost data in terms of 100%. What cost blocks do you aggregate to 100%? And what you see here is why this country lost their export capabilities. Because when you look at depreciation, this is with a red crossed dotted line on the bottom right side. You can see that this country depreciation only is 3.9%, and the average of the other 17 countries is around about 16%, which means they invested much more in technology. And as a result of cost leadership reaching by saving cost, this country lost cost leadership. So they have much higher cost within consumables, SG&A, salaries, but only a slight advantage in utilities and maintenance. Now, let's move into AI. I skipped this slide here. I'm going straight here. So what you now see.
Perspective. Now, today's conversation, as you see the panelists, eminent panelists, I would say, is going to bring together the leaders who have dedicated their careers to turning barriers into bridges and the limitations into launch pads and challenges into opportunities. Now, each of the panelists represents a different facet of inclusive skilling, but they have shared a common belief that true progress is measured not how high we climb, but how many we lift as we rise. And this is the powerful statement I wanted to bring towards when I look at the panelists, their happy faces, and the work that they have done. That's what you're going to hear. So let me introduce and start with SS Jayashankar, who is the founding director of Urja. SS Jayashankar embodies the power of purpose over profit. So he has a two successful decades of experience with as a senior vice president at HDFC Bank. He walked away from the corporate success to creating something that's more meaningful, and that's called Urja. His vision was simple yet revolutionary. Identify what each individual can do, and Urja has built an ecosystem of training, certification, seed funding, mentorships, and successfully designed a lot of leaders across. I could see a lot of Urja leaders also a part of this sessions in here as a part of the Skilling Summit. So now the organization is on its fifth anniversary celebration, a landmark inclusive football match uniting hearing impaired, visually impaired, cerebral palsy, and non-disabled participants, which perfectly captures his philosophy that true inclusion happens with everyone that plays on the same field. Join me in welcoming Jay Shankar. So I'll just introduce everyone and then I'll start with the question. So that's how we have planned how this panel has to go. So second, I think I need not even introduce, but GVR, G. Vijayaraghavan sir, who is the honorary director of CADR. GVR represents a rare convergence of technology, leadership, and social compassion. The architect of Kerala's tech revolution, as most of you know, he has founded the India's first technology park that transformed Kerala into an IT hub. But his greatest legacy may be his second act, which is founding the National Institute of Speech and Hearing, which is NISH in Trivandrum, and later CADR, where cutting edge technology means the rehabilitation science. As a former member of Kerala Planning Board, he has led groundbreaking programs in the cochlear implants and early intervention. Vijayaraghavan sir proves that true visionaries don't just build industries, they build hope, creating pathways from innovation to inclusion. Welcome you, sir, to the stage. Now let me introduce Moses Chowdhury Gurupati, who is the Executive Director and Trustee of Enable India. Now, Moses is living proof that ability transcends disability. As a visually impaired leader who became his family's primary breadwinner using accessible technologies, he embodies the transformation he creates for others. Under his leadership, Enable India has transformed over 2 lakh lives, opening employment opportunities across 22 sectors and 19 types of disabilities. His adaptive workspace solutions are so effective that organizations don't just hire once, they return to employ more people with disabilities. Through the mission-driven campaigns like See a Million, Hear a Million, or Rise a Million, Moses is building collective solutions for systemic change, proving that when we focus on ability rather than disability, extraordinary things can happen. Welcome you, Moses, to the stage. Now let me introduce Meera Shenoy, who is the founder and CEO of Youth for Jobs. Meera has been spending her career proving that rural, tribal, and differently able youth aren't just employable, they are extraordinary. Before founding Youth for Jobs, she trained over 2 lakh rural youth with a remarkable 70% of placement rate through India's first state-run jobs initiative. Today, Youth for Jobs operate across 28 states, 8 union territories, while her innovation Swaraj Ability represents India's first inclusive AI job platform for persons with disabilities. From advising the Prime Minister on skilling policy to receiving the National Award from the President of India, media has consistently demonstrated that we invest in margins, we strengthen the center of our economy. Welcome, Meera, to the stage. Now, we have yet another eminent panelist, which is Dr. Ananta Lakshmi, who is the founder and CEO for Equi Being Foundation. Dr. Ananta Lakshmi leads with conviction that visual impairment should never limit vision of the future. Through the foundation, she has created pioneering programs like the Swabiman in collaborating with Infosys Foundation, demonstrating that when technology meets mentorship, barriers become bridges. Her approach goes beyond vocational training to build self-reliance and respect the identity and foster belonging in the mainstream economic ecosystems. Dr. Lakshmi's work across Karnataka and beyond proves that true empowerment happens when we don't just create jobs for persons with disability, we create careers, dignity, and economic independence. Welcome you to the session. So these are our eminent panelists. Now let us start with a small introduction to this topic, which is the Skill Kerala Summit. And this topic for us today is Skills for All, Building Inclusive Communities Through Opportunities and Access. It's not that kind of a relevant topic in any of these sessions that you see around the globe that's happening in these kind of summits. But we have taken this topic core to our heart because we wanted to make sure inclusion becomes the mainstream. Let's start with Jaishankar on addressing this in a minute on what he believes and what is his perspectives on the topic.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Skill Kerala, for inviting me here. It's a great topic. To me, to be very candid, it's an age-old issue. It's an age-old issue. It's a tussle between majority versus minority. I personally see this as an issue with a very exclusive education system and a very short-term skill building system. I think once we have a disruption happening in this model, then only we'll have a proper solution coming in. Our traditional models have left us high and dry. That's my personal view. So,
over to you.
I would, in fact, thank you for having me along with such eminent people on this panel. It's a privilege to be here. I would just say that, look, access alone is not enough. We need to look at opportunity. And actually, the whole thing is, we need to ensure there's a chance to learn, to participate, and to lead. This is something which really needs to make a change in society. The other one is, look, we need to move away from disabilities being viewed as charity or sympathy. And even today, a lot of it is in that. We need to look at persons with disability. They don't need sympathy. It has to be, we need to give skills, dignity, and most important, opportunity. And it's opportunity in which people like Meera and others are working today. And I think that is what we should really be focusing on. And I would say at the end of it, skill development is great, but it has to be market linked, future ready, and technology enabled. So when you look at all this together, mainstreaming is what is required. You can't have a skill program saying it's a skill program for the deaf, it's a skill program for the blind, etc. It has to be mainstreamed. Unfortunately, the way our system works, sorry for the criticism, but nationally we have a quota, 3%, 5%. So just imagine a class of 50 people and one person with disability, what's going to happen? It's not inclusion. Actually, that person gets excluded in that thing. So that is another big thing that is there. And I think it has to move away from, it's a privilege kind of a thing. It's actually a right. And we should look at that clearly. So I would say government has to create enabling policies and incentives. Industry should be opening up accessible jobs and workplaces. And civil society and NGO should actually be mentoring, training, and handholding. So this is what really will make a change and what your topic can really yield the result.
Thank you, sir, for that enlightenment. And I think there's a lot of things that has come out. Let's discuss further on that in the upcoming questions. So over to you, Moses.
First of all, namaskara. I think Kerala is going to celebrate one of the biggest festivals very soon. So I'm wishing in advance happy Onam to everyone. Pleasure being here. I think when I thought about this topic, when I first saw this, in fact, that one thing that struck me was when we talk about skilling or opportunities, it's not a one-time thing. And we at Enable India actually started speaking about opportunities as a pathway. Let me illustrate with this very simple example, and then perhaps when I come back, I will share my own journey in little more details. But being a visually impaired child, when I was growing up, when relatives come home, I have a sister who happened to be a person without disability. So people come and just say, "What will you become?" Everybody used to ask my sister. I used to get irritated because why everybody is only asking my sister, not me. I used to think, okay, I think Anantalakshmi morning you spoke, the overprotection. People may be thinking, yeah, Moses is going through this whole operation after operation, the eye surgery, so why should we even bother him? But that used to make me think about, oh, there are nothing, though nobody expects me to do anything. So I used to give random answers. So even people don't ask me. I used to say one day scientist, another dentist. Thank God I have not become any of those things because I don't know what I would be doing as a dentist removing tooth. But I used to just randomly say. The reason I'm saying this is I think when we are now talking about skills, opportunities, we have to see them as a pathways. When a child is growing, can we already work on the aspirations of the child so that one day when he grew up, he or she would say, I want to become this, or I'm already mentally getting prepared. I think that's the kind of pathway model I think we will be discussing. And I'm very, very happy. And would like to thank the organizers for making disability as a part of this whole discussion in the mainstream conference, and really looking forward for the conversation today.
Thank you so much, Moses. Now let's go to Meera.
Happy to be here with this panel of friends. I'm also sure that many of you must have participated in the games which my team played in the 3 stalls outside. So to me, just adding to what the 3 of them said, I think skilling for all means working on the deep divides which India has, whether it's geographical isolation, whether it's gender, whether it's digital, whether it's disability. So on one level, more focus must be given on removing these divides. So there's equal access to both education and employment. On a second level, that this whole issue which very few people work on, which is co-vulnerability or the intersectional issues. For example, everyone says work on gender, but I'm always the lone voice who speaks on gender with disability. So how do you make sure that these intersectional issues also get mainstreamed into skilling and the policy when we talk of broad subjects like gender?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Meera, for adding your insights. Now, let me ask Dr. Anantalakshmi your insights into this.
Yeah, very good afternoon and very happy and delighted to be on this panel and talking about this. So I think, for me, it's in 3 parts, and perhaps a summary. So the number 1 is when 2 children are born, one in the so-called normal context, and the other perhaps with certain abnormalities. What happens in a house, in a home? We start even before a child is born in India today, we start dreaming about what the child should become, and we start crafting futures. And with AI coming in, I think AI is also playing a key role in drafting for us. So the second part is when this child is now born with an abnormality, what gets taken away is that the goals, the dreams with which a child is usually born into any family for that matter, is taken away because there is no awareness, there's no understanding of where to start. And therefore, what should be a dream translates into a disappointment and then starts the whole journey of adjustments. And Moses beautifully took his example to say nobody thinks you should have a dream. And it varies from home to home. And my story is I was born into a family very predominantly driven by my mother and grandmother, who were very driven by the fact that they were not women who worked. So when a girl child was born, they were very excited that I should become the first woman in the family, the girl in the family who should go out, work and earn. But alas, as I started growing up, when my macular degeneration became diagnosed and labeled, they started saying it's okay, because we start bringing down the benchmark or the goal that we hold. The same aggression that was there saying you should be the first girl who will go out and become a leader, it started becoming it's okay if you don't, because what is more important is your safety and the fact that the disability doesn't come in the way and protection is given. That is one part of the takeaway, Robin, that I would like to put. And the second part of the takeaway is the intersectionality. Because if any of you are asked, who are you? The who are you is never a one sentence answer. The who are you, when we break identities, there is a gender, there is a region, there is a socio-economic, and then there is a disability. And some intersectionalities take center stage. And one such intersectionality is disability. I always say, when I say I'm a woman, I came from Bangalore, I've traveled the world, I stay in this neighborhood, all great. But the moment I say I'm blind, the first thing that takes into center is, oh, poor AL, she can't see. So those two, I think, Robin, I'm very keen and looking forward to discussing, saying how do we fundamentally work around some of this. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome, Dr. Anandalakshmi. So you heard it from the panelists. Okay, what is their viewpoints, their perspectives? So we heard about the enablement, the access. It's no more looking at the disabled population as a charity. It's no more sympathy or just the compassionate ecosystem. It's more of dignity, enabling the right future, the right opportunities, the right technology, and not taking things as granted and giving them some kind of adjustments for giving them an adjustment. This is not what they are expecting. Or what we wanted to do for them is create the the same kind of well-being and a system. Okay, so it like any other neurotypical across the globe is entitled for. So now let me go into the questions. So let me first start with Dr. Anandalakshmi. So here the question for you is, uh, there are a lot of global and local inspiration in the field of disability skilling, as well as multiple things you have heard about. Share some of the examples where inclusive skilling initiatives have successfully reached the marginalized communities.
Yeah, thank you, Robin. See, I think so. I did my PhD. I always call myself Dr. AL, and my daughter says, "Mama, that's a fake doctor." And I tell her, so I tell her, no, I'm very proud of the doctorate because I did it on blind achievers, and I did it from TIS Mumbai. And I walked into TIS thinking I know it all because I lived a life of blindness, and therefore I thought I knew everything about blindness. But I was bullshitting to myself. After 3-4 years, I recognized I know nothing, and I really had no understanding of what is the real context of blindness and disability, because I came from privileges that I myself did not recognize. So coming to the question, so I am going to take one or two examples from this the stories and phenomenological study that I did. Story number one is of this young boy who was born in Andhra, in a very remote village of Andhra. And he somehow, he turned blind in his primary schooling days, and he had a love for maths. Now, in India, maths is denied for people with blindness. I don't know, I mean, some great man or woman thought it to be so. And on another side, we push mental maths for all our mainstream children. I've never understood if somebody could excel in mental maths, It should be people who can't see because we are tuned internally to our mental mind frame. But anyway, this boy was denied max and he wanted to do max, so he kept writing on the walls, etc. He came up to his 10th and 12th, dropping max. Then people seeing his passion said, okay, take economics perhaps, that may serve you. He took economics. And then after his postgrad, somebody sent him to Delhi to do a PhD. And I'm talking 30 years ago. He went to Delhi. And there, the professor, seeing his potential, said, hey, you should go to America. So he told me that's the first time I heard about a continent called America. But the professors forced him and he was sent to America to pursue his PhD. And when he landed there, he says, the word accessibility, its meaning totally changed. Because what was so difficult to move around, walk around, do maths, or all of that just got washed away. And I'm again reminding you 30 years ago, he did his PhD in economics, was actually starting to teach in a university in America when he recognized that people with blindness, they were learning maths. He learned maths. So to the skilling example, I know of a bunch of blind people who learned maths not just for the passion, but they're leading data scientists who are blind. So skilling number one is how I've seen this model of maths and data sciences working in a foreign country. Now, why am I bringing this example? Because when we come back to our own country, because we think a poor person who's blind, poor person who's deaf, and therefore, the moment you say poor person, you think of some job at the entry level. I once asked somebody, what kind of a job do you think the blind can do? And the person said, maybe, first the person had to be repeatedly asking, what can a blind person do? Because he thought blind can do nothing. And when repeatedly asked, the person said, maybe become a security. How funny, right? I mean, how can I, if you put me in the security, I'll do the worst job because I'll not know who's walking in and out. So the point is, the global example to Robin's question is, how some of these higher end skills, which are an advantage because of the disability, how that's been tapped. And again, he asked for a local, again, inspirational example. All the four people on my right side are stunning, inspirational stories of the organizations they run. So I will bring a fifth one, which is what I have seen is with Lemon Tree, for example, a hotel that kind of employs almost 33% people with disabilities, and they have extraordinarily worked that model. And I think Alina Alam's Mitti Cafe, which she started, and where we have these cafes that run, are another example. I'm not taking Youth for Jobs, Enable India, Cadre, and Urja because they are stunning examples of models that are in the local ecosystem. But these are the examples that come to mind. Did I answer the question?
Awesome, awesome. Yes, yes, yes. I think you have done a lot of justice to that question, specifically giving the right examples and helping us.
Saying give equal opportunities to women because you are currently working with 50% of the talent pool. So it's a national wastage, it's a global wastage. It's also it's a human rights issue, and you are denying opportunities to 50% women.
Thank you, Kanta. Lata, over to you.
Yeah, I would also extend my thoughts here. First of all, good evening. Very honored to be here and to share the stage with eminent panelists and speak on a topic which is quite close to our heart. Well, we are in an era where the world is literally going through or redrawing the skill shift. And it is like a historic shift where skills are being redefined. With the advent of AI, cybersecurity, automation, data, and the focus on sustainability goals. So when we look at the global workforce, what we're seeing is employers worldwide are seeing at least half of the workforce would focus on reskilling their core skills. And not just that, probably 89 million roles would get displaced and 69 million will get emerged and many millions will go through a transformation. What does it say? The message is very loud and unmistakable that resilience for future is continuous skilling, be it anybody, more so with women. And I would just like to go and set a little context before I can come and answer your question. Like going to the origin of computing, Charles Babbage is a name which all of us remember across the industry. But how many of us know a name called Ada Lovelace? She was part of Charles Babbage's team. I'm talking about the 1800s. When the analytical machine was being designed, there was somebody part of the team who really extraordinarily imagined that this machine can do much more than crunching numbers. It can actually solve a problem, compose a music, or even mirror a thought. And she converted that into an algorithm. Yes, and Ada's genius got buried in the history of footnotes of history, but it got documented. Years later, this got formally acknowledged that she is the first programmer. Fast forward to today, what is happening? A 3.45 billion global workforce, of which STEM workforce, which I represent, or the technology workforce is about 9%, out of which 29% women form women, out of which 12% come into the leadership. While the numbers through the years are encouraging, it's also disappointing when we look at the future because AI is in. You're in where the future is being coded with half of the talent not being included. The statistics say that 1 in 5 people who are focusing on professionals who are focusing on AI are women. That means we are at a risk of future being coded with all the biases that exist even now. What is bringing this down to what does leadership need? Leadership needs logic with ethics. Leadership need experimentation with empathy. Leadership need lot of collaboration, not just being in control. Leadership need innovation. Whereas gender featuring in it, women are well positioned to take up leadership roles. So when we think about, so far, yes, motivating women to come to employment is very important. That is a journey. But more so now, to motivate them to come into leadership roles and also in entrepreneurship. I think what the ecosystem can do, what the women ourselves should do. I think the previous session talked a lot about mindset, as it's for us women to think that we don't have to shrink into a template to become leader. We can hold ourselves and then also become leader. Organizations, ecosystem, bringing policies, encouraging back to work, rolling out, not concessions, but enabling when they need little bit more help. Then also bringing in a mindset change that in terms of being defining a career which not just grow vertically, what we traditionally call as career ladder, to career lattices which go horizontally also. You can have leadership growing horizontally and vertically and still come and hold the helm. So multiple things which can redefine the vision. What matters finally is, it is no longer the scenario is about equality. Yes, equal opportunities definitely matter. It's about excellence, and their inclusivity matters. It is not only about being employed, it's becoming unstoppable because the world is moving at a different pace altogether.
Thank you, Lata. So, Radhika, as we are on this quest for women to be more unstoppable, or at least to move into this kind of mindset where they want more for themselves, from your HR and advocacy perspective, what are the real barriers that women face, especially those who return back to career after a break, above the years, let's say above 35 years of age? And what are tangible changes that can be brought about to elevate these challenges?
Good evening, everyone. So when we were talking about skill up program, identifying the skill gap programs, I just want to take a different look at it, primarily because there is a very distinct difference for women to come back to career, primarily because of the societal induced or embossed gender roles. So primarily we all know why this career break. That is because of their gender specific societal roles, the caregiver role as a mother, as a wife, after this is one of the life events in their life, in their 20s, when they started the career, then suddenly they have to have a career drop. Rahul and the Pooja has come up equally well in education, in engineering graduation, and in the early days of their career. But then Pooja and Rahul gets married, but Pooja's career gets affected because she may have to relocate or she may go the family way. And so then she will drop the career ball because that is a least on the priority for a woman because of the societal roles that are on them. So how do we address this? Because there are two cases here. One, we have to make sure that women below the age of 35 doesn't drop their career ball. And if they have dropped it for some reason, how do we address the barriers that they have in front of them and remove them so that they can come back to the career? So we had a very interesting roundtable discussion when one of the participant was saying, build more daycare centers, have elderly care facility in place, have community kitchens, outsource repetitive work, non-value adding work at home. And then you have the time because everybody has only 24 hours. We cannot play the superwoman by doing the heavy lift of career and family. So one thing, have an ecosystem. The society has a major role, as Kanta was mentioning. So we have to pick it up and then create that ecosystem to free the woman to pursue their career. When we are building more of this caregiver facilities, what we are actually doing is we are looking at an unskilled or a semi-skilled workforce in the marginalized majority segment of women without a job but not highly educated. They can be retrained as caregivers and they would fill up and take this non-value adding repetitive work as a caretaker, as a nanny, as a nursing assistant at home. Their livelihood improves. And in turn, the professional women who has an aspiration to go up in their career, they will be able to continue their career without a career break because after maternity leave, they don't have to drop the career ball. And their highly skilled resources who are STEM educated, the engineers and the scientists and the academician, the women professional can stay in career and stay ahead. We will not have that talent drain that we are worried about. So this is a two-pronged approach. Make sure that women don't drop their career. So the same barriers stop them from coming back. So remove the barriers. As a society, we can do that, and we will be able to achieve the numbers we are looking at. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika. So, not just about removing the barriers, but also with this approach, you would be effectively supporting two strata of the society. You would be able to bring professional women back to career where they could, further grow on, and then also bring more of the semi-skilled or unskilled women into positions of care where they could contribute and they could earn for themselves as well. So, Dipanvita, this question is to you. When we talk about these women coming back to career after a break, there is inevitably skilling which is required. And there are many skilling programs out there. But this doesn't always translate into employability. So what are the gaps? What is it that the industry needs versus the training content available today? And how do we address this?
Namaskaram. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Tina, for the question. So yes, though there are a lot of training programs in the past wherein the state has invested heavily, but unfortunately, not that all got converted to employability. there has been some gaps. So to talk about the gaps, the training sometimes lags behind the industry needs. So what happens, it's like the speed and the context of the real world, uh, real world problems does not get addressed by the trainings. So the training sometimes gets more focused on the academics or the theory part of it. And what gets missed out is the applied skills or the real, world problem solving skills. So that happens. So, but there is a, there's a way to deal with that also. So, for example, if we try to mitigate the gap between the curriculum and try to align with the needs that is coming up in the emerging sectors, aligning with the corporates, NGOs, startups, global economy, global companies and all. So that is one way we can bring everybody closer. Second thing, many a times we see that lack of soft skill. So what is needed in terms of communication or the language skills or the global uh, cultural awareness skills, collaboration, adaptability, that lacks. Third is the lack of focus on the, future, I would say, future tech skills. So that is, for example, focusing on green energy, focusing on AI, focusing on robotics or healthcare tech. So that is what gets missed out.
Okay. Deepanvata, thank you for that. So I'd like to just connect that over to Sai in terms of, because I know that EY does its own training programs. You recruit large batches where you do their own training and then you offer them job opportunities as well. But even in organizations like yours, where returnship and second career opportunities exist, we see that many women drop out after a re-entry. So, what is the structural change that an organization might need, or what do we need to address to ensure that women not only re enter, but once they're back in the system, they're able to thrive and grow?
Sure. Thanks, Tina. Yeah, you're right. We've been working back with the government of Kerala over the last 5 years, trying to ensure that we are bringing back women from, who have had career breaks into, we're getting them reskilled and then we're putting them into opportunities that exist here. I've been pretty lucky. I think till date, we have hired at least about, we've trained over 500 women and we have recruited over 300 women. And I'll tell you, over the last 5 years, we have had very less attrition from that team. And in fact, a vast majority of that team has been great rock stars in the team. They've been great performers. They've been performing extremely well, right? But to your question, I think the starting line is just basically about, how you go out, recruit people, provide those opportunities and upskill them, bring them in. That's one part of the story. But I think there's a huge distance to the finish line in terms of how do you actually retain professionals, provide them the right type of ecosystem. How do you ensure that they thrive in an organization? And to address that, I would categorize it as two parts. One is the structural part, the other is the cultural bit, right? Structurally, it's about how do you ensure that, women, they get that opportunity, they find that balance between work as well as in terms of what they were balancing in the past in terms of running their homes, right? That's one part of it. And in addition to it, the flexibility, right? The aspects around the transparency around career growth opportunities. What does that career path mean for them? That's all the structural element. But in addition to it, the cultural part of it in terms of providing them that, the home where they can actually thrive, right? In terms of mentorship, sponsorship. Mentorship is just not enough. It's about sponsorship where, the leader is also advocating that this is something that we are looking for doing, right? And we want to ensure that people are successful. And it's not something that we are doing just for the tick in the box, right? That provides the right sort of environment for women to be successful in returning back to work.
So in my mind, I think these are the two bits that we should look at.
So when we talk about this, I think one of the things that we could also maybe recognize and acknowledge is that probably women who are returning back to career are looking for greater flexibility in their work. So Latanayar, I had this question goes out to you is while this gap exists, right, in terms of what women would expect when they return back to the workforce in terms of work flexibility, what corporates typically would expect or what corporates would offer as job opportunities could vary significantly. Particularly if you look at rural women, right? They have limited access to mainstream jobs since it might demand a relocation to the city. This automatically restricts their ability to even come back to career at all. What are some innovative approaches that would allow women, given all of these circumstances that surround this, to rejoin the workforce in spite of issues such as the gender commutation gap, or in spite of a need for increased flexibility, and while doing so, still earn fair income and eventually have career progression?
Yep. I think employability for women generally has two aspects. It's it's more than the capability aspect. It's about access and it's about confidence. More so with women who are coming from rural areas, or because the job concentration is in the cities, and their duty bound operations happen in communities which are little away from there. So when you look at why corporates are organized in a little rigid model, if I may say, it's because for India to emerge as strong corporate sector or particularly IT industry, we had to design follow the sun model. We had to be available every time so that in the global scenario, we were strongly positioned and it mattered. But now is the time when we are talking so much about inclusivity, which is realized as a need for a resilient future. What we should bring about is things which we most often talk about, being flexible. Can people work from remote? Yes, there are queries on are they as effective as compared to a person who is present in the office. So while there are merits and demerits, the earlier aspect which I mentioned about access and confidence, access, access is the responsibility of the ecosystem. Confidence or mindset is the responsibility to the individual who is wanting to seek a role in the future. So what corporates can do is, yes, back to work, or those policies should be quite friendly and enabling in the beginning days, unless they are as much as people are as much contributing as one of their own employees who are coming to office. Second thing, accelerated leadership training, like what WIT do, very focused leadership training compared to what men go through, because for women it even today it needs a lot of reiteration that yes, you can do it. That matters. Then I think having policies which where you can define things like job sharing model, which is coming up actively. What is job sharing? Somebody sitting remote and somebody sitting very actively can be paired, like how we do buddy mentoring, can be paired so that the potential is unleashed from either side. I think you hit the ground running when you work with such a person. And then you can also have sessions, mentoring, in order to encourage women to become job creators, because that seeks a very different kind of confidence and attitude. And when you become a job creator, that is to the women who become as entrepreneurs, encourage more women, because you know the battle, or you know the path you have walked to make yourself up there. So give it back to many women. So I think initially, active focus to bring women to the forefront, particularly women in the rural. I think we have to also depend on community organizations, including the initiatives like Kudumbasri. I think people can surprise you very, very much. I would like to talk about one example which IBS Software, my organization, is currently focused on. We started as a corporate social responsibility on capability building. This is called Future Point Drivers. This is about upskilling or skilling women to become professional drivers, an arena which is dominated by the men, you know. I got dropped today in this venue by one of our Future Point drivers. And when we started off, this was about capability building. But when we went through the program, what we realized that we were building a platform where what featured was confidence, independence, and leadership. Why leadership? Because for a woman who is not used to driving, and to think that she can become a professional driver and earn a living for her family, the hands, when you sit behind the wheels, it creates a natural leadership because you're breaking a barrier and coming out of it. So you are not essentially leading a team of 1,500 people or 100 people. You're just driving the car but earning, and that liberated feeling that I can, earn taking this skill. So we found that as quite revolutionary. So what matters? Flexibility. I think in the previous session we also talked about dignity and fair progression. If we combine skilling, or we bring innovation in skilling with these aspects, not just women, every person who wants to come up can have a space. That's what I would say.
Yes, please.
So I go from state to state. Can you hear me clearly there? Because I'm not able to hear colleagues properly. Can you? Echo on the stage, I think. I go from one state to another to basically because we are working in many states. I see three things clearly. The CEOs want women. They want more women to be in the workforce. And I will leave it to you to decide why he wants the women. He wants to look good, as my understanding, that my company has 45% women at the entry level. This is what we are, a diverse workforce. There's also a mandate from the multinational headquarters, whatever. Some men are extremely sensitive. They understand the value women bring. Once they have employed, everybody will understand. The first chance has to be taken. The resistance comes from middle management because this will mean change of culture. How men behave on the shop floor, what they do, what they talk, how they dress up, everything has to change when women come on the shop floor. And so I have seen this. Secondly, government is very keen, again, first to look good, also under pressure from a lot of women's organizations and everyone, equal opportunities, our constitution saying equal opportunities to everyone. However, if you go to North India and go to any state, you'll find many men pushing for employment for their sons. So nobody is fighting for women's employment. And I'll tell you why. Because boys, when they don't get jobs, they become law and order problem. They become, many of them go in different directions, for they become a problem for the state itself. Forget about families. So boys have to be employed. Girls, if they don't, they can study, they don't want to work, or they want to work, I'm sorry. If the families don't want them to work, they can get married and they will not create any noise around there. So I see great reluctance for women's employment to be pushed by anybody. It is nobody's issue, to be very honest. Only young women are pushing for themselves. And that's what gives me hope, that with educated women around and in such large numbers with skills like AI and Gen AI and whatnot, when it is not lifting weight, right? That you can say it is men's job. Nothing is men's job. I see more and opportunities for many, many women to do anything. As far as rural women are concerned, in next 5 years, the distinction between rural and urban women will cease to exist because the aspirations are same, the dreams are same, the exposure is going to be same, and I think we are going to face a talent glut, and then employers will find it difficult how to choose. Last thing, I think men are hired on the basis of their potential, and women are hired on the basis of their performance. So women have to prove themselves first to be given, equal money. Men have to, oh, he's studied this, he will deliver it. So I think we also have to change the tools of measurement for men and boys, also the performance measurement. Sorry for the straight talk.
No, appreciate that. Thank you, Kanta. So, Sai, I'd like to go over to you. Sai's listen to what Kanta's having to say and started looking a little uncomfortable. But my question to you is, what are sectors that offer the most potential for women's participation in the coming decade? Like looking forward, what does that look like? And how do we enable women with the critical skills needed to excel in those spaces?
So if I kind of looked at, the emerging space, and this applies to everybody if I were to think of it, but more so from a women's standpoint, I would say anything on the digital space, technology and digital transformation, AI, cyber, these are areas which are significant, of course. Then you have ESG, right? ESG is another area where women can play they potentially have a larger role to play if they got into that space. And third is, of course, if I looked at life sciences and healthcare, that's an area which is significant again. Now, when I say, the technology or on the technology side, it's just not about coding. It's skills like, you have design thinking, right? You have, uh, you need to look at, for example, in terms of how do you bring the human touch, right? In terms of human perception, in terms of any of the technology. So if I thought of all of these, those skills, these become today, for example, I think there's a need to upgrade the skills, right? To say what skills are we exactly looking for? Like design thinking is an area, right? Design thinking, do we have any courses on design thinking, right? Uh, is it being offered to people, or is there awareness of such courses being offered, right? That is the second part of it. So in my mind, some of these skills that I alluded to are things that, women are very adept in terms of, performing in terms of those skills, right? So in any of these three sectors, if I were to kind of look at it, right, technology, digital, ESG, or for that matter, these all are trillion dollar type of opportunities that exist, right? So in these sectors, if there's upskilling, there is significant opportunity for women to actually lead in these space, right? Um, Now, in terms of the skilling platforms, like I said, there's a need to kind of identify what are those real skills, right, that matter in terms of that future. And also look at, when you look at those skills, how do you actually create that platform for availability in a broader way, right? There should be that awareness in, let's say, for somebody in rural to pick on those skills, right, in a very consistent fashion. So that need for investing in a platform, I think there's opportunities for public-private partnership to build out those platforms, to create that awareness, build out those right type of skills, to bring in, ensure that we are kind of going in the right direction in terms of bringing in women into the workforce.
That makes absolute sense. Thank you, Sai. So, Radhika, over to you with a question on some of the work that you have been doing with Women Inclusive in Technology. What are strategies that WIIT has adopted to prepare women for leadership within high growth sectors, within opportunities that exist today and into the future?
When we are talking about what we do at WIT, Women Inclusive in Technology, we are an NGO focusing on capability building and capacity building programs for women using technology as a lever. So we all know this number that on every forum we discuss about it, the gender ratio in the workforce. If you look at the IT workforce, then at the entry level we have achieved 38-40% gender ratio. Women are there. The healthy gender ratio is there within grasp. But as we progress, at the supervisory level, it drops down to 18%, and at the CXO, at the board level, it tapers down to 2%, insignificant 2% in decision making and participatory governance level. And so the proverbial glass ceiling exists. And there are multiple reasons why we are unable to break this glass ceiling and get more women at the leadership role. More women will be able to lift other women. And so I know Kanta had said it is not just the responsibility of women, but it's a societal, inclusive responsibility. But then more women role models in the leadership position will inspire more women and the generations to come. So that is the story. And so for that, WIT has a very inspiring accelerated leadership program for women in technology. And c- from the various companies, the mid-level managers come together. They go through a 6 months, 6 to 8 months experiential journey. And I just wanted to, touch upon the opening session that they have. It's an outbound training. They go to Tenmala ecotourism landscape and do rappelling, all sort of physical exercise, jumping on the trampoline and then do the trust fall. And this is NLP. This is pure science. I know that NLP is debated, but when I'm talking about this pushing the envelope activity that women does, at the mid manager level, and when they are saying, okay, this is something that I never thought I would be able to do, but I'm attempting it. And when they are pushing the physical boundaries that they have set, self-limiting factors in their mind, they are removing the mental barriers also. And that is a game changer for them. After the next 6 months, when they are going through the 360-degree training on financial management, project management, personal management, everything, and project management with real projects, with mentoring support from power mentors, having interaction with the CXOs, and then the coaching session, they emerge as confident young women ready to take up leadership roles in their organization and also outside. We have seen that transformation and life changing experience. And in the last 6 editions of ALP, we have trained close to 200 young women. This is a leadership pipeline that we are talking about. So, women in leadership with focused approach, yes, we can reach there. We truly believe that it's a collective effort with the government, with the companies sponsoring, with trainers coming in, and then WIT pitching in. Very many members, they have a day job, but then they are pitching in with pro bono support to this initiative. That is a game changer. And I just wanted to highlight this to all of you out here. Thank you.
Thank you, Radhika. So, Deepanvita, the next question goes out to you. As Kerala is continuing to focus on skilling, opportunity creation or the demand side always continues to remain an open question. So, what role, in your opinion, should industry, government, and academia play together in creating long term career pathways for women rather than one off interventions?
Thank you for the question. Uh, well, Kerala has done commendable work in terms of building the skilling, uh, I would say skilling programs, the entire ecosystem that has been done. So, however, there is a long way to go, and the various roles that these forces can bring in the industry, the government, or the academia, is to the all three of them can come together and come up with things which can convert uh, women's life and Kerala's economy into real opportunities and change the, I would say, change the ecosystem. So in terms of the industry, what or the corporates, what can be done is bringing in, collaborating with the academia, bringing in, in designing the content of the training programs or these, the skilling programs. That is one. Then corporates can bring in internship programs that can help the learners who are going through these skilling programs to get real life experience on the job training. Uh, the third thing could be building leadership pipelines, because what Kanta was saying that, uh, hiring a lot of women to give a very good picture to the people rather than actually creating opportunities for women to have decision making roles. That is important. In terms of the government can create infrastructure, government can create opportunities for women, having certain policies in place which encourages the corporate and the organizations to actually hire and retain women workforce, build infrastructure, build policies related to safety of women, uh, build support system for, say, daycare, child care, elder care, so that women can actually focus on work. Uh, and in terms of the academia, I would say, uh, of course, theory is important. In addition to theory, if they can also include applied skills, problem solving projects as part of the learning interventions of the programs, that would be good. Secondly, academia can also partner or collaborate with industries or corporate in terms of having uh, labs, creating learning labs or the future labs for different, emerging techs. Uh, then third thing would be, taking inputs from industries, uh, from the startups or the global companies or the experts in, uh, how to create career counseling, how to let people, the woman being aware of the opportunities that is available now. It is not just, which is not limited to what it used to be 5 years back. So that, and then, creating I mean, having guides and mentors to support the women population. I think this can come into play.
I apologize for interrupting. Last 5 minutes. Sorry.
So I think we'll just head into some of the um, very pointed questions now and maybe just take 1 minute to answer these. So, Sai, I'd like to go with you first. If you had to pick one area where government, corporates, and NGOs could co invest to create maximum impact, what would that be?
If I were to choose one, it would just be care infrastructure, right? Both elder care as well as child care. Today, the main reason women drop out of work is primarily because they do double duty, right? They have to take care of, they're the primary caregiver at home, plus they need to kind of come and work at offices. So if there is if let's say government and the NGOs, right, and corporates got together to figure out uh, in terms of actually building out that infrastructure, support infrastructure, right, for women, in terms of both elder care as well as child care, it'll make the life easier for women to actually come to work. Now, that would be one. And secondly, I think if, once this care infrastructure is figured out, the other part is investing in, like I said earlier, skilling platform, which provides the opportunity for people to upskill. I mean, the technologies which are relevant today are not going to be relevant tomorrow. Things are changing pretty fast, right? By the time we create those platforms, by the time we identify the courses, what's relevant today is not relevant tomorrow. So there's a need to kind of really keep upskilling, reskilling, and so having that platform which can provide that awareness or an opportunity for people to pick up something that they like and they're passionate about and learn is going to actually take it to a long, it's going to go a long way in terms of making this happen.
Thank you, Sai. And I've got just two more questions. Kanta, the next one goes out to you. Very quickly, if there was one actionable policy that the state government could adopt to empower um, the female workforce in Kerala, to integrate them both globally and locally? What could one actionable policy be?
I'm sitting in Kerala. Kerala has done many, many, many things, right? And an example from Kerala, what Vidya Balan says, what works in the film industry? Entertainment, entertainment, entertainment. In this area, I will say investment, investment, investment. Without investment, nothing else will happen. So, but because private sector remains one of the largest employers, they'll have to come first. Government is always doing the catching up game, right? Because by the time government decides and the policies are implemented, something has changed here. What we have been seeing since morning. So I think private sector has to put in resources and real investment into their education, skilling, employment, and but hiring and retaining the talent there. I think that requires patience, a lot of love, and the hunger for success. I think that is what it will drive investment.
And the hunger for change. So, last question, Radhika, out to you. If we were all to reconvene in 5 years' time, what would be measurable indices that would tell us that Skill Her and all of the ideas that were discussed here today have actually empowered women, have actually taken us forward, and made Kerala a role model state?
On a lighter note, a Skill Her panel will not be skewed with more women on the panel. And the inaugural panel at the Skill Summit will not be men heavy, but will be gender balanced. So, healthy gender ratio 60-40 or 40-60 in every aspect of life, all across hierarchy. That in participatory governance, in politics. So, that is what would tell us Kerala has moved from God's own country to a land for all of its people. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you again.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time.
I have a
I-
question.
Sir, I'm really sorry, sir. There's no time. We are running out of time. You can ask them personally, sir. Really sorry, sir. There's no time. I apologize. We have 2 more sessions. I'm really sorry, sir. I request the moderator, Ms. Tina James, to please hand over the mementos to all the panelists. Now I request Ms. Kanta Singh to please give the memento to our moderator, Ms. Tina James. And I request Ms. Tina James to please stay back after the group photo. Ms. Tina James, please stay back. We have an MOU exchange. Unni sir, can you please come on stage? Mr. P.V. Unnikrishnan, Member Secretary, KDISC, for the memento exchange. So the MOU exchange, sorry. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We move on to the next session, next panel discussion. Global Capability Centers, the silent growth engine. I invite on stage Mr. Girish Desai, Mr. Rohit Aradhya, Mr. Sujot Jacob, and the moderator, Sniti Sharma. The moderator will introduce the guests, the panelists. I request all of you to please come on stage for the panel discussion. Mr. Girish Desai, Mr. Rohit Aradhya, Mr. Sujot Jacob, and Ms. Niti Sharma. We have a 45 minutes discussion and 15 minutes for question and answer.
Good evening, everyone. I think this is the second last session and time's running up. So pretty quickly, we are going to talk about the world of global capability centers, what's happening in India, what's going to happen in the future, and what exactly can Kerala state do to attract many more GCCs within the state, right? I have here with me a very distinguished panel. I think I was looking at your bios and I realized that I think three of you put together would be more than 60 years of work experience, which is immense. And I'm sure we will hear wonderful things from you all. But before I even, talk about GCCs, uh, I think in India we have about 1700, 1800 GCCs. The concept of GCCs, as they're called today, um, or as they were ODCs or GBS at some point of time, is not new. But suddenly, what has changed? Right, over the last 2 years, 3 years, why is it that GCCs are getting the attention and importance, and B, why has the volume of GCCs suddenly increased in India? If I can just take this question round to all three of you all before I get to specifics about your domain and your expertise. Rohit, if you
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for the question, Niti. It's privileged to be here. I think, as you said, like the shared services, GBSs, they already existed for a very long time. What has happened is over a period of time, like from either it's a cost arbitrage or building a capability center or moving towards ownership, and in this transition, we have reached a level there is a significant amount of talent pool which you have accumulated over a period of time. In the value chain, apart from the cost related aspect of thing, we have able to contribute to the larger pool, larger business ideas, and able to contribute to the top line rather than the bottom line. Because of that, the enterprises are now seeing India just not as from the low cost center perspective or shared services organization for benefits of the costing aspect of things. They are now seeing the innovation can be done as well as having an ability to make a differentiation. Also, the best part of it is that because of the depth of talent what we have and the scale of talent what we have, talent is not a big deal because US also has talent. If you go towards the Middle East or anywhere, you'll find talent, but the scale of the talent matters. So because of those aspects, I think value proposition has increased. So end-to-end ownership, when we look at, that is where the GCCs are thriving. So many of the organizations building GCCs and scaling up is also because of that.
Yeah, thank you for having me here. And then this is a wonderful opportunity to kind of reflect on GCC journeys as well. Like you said, it's been more than 20 years. We have had our own GCC, and I think they have been existing since early 2000. What has changed? Probably one of the trigger was the pandemic. During the pandemic, the companies realized that it's excellent to have their own in-house capability center that can adapt to the business need, deliver what's expected globally rather than having contracts and working through others. I think that was one of the big change. And then today, if we look at GCCs are contributing to probably 1% of the GDP. That's a sizable, contribution to the GDP. And now most of the companies who had small presence in India, it's either in IT or in one of the verticals, now looking at expanding across the value chain, having their own, earlier we called captive centers, but now it is a capability center. That's the big difference. It's not just the cost arbitrage, like Rohit said, it's also the value creation. And that is where we see that the GCCs who have started early on their journey are now at the top of the value ladder, not just delivering the value in terms of the cost, but in terms of talent, in terms of the value creation globally. They are making a difference to the companies. And if I talk about specifically pharma world, um, there are plenty of patients that rely on our products across the world. To be specific, in Novo Nordisk, we have 45 million patients. And if we continue to operate in a high cost locations, probably the cost of the medicine will keep going up. And with the use of global capability centers, now we can actually make the products accessible and also affordable in certain way. And that's the big difference every organization, every business wants to have.
Yeah. Hi, Suju here. Thank you for the opportunity. I agree with both of them. Global pandemic, COVID-19 has changed the whole arena. From 2020, world understood that you can work out of anywhere in the world, right? You could work remote. So that gave that confidence that, okay, India, people can come back to India and work from here. So we have seen a lot of people returning to India. So these people who have traveled abroad gained the knowledge of working in US and Europe. They also felt that we can come back and we can work from here. That was a confidence booster. Another one is AI, right? That has empowered all of us in the last few years. We have our personal assistant. We can work really faster. I work for Fingent. We use AI to build our projects and products. Customers are also requesting for AI components and modules in our application. So for me, all of these have contributed to the increase of GCC in India.
Is this okay? All right, thanks. Yeah. Okay. So what I hear all of you say is more value as compared to volume and cost. I think that's the advantage GCCs are bringing, from India to the world. But I'll stay with you, Sujo, given that you manage large scale projects, right, across, and you've been doing this for many years now. Why do you think, and how do you think AI capabilities or deep tech, emerging tech capabilities can actually be capitalized by GCCs from India for the world? How do you bring in more and more technology transformation projects into India? How can more and more technology GCCs be open in India? Given that, I think in the next 2 years time frame, we will have about 4.5 million tech workforce joining in. 1.2, 1.5 million would be only into GCCs. So what kind of skills would these people look like, and how do GCCs really make use of the talent that India has?
Right. So you can learn anything from anywhere. Okay. Now you don't have to be in a particular university or institute to learn. You have AI in front of you and learn any skill. So you talk about data now. Predictability using data analytics, and the data is available in cloud. So the data is available everywhere. So data, cloud, and cybersecurity will become one very important aspect. And AI, right? You have to reskill every year. Even the universities have to change the way of teaching. It should not be theory based, it should be practical based teaching in the schools, and academia to corporate to government. All of them have to work hand in hand to bring more skills in India. So what I feel is that, skills, be it anything, these data, cloud, cybersecurity, AI, this is going to change the way we work. So what I feel is that, yeah, you have to keep reskilling every now and then to get more. And India has 25% of STEM talent, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, right? We have very good talent and a cost efficient country. So I think we will thrive if we have the right mindset to learn and upskill ourselves.
Sure, thanks. Rohit, you lead a cybersecurity company and you've been in this space for over 25 years, plus years, right? And given that the volume of data and cloud usage is only going to go up, what are the challenges your organization faces and how do you just ensure that your customers safeguard, and are compliant to the data policies? I'm sure this is global, the global
Yeah.
data policies.
Yeah, no, this is a very, very interesting question because the digital world is kind of default now, right? Everybody uses the digital forefront of it. And if somebody asks like, what is the two important things in this world from security perspective is your data and your identity, right? And these are the two things you have to protect at any point of time. Some of the businesses kind of like go out of their whole business model just because that they lost their data, they lost their identity. So in this scenario, right, as it becomes very relevant for us to protect, it is very, very necessary that from India perspective, we have to have some kind of a um, uh, regulations in place. There are regional regulation like DPDP, for example, GDPR, for example, from Europe perspective, DORA, for example, for in Europe perspective. Many of these aspects are coming in. And this is coming in for the right reasons because data residency is a bigger problem for India because data residency is going out and ensuring that it's protecting in India is very necessary. So when we actually leverage a cloud service provider, there is redundancies built in cloud service providers that if something happens in India, the data gets backed up in some other region, some other regions. We do not have control on some of those things. Some of these regulations actually help us to do that. Our ability to actually protect our own data is foremost important. And I think we are making a leaps and bounds in the regulations and as well as the talent upliftment. One thing I just wanted to add to what Suji said, right? The problem here is there is not enough people right now who have the skills to do security. Even the advent of generative AI, see, the security is the only field where any new technology is first adopted by the attacker, then the defender has to follow it up. Right? These are the two people who are playing this game, and it's always a cat and mouse game. So there is not enough people on the defense side of things. So this skill, Samita, this is a skill way of looking at uplifting people to adapt cyber security, probably one of the prime most important for me.
Yeah. And I think on that count, given that, Girish, you work with a lot of patient data, how do you manage data security of your end customers and also your B2B customers?
Absolutely. We rely on Rohit to manage that for us. But I think, like you said, for a pharma company, it's extremely important that we protect our patient data that we have and also all the compliance requirements that you talked about in terms of data privacy. It's also not just that, but it's also protecting our own IP with the increased threats that we have of late. So we have a cybersecurity, setup that's strong enough, robust enough, but that has to continue to evolve with the new challenges that we see. But I think more so from the compliance and data security perspective, if we don't protect our data, we will be out of our business. And that also has a little bit of a challenge if you are in a GCC setup, sitting in remote part. Can I trust you to handle that data confidentially and also maintain the data privacy? I think, in my view, it used to be a question people ask, but now it is not anymore. It's because, one, it is global processes, global data. No matter where it is saved, who is operating, who has access to it, irrespective of that, it can be at risk. So it doesn't affect if you are sitting in a GCC, but of course, you need to ensure the highest level of standards are maintained, and also the compliance mindset is there to protect the data. So I think that's a big difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, Rohit, to you, do you think India has the infrastructure to protect and secure, our cloud infrastructure?
Not yet. I think we're still in very early stages of it. I think a lot of government policies are coming in place, right? Like DPDP kind of a thing, what I mentioned. But having our own data center, which actually has data protection abilities, and also our data resides in this, still there is a long way to
I
go.
guess also because we're always working with third party infra, right? Cloud infra.
We always
We don't
leverage
have
third-party infra.
our own, right?
See, right now, if you ask us for the cloud, we either look at the AWS, we look at Azure, we look at GCP, but nobody has leveraged our own infrastructure.
But then how do you give comfort to GCCs like Girish's? And I think this is to you as well, Sujo. Given that you work with your end customers, how do you give comfort to your end client saying, hey, your data is going to be secure and,
So
give me more and more work to India?
that is where the global processes standardization comes into picture. So when any enterprise, when a data protection policies are done, irrespective of which location the data resides in, so the processes have to be standardized across organizations and locations. And when the processes get implemented, there's a bit of contextualization applies when you look at India perspective or any other location, but this doesn't change. And that is how we ensure that even you do it in GCCs or you do it in Mexico or you do it in US, the standard process remains the same.
Sure.
If I can add, I think it is also something that is built over a period of time. When you start a journey of offshoring, right? So you start with very basic set of processes, probably transactional activities. But when you build that trust relationship and confidence that you can deliver more, then you move up in the maturity curve, and that has happened over a period of time. So now I think in our organization we manage large sets of people data in my part of the organization, which is again a confidential set of data. But there is a large part of R&D organization handles a lot of clinical trial data in Novo Nordisk. So in that case, I believe the trust has gone up, and we manage some of the global processes end to end here. That's also a sign of confidence in India and global capability centers in India.
Sujo, you work with a lot of GCCs in the technology space, right? And I'm sure most of them are now asking, saying, hey, use AI, reduce my cost. How is that going to impact your industry, or how is that going to change the way GCCs look at India?
AI, we are using AI to develop also in the software development life cycle from the beginning, interviewing with the customer, conceptualizing the solution, capturing the requirements, developing, testing, releasing. In all of these phases, we have started using AI. Okay, in some of the cases, we have gained 50% cost efficiency or speed efficiency, some cases 30%. So we have started using AI to work on our projects. That is internal aspect. On the external aspect, customers have started, they all are also aware, right? You can reduce the go-to-market speed. Earlier, if we had taken 1 year to develop a project, or a product, you can do it in 6 months or 4 months. They are aware. So they started asking, why don't you use AI? Why don't you build AI components in the product and project? So we have started giving AI components, for example, predictability from the data analytics, right? Of how their businesses are going to be in the upcoming years. So be it the external components in the projects and products or in the software development lifecycle, we have implemented AI. So it's helping us.
And are you giving the cost benefit to your customers
Yes,
already?
yes. But you know what? The customers are asking for that benefit. So since everybody is aware that there is a cost benefit, speed benefit, they are also asking for a budget negotiation. So we have to be very careful.
So that's already come in. But then how is that going to change the way GCCs operate in India?
We have the ultimate goal here in one goal that KDISC has is to give maximum jobs, at least 5 lakh jobs to people in this year, right? So if I look at that goal, like they said, if we have built that trust that India can do it, it is no more a back office job, right? We can do the strategy, we can innovate, we can conceptualize the solution, and we have produced a lot of leaders like Indra Nooyi and Satya Nadella, and a lot of leaders. We are resilient, we bounce back. So we can get the GCCs here, we can strategize, we can run it and develop end-to-end solutions and deploy. So if we give that confidence,
the outcome that KDISC wants to achieve, one outcome is to give employment, right? If more and more GCCs come here, I am talking about Kerala because I am from here. So I want more GCCs to come to Kerala and we want to give maximum jobs here. We want to have that opportunity to have so many JCCs here as well as give opportunities. So I think we build the trust and get more here.
I just want to add to what she said, right? So one of the important thing about generative AI is data. Like you need a huge amount of data which you need to train it. And we are billion people. The amount of data what we generate is humongous. So and also one of the largest customer base what we are sitting on, the consumer base what we are sitting on. So that acts as a big plus point for us.
Absolutely. But on the lighter side, about 2 weeks ago in one of Bangalore newspapers, there was an article which said that one of the AI agents actually wiped off an entire AI startup's data, right? Without a command. So, I mean, that's the question that all of us have to keep resolving. Think, how do we also ensure that we don't get into those traps? Right? Because data is important. It's very sensitive, especially when it's not yours. It's the end customer data. I keep coming back to, what is it that we can do differently as GCCs? When you've been, yeah.
Maybe I would like to add a customer's perspective here on the AI bit. Of course, it's a huge opportunity, a huge potential, transformative for sure. But if you look at the business right now, we have very few use cases. It's an early stage, I would say. I think we are still using it as a little bit more intelligent way of doing automation or digitalization. Of course, it brings in new capabilities and possibilities, but the full potential of AI is not yet leveraged. And like you just said, that's also one of my concern. If I have to use AI on some of the processes, for example, in a healthcare sector, I have to ensure it is validated and it is used for human use. So at the end, it has to be consistent and repeatable. And in such a case, it becomes a little bit difficult to adopt those technologies, at least in the healthcare. But it's a huge potential for us.
I guess very consumer sensitive sectors, a lot of BFSI GCCs are actually not moving into a transformation phase purely because of the data security and the kind of work that they have to do, which is legacy work for their end customers. And I'm sure there's the same case with you as well, Girish. But what I've been thinking is there are many healthcare and pharma GCCs now set up in India. You've been around for a fairly long time in the GCC avatar. Are you actually focusing on innovation and R&D in India, or is just support that your capability centers providing to the global offices?
I think the GCCs in pharma space have evolved. I think out of the top 10 world pharma companies, there are all top 10 having GCCs in India, almost all of them. And what I can see is, we started with some of the functions, a multifunction GBS, to now a full-fledged pharma value chain GBS, meaning there are 4,500 employees performing certain set of activities, processes, or even the advanced problem solving across the value chain, whether it is from research or it is to the production. Production planning happens in India. Research, most of the clinical trials are run out of India. And then, of course, if you look at the distribution or commercial execution, the brand strategy is managed out of India. So we see the moving up in the value ladder that has happened across all the functions. And that's why I said if there is a new product or if there is a new opportunity that we have created in terms of research, it has some footprint that going through India for sure.
Rohit, you mentioned that we don't have enough skilled talent in the security space, right? What would you advise us as a nation and then specific to Kerala as a state, one should do to ensure that we do have the talent that the world will need? Because you mentioned volume, we do have the volume, right? But we probably don't have the skills that are needed for the world.
No, absolutely. So I was there in Mysore, as I was telling you, meeting some academia students. One thing which I realized is the fact that there is a gap already exists between education world and the industry. With generative AI, the gap is widening. And because of that, now the employability of some of the STEM graduate will become a question mark. So there is that gap which we need to address. And in my opinion, there are few fields which will continue to flourish. Cybersecurity is one of them. Data engineering, data analytics is another one. AI, ML related, ML learning is another one. Quantum is another one. So these fields are deep technology fields. And when some of the people in the educational field comes to the industry, I think we have to have a way or a forum or a mission in which we should be able to make sure that these talent actually trained well, have an experience which can be put in place, and this can be a government driven initiative as well. I think this is industry, government, academia connect, right? All these triangle stuff you can bring in. I think in whichever way generative AI transforms itself, whether it may be a transformative technology, maybe that we will see a Y2K kind of a problem in the future, or everybody wants to become AI native business, AI native software engineering, whichever way we go, security is there to stay. And because for a very simple reason, there will be attackers, it will become more sophisticated, more equipped attackers. You need people who will have to do some of these things. So my suggestion is that there has to be a significant investment which has to go in here. From the industry, there has to be a body which should do this. Government has to enable this. We have to have a fungibility or kind of a ability to play around with the curriculum of the colleges, where we can influence them and we can change them dynamically so that the people who are coming out has a significant value for themselves.
I think the KDIS Global Skills Summit should be able to address some of these challenges. But Girish, you do hire freshers straight out of college?
Very limited. It's also because we depend on certain set of skills. And of course, we also have certain programs where we are trying to get more fresh graduates into our system. That's through the partnerships that we have, the MOUs signed with some of the institutions. And that's again the example of what just Rohit mentioned. It has to be a collaboration between industry to get them employable and ready for the market. And also at the same time, constant feedback and working together with the academia to fine tune the curriculum. And what I can see is a lot of such similar initiatives have happened across in different states where they're actively working together, creating that ecosystem. And I see another aspect as well. So we try to work with the startup ecosystem, creating certain possibilities for them. We leverage, tap into that ecosystem. At the same time, they have the opportunity to be part of problem solving that big organizations need.
I think what you mentioned is right. A lot of GCCs are working with the startup ecosystem to be able to get the right talent, but also to probably do adjacent work, right? And I'm sure that's happening in Kerala as well. And since you work here,
I
you just
have a
give us some.
point. Maybe I can talk from my experience. The problem that we had, or at least when I was coming out of degree 20 years back, I did not know to speak in English properly. Okay. Colleges or schools did not encourage all the students to speak in English. I somehow got through Wipro. They had a tie-up with BITS Pilani. I did my master's through them, right? So Monday to Friday, I work like an employee, and weekend I used to study. BITS Pilani had the faculty there, I used to study. Initially, I did not know how to communicate with the rest of my classmates. So that is a problem with language that we faced at that point. It is changing, but still we are facing a bit of that in the corporates now, with skill plus language plus the cultural capability to twin the culture. If we are having a GCC from US, then having a similar culture and able to converse with them and able to, produce the value with respect to the technology of work, all that. So I'm just coming back to my experience. So when I joined Wipro, they gave me the exposure to work as well as study at the same time. And I learned how to have that etiquettes, right? We used to get the training for that, language plus the skills. So coming back to that academia, corporate, government, right? So I had to come to Bangalore to get all of this, and then I came back here, right? So Kerala has to improve a lot to get to that level of Bangalore, or the tier 1 cities. We have to have that tie-up between the academia and the corporates to help. For me, Wipro helped me with the studies as well as, so I was industry ready by the time I finished my MS. So we have a lot of programs like that, but I think government can make it easy. right? If the startups and the universities tie up more to produce more industry-ready people, skills, communication skills, cultural sensitivity. So you twin the the parent company's behavior here, and you can deliver like them, right? That is very important.
I think you raised a very pertinent point because apart from the domain skills, the cultural collaboration is very, very critical for any GCC to be successful, right? Whether it is just understanding the way the parent organization works, the language they speak, the timings they work, the hours they put in, right? I think there's a huge lot of change that we have to imbibe. I don't know if you face that, Girish, at your GCCs, and Rohit, if you have some examples on that.
No, absolutely. I think the culture, when we talk about it, it's not just the different nationalities.
Yeah.
There's also a cultural difference between, the one part of the organization versus the another. That is where I believe a strong company culture is extremely important to bridge that divide. What we see is, culture is not just, the set of values and the belief system, but it's also the soul of the company, the DNA of the company. When I go across different parts of the organization, I see similar setup, similar set of values, similar kind of mindset that is built based on the company culture. I think that's extremely important. And then the other aspect of bridging that culture is also building people to people connect. When you speak to your colleague, not just over the virtual calls, but also meet them in person, that's travel, that's important. And also when you have a cultural sensitization sessions, that's also understanding how to work in different cultures in the context. It's not just one-way street, but two-way street. So also training, giving similar cultural sensitization to the other part of the organization is important. But then, of course, the importance of bridging the culture is to get the best out of the team and the collaboration. And so company that values the collaboration, respect, diversity, and inclusion will thrive and create innovation. And that's the basis for us to grow. So that's why I think it's important to work on the cultural aspect. I believe that this is largely bridged over a period of time, but it's continuously evolving.
Yeah, no, I think I was just smiling because I remember, like, I have teams in Austria, I have teams in US. How do you talk to Austria is very different than how do you talk to in US. And I think some of the cultures and organizations actually respect transparency and immediacy and other parts. Some of them would hesitate. But for us as Indians, right, it is our kind of, it comes natural to us because we have so many states, so many different languages, and some of those aspects of things. Because of that, our ability as we grow up as leaders, it is very natural that we adapt. We basically read the in between lines, and we have very strong skills in that. I think, especially my leaders, right, when I groom my leaders, I tell them that you don't need a culture class. I mean, you have the ability to know it. I think one thing which I always say from the culture perspective and the organizational skill perspective, right? If an organization is running at a speed of 10, you shouldn't run at 100. You should always have the ability to gauge what speed the organization is. And you run and have the ability to understand what is the priority, what is the charter, then who are the people, what is the leadership style, what is the in-between value, what they're bringing in. That helps you to grow.
Yeah, but I think it'll be wonderful if KDISC and the state can actually focus on creating this cultural awareness much before somebody is coming into the workplace. I think that would probably become a USP for the state saying, hey, I have people who probably understand European culture or the Australian culture or the American culture or maybe the Japanese culture or Southeast Asian culture, right? I think we have the volume, like you rightly said, we are used to being in a multicultural environment. Maybe that's what probably Bangalore gave you, right? That it took you out of your home state, gave you that environment. And I think the state should look at probably creating such an ecosystem so that more and more people thrive and they learn from each other, they become more wise. And I think that more GCCs will come in. On that count, question that I had for all three of you is, what would you actually ask the state government of Karnataka to do to attract GCCs? Because the state has very few of them, that to mid-tier smaller ones. The largest ones are Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, Gurgaon. Those are the top 4 cities. What is it that the state should do to bring in more and more capability centers, because I think we have the talent, we have the skills. It's just that we don't have enough GCCs.
I think Kerala doesn't have to replicate what Bangalore or Hyderabad is doing. So that's not doesn't make sense. But it is definitely creating a certain niche curve for capabilities. I think Kerala has to bring in a unique value proposition in terms of GCC landscape. It could be AI-driven, healthcare analytics, or it is maritime tech, or it is, the green GCCs or ESG focus. Similarly, what Hyderabad has done is they have become kind of the second center for pharma, and largely consolidated the pharma GCCs in Hyderabad. I believe Kerala has tremendous potential. Could actually be the second home for other big GCCs that are already present. But I believe it's not a competition between the states. It's an India story. This is a competition between other centers who offer, similar capability centers, ecosystem versus the India. Few other things that could be done is one, I think the industry academia partnership, like I said, it's extremely important. That needs to be facilitated by government. And then it could also be making Kerala the attractive place for talent across India, but also a global talent. There is a large population of expats, or the people who are non-resident Keralites living elsewhere across the world could come back. There could be a reverse migration. You can call a returnee program or something, create policy, create support and infrastructure for them to come back and live here. Maybe the tagline for me, after seeing a little bit of Kerala in my few trips, it's quality of life, it's quality of work, and that is what you can get, and that could be the unique value proposition.
Very well said, Girish.
No, I think absolutely what Girish said is right. I think one word which I would like to add is that when you have build a skill, add a domain to that. The skill plus domain is the one what we're going to look at. You may have a generative AI, but generative AI in retail is very different. Generative AI in cybersecurity is very different. Generative AI in automotive is very different. If you're building that skill, build for that. Second thing is, again, I'll go back to the skill gap, what is happening. If you fast forward like around 24 months to 36 months, forget about the entry level people. Even the people who are established will have skill gaps. For them to reskill and upskill will become a bigger deal. And for them, I think what I would suggest is, like, if you can position Kerala as an upskill and reskill center for experienced as well as for the entry level stuff, that will go a humongous long way. From the infrastructure perspective, there is a possibility that actually government has the wherewithal where they can put a public domain data centers, public domain player in us, which are like a digital player in us, where people can come and play and connect and do a lot of those kinds of stuff. This is a public and private partnerships, wherein like any startups, anybody who would like to play around, innovate something, academia part of it, they should definitely do trials those. The third aspect which I want to bring in is the mentorship aspect, because the challenge with respect to the academia students who are coming out is they have enthusiasm, they have the energy, but not less guidance. So we have to mandate in some way or some structured way where they have to, industry people like me or somebody else kind of a thing should mentor significant amount of talent which is coming out, soft skills, what she highlighted, the cultural sensitivity aspect of thing, technical aspect of thing. For me to reach here, somebody mentored me. And similar way, I think there is a way in which we should be able to mentor. It is invaluable.
Absolutely. Sujo, you are from the state, and I just wanted to add one more question to what I've asked them, saying what do you think is the gap? Why is it that Kerala has not been able to attract enough GCCs over here?
From my town, or Kerala always had that feeling of, okay, I have to be in UAE, Dubai, somewhere. We always, if you look at any of our towns, people are all old. Our grandparents living there, and the younger generation are not here. That stigma, right? Okay. So mostly people travel outside of Kerala, either at least Bangalore, or they go to Dubai minimum, or work there, or US. They just go away from here. So how can you attract the millennials and Gen Zs back here with purpose driven challenges and opportunities, right? And now with these, our big man in the US, with all the tariffs and the rule changes, a lot of people are getting laid off and coming back to India. We are getting a lot of people coming back to Kerala also. So in from Europe or US, people are coming back. So what he mentioned, right, the mentors or the people who have worked in larger MNCs, who have seen different cultures are coming. So how can you give them opportunity to do a startup? They have ideas, they have seen the world. How can government help them to quickly, the policies have to be easier, right? You should not be running pillar to post for so many months to get something done, right? You have to get things quickly, right? How to help them? We have Technopark in Tiruvananthapuram, Info Park and Smart City and everything in Kochi. We are approachable through air and sea and road and just approachable. So how to create that feeling that, okay, this is a nice place to be. Give that little bit of a Bangalore culture here also, so that people coming from different states. Bangalore has a lot of floating population, right? It's not only Karnataka, it's there.
70% of Bangalore is migrants. Seven. I'm equally, guilty of being a migrant.
So how can we attract floating population here? When these people are coming back, how can you give them that feeling? Yes, this is the right place for me to come back and settle and start something new. And this is possible for me to flourish here. I worked in US for 2 years. I struggled with my kids because I did not have any help. So back here we have domestic help. I have a full-time maid, so I can focus completely on work, right? So there are a lot of benefits here. How can you um, showcase all the benefits that you have here, speak about it very frequently, ensure that the policies are easy to follow, and the checklist, what are the do's and don'ts for the GCs to start, even the startups to start here? Where should I go? Where should I look up? Where is the checklist for me, right? And make it easier for me to start something here. That should be
Sorry to
there.
interrupt. 5 minutes left on the discussion.
Sure. I think this is quite interesting that you say that just talk about or showcase the upside of the state, because I think the state does check a lot of tick boxes, right? Uh, Life, what do I call, the way you live here, right? The air is much more cleaner. We were just discussing, you have wonderful roads. Imagine all of us are coming from Bangalore and you know how bad the situation is there. Right, the quality of life is amazing. I guess we do have a lot of people returning from other countries, which means we now have talent. But to what Rohit, you mentioned, ensuring that they continuously stay upskilled is also very critical.
Yeah, and I think just to add to that, right, post-pandemic, location is kind of become irrelevant. And from that perspective, even you have an ability, like people sitting here with the right infrastructure, they should be able to influence everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's wonderful that the state has an opportunity. We have to just go showcase. We have talent. I'm sure Girish will be happy to open his next center here in Cochin. We're giving you a target.
We have a global network strategy for GPS, and of
Okay.
course, we should look at accessing talent across India for
Perfect.
sure. But I believe that depends on different possibilities.
And
And
also probably the policies
I
that the
hope
state
Kochi
gives.
emerges as a next GCC hub.
Excellent. So I think before we wind up, a couple of quick questions, rapid fire questions. Maybe just one for each so that we can close on the time that she's monitoring. What's the first word that comes to your mind when you think of GCCs in India today?
Sky is the limit, unlimited potential. And I believe GCC will grow to extent of 5 to 10% of the GDP contribution for India in the longer run.
I think it's going to be 20% by 2030. So, right. Okay. Um, if you had to bet on one capability that will define India's GCC leadership in the next 5 years, what would that be?
I would say generative AI,
Yeah.
because that's something which is going to change how we work.
Okay. Um, one thing that India does better than anywhere else in the world for global companies.
We are resilient. We bounce back. We maybe we should thank British.
I love that. Yeah, right. Okay, the last question to all three of you, which is purely focused on the Kerala state. One thing Kerala must get right if it wants to be the next big GCC destination.
Speed of execution.
Okay.
I would say the talent potential. You need to lift that game up. Yeah.
Say focus. We don't need more cost centers. We need some very focused.
Very focused. Wonderful. Thank you so much, everyone. I think it was great conversation. Lovely hearing your views. And I hope you've closed on time. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
Given the AI scenario, as all of you are emphasizing and repeated, hello, yeah, all of you are emphasizing and repeatedly reiterating on AI context and scenario. Do you think GCC, if AI plays an extensive, do you think whether AI will play an extensive role in GCC? If so, what is the precision outcome on AI is playing or enabling a role in GCC? Precision of the outcome. Data is there. See, artificial intelligence is artificial. What is the precision of the outcome? Is it 100% or 90% or 95%?
If I paraphrase your question, you're asking if AI will change the GCC and what is the precision outcome which will come out of this?
No, sir, no, sir. AI, if AI play a key role in GCC, how do you presume the precision, the perfection of the outcome?
Precision of the maybe I can start. Maybe
So
Rohit, you can
AI
add.
is anyway you are using artificial intelligence, not natural AI. Printed means we are printing the intelligence. I do that. So artificial intelligence. What is the outcome precision? Suppose a molecular composition for a antibiotic or for a something like that.
Sorry, there's actually an echo where we're not able to understand, but I think what I hear, and maybe all of us can just confirm, is you're saying AI will definitely change the way GCCs are working. You're looking at what is the precision of that
AI, because
transformation.
GCC is a very extensive, broader spectrum scenario. If AI plays a screen, so there has to be a precision. Outcome should be perfect, or precision should be the. What is the comments on that? What is your take on that? Take your take.
I'll just add one point. You know, we are still evolving. We are still figuring out, right? You know, we are still trying out AI in all the different domains and areas. So we haven't reached a point where I can say that I can, you know, 100% involve AI. It is still evolving. It is still revolutionizing. You know, AI is going ahead. We haven't seen that complete 100% ability of AI yet. It is in the evolution, it is in the journey, right? So we can target, and that will be a moving target. So like I mentioned, in projects initially when we started, we said 30% productivity improvement. Now we can target 50% productivity improvement, right? If it was taking 1 year to go to market, now I want it to go to market in 6 months. So any domain, we are seeing the evolution. We haven't reached there yet to say that I can guarantee 95% precision yet. We are in the journey.
Oh, last one, Madam Moderator, but answered in asking questions. You deep tech disruptive technology. You asked that question. In fact, that had a key role in AI's perfection. She actually asked that question. I was noticing that, but that was not addressed properly. That's why I asked this question.
There is a bit of an echo here in the stage. So I am actually looking at the lip movements also to see what question is coming. You can hear us clearly, but here we are not able to, you know.
Next time, maybe we'll use AI to also understand what we're
Yeah,
talking
maybe,
to each other.
you know, get that broadcast back to us.
Sorry to interrupt, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you for your time. The session has come to an end. And I request the moderator, Ms. Neeti Sharma, to hand over the mementos to the guests, and Mr. Girish Desai to present a memento to our moderator, Ms. Neeti Sharma. And after the group photo, we have the last session for the day, and we have the guests here. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now we have the open house, Vijnana Keralam. I invite on stage Dr. T.M. Thomas Isaac, Chief Advisor, Vijnana Keralam, Dr. P.V. Unnikrishnan, Member Secretary, KDISC, Mr. P.M. Riaz, Executive Director, KDISC, Dr. P. Sarin, Strategic Advisor, Vijnana Keralam. I request everyone to please come on stage. Thank you. Thank you, panelists. Thank you. Dr. P. Srikala, Director KKEM, was supposed to be part of this, but she is feeling a bit unwell. She won't be able to attend the session. I invite the guests to please come on stage. Dr. T.M. Thomas Isaac, Dr. P.V. Unnikrishnan, Mr. P.M. Riaz, and Dr. P. Sarin. Sirs, please. We have the open house on Vijnana Keralam.
A point of information. Is there anybody in the audience who doesn't follow Malayalam? Nobody. Everybody understands Malayalam. Yeah, there is someone. Who? See, can you confirm that everybody here would like to have the discussions in Malayalam? Is there anybody who doesn't know Malayalam? Nobody. Okay, fine. Fine.
So we are getting started. ഒരു ground rule. Kindly don't be polite. Be devil's advocates. Ask questions sharply. കാരണം ഈ ചെയ്യുന്ന പരിപാടിയുടെ ഒരു വിമർശന ബുദ്ധിയ പരിശോധിക്കാനാണ്, അല്ലാതെ ഇതിനെ പ്രകീർത്തിക്കാനല്ല ഇരിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോ എല്ലാവരും അങ്ങനെ നിങ്ങൾക്ക് അങ്ങനെ ഒരു സംശയമോ എന്നൊന്നും ഞങ്ങൾ ചിന്തിക്കത്തില്ല. മറ്റാരോ പറഞ്ഞ കാര്യം നിങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കണമെന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ കരുതിക്കോളാം. അതുകൊണ്ട് കർശനമായ ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ ചോദിക്കാൻ തയ്യാറാവാം. എനിക്ക് തുടക്കമായിട്ട് പറയാനുള്ളത്, ഇതൊരു മാസ് സ്കില്ലിംഗ് പ്രോഗ്രാമാണ് വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം എന്നുള്ളത്. ഇതിന്റെ നമ്പർ ഒന്ന് കൂട്ടി നോക്കിക്കേ. ഈ വർഷം, അടുത്ത വർഷം അതിന് പിന്നത്തെ വർഷം അല്ല, ഈ വർഷം 3 ലക്ഷം കോളേജ് വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾ നമ്മൾ സ്കില്ല് ചെയ്യും. ഒരു 5 ലക്ഷത്തോളം വീട്ടമ്മമാരെ നമ്മൾ സ്കില്ല് ചെയ്യും. പിന്നെ പഠിത്തം പൂർത്തിയാക്കിയിട്ടുള്ള എന്ന തൊഴിലന്വേഷകരായിട്ടുള്ള ആളുകൾ, ഔപചാരികമായിട്ടുള്ള സ്കിൽ ഡിഗ്രി ഇല്ലെങ്കിലും സ്കിൽ ഈക്വലൻസി സർട്ടിഫിക്കറ്റ് വാങ്ങാൻ വരുന്നവർ, ഏതാണ്ട് ഒരു 10 ലക്ഷം ആളുകളെ അടുത്ത 6 മാസത്തിനുള്ളിൽ സ്കിൽ ചെയ്യുന്ന വലിയൊരു ജനകീയ പരിപാടിയെ കുറിച്ചാണ് നമ്മൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യുന്നത്. ഇതിന് സമാനമായിട്ട് മറ്റൊരു സ്കിൽ പ്രോഗ്രാം ഈ ഇന്ത്യ രാജ്യത്ത് എവിടെയെങ്കിലും ഉള്ളതായിട്ട് എനിക്കറിവില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ ഇത് വലിയൊരു ജനകീയ പരിപാടിയായിട്ട് വിജയിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റൂ. ഇത്ര ആളുകളെ മെന്റർ ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് നമ്മൾ പെയ്ഡ് ട്രെയിനേഴ്സിനെ കൊണ്ട് മാത്രം പറ്റില്ല. ഈ നമ്പർ ചിന്തിച്ച അപ്പം മനസ്സിലാവും, അത് ഫീസിബിൾ അല്ല. സാക്ഷരതാ പ്രസ്ഥാനത്തിന് എന്ന പോലെ ഇവരെ മെന്റർ ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് കേരളത്തിലെ എല്ലാ പ്രൊഫഷനുകളും അക്കാഡമിക്സും മുന്നോട്ട് വരുന്നൊരു സാഹചര്യം ഉണ്ടാവണം. പിന്നെ ഇത്രയും പേരെ മോട്ടിവേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണ്ടേ? ഇത് വളരെ പ്രധാനമാണ്. നമ്മളെങ്ങനെയാ സമ്പൂർണ്ണ സാക്ഷരത കൈവരിച്ചത്? ഈ അക്ഷരം പഠിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് 80 വയസ്സൊരാൾക്ക് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ 70 വയസ്സൊരാൾക്ക് എന്തെങ്കിലും മെറ്റീരിയൽ ബെനിഫിറ്റ് ഡയറക്റ്റ് ആയിട്ട് കിട്ടുന്നുണ്ടോ? എന്നിട്ട് അക്ഷരം പഠിക്കാൻ നിന്നില്ലേ? അതിൽ ആവേശം കൊള്ളാൻ വേണ്ടി കേരളത്തിലെ എല്ലാ പഞ്ചായത്തും ജില്ലകളും സംസ്ഥാനം ഒട്ടുക്കിറങ്ങിയില്ലേ? അതുപോലൊരാവേശം നമുക്ക് അടുത്ത 1-2 മാസം കൊണ്ട് സംസ്ഥാനത്ത് ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ? ഇതാണ് ചലഞ്ച് കേട്ടോ. ഇതാണ് വിജ്ഞാന കേരളത്തിന്റെ സ്പിരിറ്റ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്. എന്നാൽ അതിലേക്ക് എത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ടോ? ഇല്ല, അതിലേക്ക് എത്തിയിട്ടില്ല. ഒരു ചലനം ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ളത് കുടുംബശ്രീയുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിലുള്ള ഇപ്പൊ വീട്ടമ്മമാരുടെ സ്കില്ലിങ്ങും എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റിൽ അത് നീങ്ങി തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. നീങ്ങി തുടങ്ങി എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഏതാണ്ട് 1 ലക്ഷം തൊഴിലുകൾ ഇതിനകം കണ്ടെത്തി കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടുണ്ട്. സ്കില്ല് ചെയ്ത് ഡിപ്ലോയ് ചെയ്ത് വെച്ചാൽ മതി. അടുത്ത ഒക്ടോബർ ആവുമ്പോൾ അവസാനിക്കുന്ന മുമ്പ് വേറൊരു 1 ലക്ഷവും കൂടി തൊഴിലുകൾ അവർ കണ്ടെത്തും. സോ ഇറ്റ് ഇസ് മൂവിങ്. ടുഡേ ഇന്ന് നമ്മുടെ കോളേജ് സ്കില്ലിങ്ങിന്റെ പ്രോഗ്രാമിൽ പങ്കെടുക്കുകയായിരുന്നു. അവിടെ നടന്ന ചർച്ചകളും വന്ന ആളുകളുടെ താല്പര്യവും എല്ലാം ഞാൻ എല്ലാ ജില്ലകളിലെയും കോളേജുകളുടെ ശില്പശാലയിൽ പങ്കെടുത്തു. അവിടെ നിന്നുണ്ടായ പ്രതികരണം എല്ലാം കാണിക്കും നമ്മുടെ കോളേജുകളിൽ ഒരു അനക്കം തുടങ്ങി. ഇസ് ഗെറ്റിംഗ് സ്റ്റാർട്ട്. അങ്ങനെയുള്ളൊരു മഹത്തായ ദൗത്യത്തിലാണ് നമ്മൾ ഏർപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുള്ളത്. I don't want to go into the details. I think around ഇതുപോലെ ഷോർട്ട് അവതരണം കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ then we'll take questions. That's much better. ഡോക്ടർ ഐസക് പറഞ്ഞു, നമ്മൾ ഒരു വലിയ മാസീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള സ്കില്ലിംഗ് എക്സസൈസിലേക്കാണ് പോകുന്നത്. ഒരുപക്ഷെ ഇന്ത്യയിലോ ലോകത്തുടനീളമോ സമാനതകളില്ലാത്ത ഒരു നൈപുണ്യ പരിപാടിയിലേക്കാണ് നമ്മൾ പോകാനായിട്ട് ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത്. സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും ഒരു ഏജൻസി ഡ്രിവൺ ആയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രോഗ്രാമിലൂടെ അത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല എന്ന് മാത്രമല്ല, അതിനകത്ത് വേറെയും കുറെ സങ്കീർണതകളുണ്ട്. ഒന്ന്, ഇന്നിപ്പോ സ്കില്ലിങ്ങിന്റെ ലാൻഡ്സ്കേപ്പിൽ വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരുപാട് മാറ്റങ്ങളുണ്ട്. നിങ്ങൾ സ്കിൽ സമ്മിറ്റിലെ ചില ടാഗ് ലൈൻസ് കണ്ടു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ, ഡിഗ്രീസ് നോട്ട് ഡിഗ്രീസ് ബട്ട് സ്കിൽസ് മാറ്റർ, ഇതാണ് ഒരു ടാഗ് ലൈൻ. വേൾഡ് എക്കണോമിക് ഫോറത്തിന്റെ ടാഗ് ലൈനാണിത്. അപ്പൊ ഗൂഗിളും അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഗൂഗിളിന്റെ സിഇഒ 4 ദിവസം മുമ്പ് അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞു, PhD ഒരു അർത്ഥമില്ല. അദ്ദേഹം he himself is a PhD holder in life sciences. He says that PhD doesn't mean anything. So അത് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ആ പറയുന്ന റെട്ടറിക്കലൊന്നും വലിയ അർത്ഥം ഉണ്ടെന്ന് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നില്ല. പക്ഷെ സ്കിൽസ് എന്നൊരു വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കോംപ്ലക്സ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സിറ്റുവേഷനിലേക്ക് മാറുകയാണ്. അപ്പൊ ആ സ്കില്ലിങ്ങിനെ കുറിച്ച് പറയുമ്പോൾ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി മറന്നു പോകുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമുണ്ട്. ഈ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ റവല്യൂഷൻ തുടങ്ങുന്ന പീരീഡില് പിന്നെ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്ന ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട വിമർശനം എന്തായിരുന്നു? ഗിൽഡുകളിൽ പഠിച്ചിരുന്ന സ്കിൽഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാരുടെ ഡീസ്കില്ലിംഗ് ആണ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയൽ റവല്യൂഷൻ കൊണ്ടുവന്നത് എന്നുള്ളതായിരുന്നു ആ കാലഘട്ടത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പിന്നെ വിമർശനം. കാരണം അതുവരെ സ്കിൽഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാർ ചെയ്തിരുന്ന പ്രവർത്തനങ്ങൾ ആർക്കും യന്ത്രത്തിന്റെ സഹായത്തോടുകൂടി ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്ന ഒരു സ്ഥിതിയിലേക്ക് വന്നു എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ആ കാലഘട്ടത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട വിമർശനം. ഹാരി ബ്രാവർമാനെ പോലെയുള്ള ആൾക്കാരുടെയൊക്കെ പിന്നെ പ്രസിദ്ധീകരണങ്ങളൊക്കെ വായിച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ആൾക്കാർക്ക് മനസ്സിലാവും. പക്ഷെ ഇന്ന് ലോകത്ത് ഈ പറയുന്ന ടെക്നോളജി ചേഞ്ചസിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് തൊഴിലെടുത്ത് വന്നിട്ടുള്ള മാറ്റങ്ങളുടെ ഒക്കെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് വന്നിട്ടുള്ള പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ചില വ്യത്യാസങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ഒന്ന്, ഒരാൾക്ക് ഒരു പ്രത്യേക ഡിസിപ്ലിൻ മാത്രം കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ഇന്നത്തെ കോംപ്ലക്സ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള പ്രോബ്ലംസ് റിസോൾവ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റില്ല. വർക്ക് പ്ലേസ് പോലും പറ്റില്ല. അപ്പൊ അതുകൊണ്ട് അതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഇന്ന് ഉയർന്നു വരുന്ന ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട അഭിപ്രായം എന്താണ്? ഹയർ ഓർഡർ തിങ്കിങ് വേണം, കൊളാബറേഷൻ വേണം. കളക്റ്റീവായിട്ട് ഒരു ഗ്രൂപ്പായിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാതെ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സാധനത്തിന്റെ ആട്രിബ്യൂട്ടായിട്ട് മാറുന്നു ഹയർ ഓർഡർ തിങ്കിങ്, ക്രിട്ടിക്കൽ തിങ്കിങ് മുതലായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ. വളരെ സിമ്പിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ സ്കിൽസ് മുതലായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ പോരാ. ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളോട് ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ ഇന്നത്തെ വർക്ക് പ്ലേസിലെ ചലഞ്ചസ് ഹാൻഡിൽ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അതിന്റെ തുടർച്ചയായിട്ടാണ് ഗൂഗിളും ആമസോണും പറയുന്നത്, ഇറ്റ് ഈസ് നോട്ട് വാട്ട് യു ലേൺ എന്നുള്ളതല്ല, നിങ്ങൾക്ക് യഥാർത്ഥ ജീവിത പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ പരിഹരിക്കാൻ പറ്റുമോ എന്നുള്ളതാണ് പ്രധാനം എന്നുള്ളത്. അപ്പൊ അതുകൊണ്ട് തന്നെ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സാധനം കരുപിടിപ്പിക്കുന്നത്, നേരത്തെ ഡോക്ടർ ഐസക് പറഞ്ഞ ഇതിന്റെ തുടർച്ചയായിട്ട് ഞാൻ പറയും, സ്കില്ലിംഗ് എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് ഇന്നത്തെ ഏജൻസികൾക്ക് കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുന്നതിനപ്പുറത്ത് കോംപ്ലക്സ് കൂടിയാണ്. നമ്പേഴ്സും അതിന്റെ ഡൈനാമിക്സ് മാത്രമല്ല, ഇറ്റ് ഹസ് ബിക്കം കോംപ്ലക്സ്. സ്കിൽ എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സാധനം ഫെയർലി കോംപ്ലക്സ് ആണ്. ഇത് പണ്ട് പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ഭാഷ പഠിക്കുക, കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ പഠിക്കുക എന്നുള്ള രൂപത്തിലല്ല സ്കില്ലിംഗ് വരുന്നത്. സ്കില്ലിംഗ് തുടർച്ചയായി പുതിയ ശേഷികൾ ആർജിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന രൂപത്തിൽ അത് മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകണം. അതിനുള്ള ബെസ്റ്റ് ബെറ്റ് എന്താണ്? കേരളത്തിലെ പൊതുവിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സമ്പ്രദായം കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ച് ക്യാമ്പസുകൾ കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ച്, ക്യാമ്പസിലെ സ്കിൽ സെന്റർ കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ച്, ക്യാമ്പസിലെ അധ്യാപകർ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സംവിധാനത്തിന്റെ ഓട്ടോണമി നിലനിർത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ നിന്ന് പഠിക്കേണ്ട കാര്യങ്ങൾ സ്വാംശീകരിച്ച് അതിന്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ സ്വതന്ത്രമായി സ്കില്ലിംഗ് പരിപാടികൾ വിഭാവനം ചെയ്യണം. എങ്കിൽ മാത്രമേ നമ്മൾ ഇപ്പൊ കാണുന്ന സ്കില്ലിന്റെ ഇഷ്യൂ നമുക്ക് റിസോൾവ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുള്ളൂ. അതിനകത്ത് പ്രാക്ടീസ് കൂടി ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഘടകമാണ്. പ്രാക്ടീസിലുള്ള മെക്കാനിസം. കാരണം ഇപ്പോ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ഉയർത്തുന്നു, സ്കിൽ പ്രൂഫ് ഓഫ് സ്കിൽ ഇസ് പ്രൂഫ് ഓഫ് വർക്ക്. അതാണ് ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് ഏജൻസീസിന്റെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട സ്ലോഗൻ. പ്രൂഫ് ഓഫ് സ്കിൽ ഇസ് പ്രൂഫ് ഓഫ് വർക്ക്. യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ പണി ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ? ഇന്നിപ്പോ ഒരു ഡെവലപ്പറായിട്ട് ഒരാള് ഒരു കമ്പനിക്ക് അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് അവര് ചോദിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ കോഡ് എഴുതാൻ അറിയാന്നല്ല ചോദിക്കണേ, ഷോ യുവർ ഗിറ്റ് ഹബ്. നിങ്ങൾ ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള കോഡ് എവിടെയാണ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുന്നത് കാണിച്ചു തരും. നിങ്ങൾ എക്സിക്യൂട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടോ ഇല്ലയോ എന്നുള്ളതാണ് അറിയേണ്ടത് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് പറയുന്നത്. ആ രൂപത്തിൽ പ്രൂഫ് ഓഫ് സ്കിൽ ഇസ് പ്രൂഫ് ഓഫ് വർക്ക് എന്ന് കൂടി വരുന്നു. അതിന് പറ്റുന്ന രൂപത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ ക്യാമ്പസുകളിലെ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് പ്രോഗ്രാംസ് അഡാപ്റ്റ് ചെയ്യണം. ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ആയിട്ട് കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് ആയിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റണം. അതിന്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ ആദ്യപടിയാണ് നമ്മളിപ്പോ. ഇതൊക്കെ ഒറ്റ ദിവസം കൊണ്ട് തീരാൻ പറ്റുന്ന കാര്യമില്ല. പടിപടിയായിട്ട് ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള നമുക്ക് കുറെ അനുഭവങ്ങളുണ്ട്. ക്യാമ്പസുകളിലൊക്കെ കുറേയേറെ ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള എംപ്ലോയബിലിറ്റിക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ശ്രമങ്ങൾ നടക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. ആ ശ്രമങ്ങളുടെ തുടർച്ചയായി നമ്മൾ ഇനിയും ഇതിനകത്ത് പഠിക്കാനായിട്ട് തയ്യാറാവണം. ഒരു ക്യാമ്പയിൻ എന്നുള്ള നിലയ്ക്ക് ഈ പറയുന്ന അനുഭവങ്ങൾ സ്വാംശീകരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് മുന്നോട്ട് പോവുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഇതിനകത്ത് ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഘടകം. പരീക്ഷണം നടത്തുക, ആ പരീക്ഷണത്തിന്റെ അനുഭവങ്ങൾ കൂട്ടിച്ചേർക്കുക, അതിന്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ പരിപാടി മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോവുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ടത്.
ഗുഡ് ഈവനിങ് ഓൾ. ഞാൻ കൂടുതൽ സമയം എടുക്കുന്നില്ല. ഒരു ഇൻട്രൊഡക്ടറി പിച്ച് എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ ഡോക്ടർ ഐസക്കും ഡോക്ടർ ഉണ്ണികൃഷ്ണനും പറഞ്ഞതിൻ്റെ വേറൊരു രീതിയിൽ അതിനെ വിഷ്വലൈസ് ചെയ്യാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുകയാണ്. കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്നുള്ള 4 കോടിയോളം വരുന്ന മനുഷ്യരെ ജോബ് റെഡി ആക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതും കാലത്തിനനുസരിച്ചുള്ള ജോബ് അവർക്ക് വേണ്ടി റെഡിയാക്കി കൊടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതുമായിട്ടുള്ളൊരു വലിയ ഉത്തരവാദിത്തത്തിനെയാണ് വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം പദ്ധതിയിലൂടെ നമ്മൾ ഈ ഘട്ടത്തിൽ അഡ്രസ് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ആ അർത്ഥത്തിൽ കേരളത്തിലെ യുവത അവരുടെ ജോബ് റെഡിനെസ് എന്താണ് എന്നുള്ളതും ജോബ് മാർക്കറ്റിലെ ഡിമാൻഡ്സിനനുസരിച്ച് അവരെ അതിലേക്ക് മാറ്റിയെടുക്കാൻ ഒരു സർക്കാർ തന്നെ മുന്നിട്ടിറങ്ങുന്നു എന്നുള്ളതുമാണ് വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം ജനകീയ ക്യാമ്പയിനിനെ വ്യത്യസ്തമാക്കുന്നത്. പല തട്ടുകളിലായി അടിസ്ഥാനപരമായി ലോക്കൽ ബോഡീസിനെ ഇൻവോൾവ് ചെയ്യിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് തദ്ദേശ സ്വയംഭരണ സ്ഥാപനങ്ങളിലൂടെ അതിനു വേണ്ടുന്ന ജനകീയ മുഖം നൽകിക്കൊണ്ട് ഏതൊരാൾക്കും അയാൾക്ക് പ്രാപ്യമായതും അയാൾക്ക് ഇപ്പോൾ അപ്രാപ്യമെന്ന് തോന്നുന്നതും എന്നാൽ അയാളിലേക്ക് എത്തിച്ചേർന്നാൽ അയാളുടെ ജീവിതത്തിന്റെ ക്വാളിറ്റി ഓഫ് ലൈഫിനെ മാറ്റിമറിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നതുമായ ആ ജോബ് റെഡിനെസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന എലമെന്റിലേക്ക് കേരളത്തെ ജോബ് റെഡിയാക്കാൻ, കേരള ഈസ് ജോബ് റെഡി എന്നുള്ള ഒരു പ്രഖ്യാപനത്തിലേക്ക് കോൺഫിഡൻസോടുകൂടി നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകാൻ സാധിക്കും, അതിന് വേണ്ടുന്ന ഏതൊക്കെ തരം ഇടപെടലുകളാണ്, ഇന്റർ ഡിസിപ്ലിനറി അപ്രോച്ചുകളാണ് ഇതിനെ വ്യത്യസ്തമാക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതിന്റെ ആലോചനയിലൂടെയാണ് വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം ഇപ്പൊ കടന്നുപോയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. അതിന്റെ ഓപ്പൺ ക്രിറ്റിസിസം, ഓപ്പൺ ആയിട്ടുള്ള നിങ്ങളുടേതായിട്ടുള്ള അഭിപ്രായങ്ങൾ, ഒബ്സർവേഷൻസ്, നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ അതുകൂടി ക്ഷണിക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയാണ് നമ്മൾ ഇവിടെ ഇരിക്കുന്നത് എന്നുള്ള ഡോക്ടർ ഐസക്കിന്റെ വാക്കുകൾ ഒന്നുകൂടി ഓർമ്മിപ്പിക്കുന്നു. താങ്ക് യു.
നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞത് എന്നോട് സപ്ലിമെന്ററി ആയിട്ട് പറയുന്ന ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ. ഒന്ന്, ഈ വിജ്ഞാന കേരളത്തിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് മുന്നോട്ട് വെക്കുന്ന പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഒരു സംഗതി ആക്സസ് ടു ഇൻഫർമേഷനാണ്. എല്ലാവരെയും ഒരുമിച്ച് കൊണ്ടുപോകാൻ എല്ലാ തരത്തിലുള്ള ഇൻഫർമേഷനും എല്ലാ തട്ടിലുള്ള ആളുകൾക്കും, അത് ST ആയിരിക്കാം, മത്സ്യത്തൊഴിലാളികളാവാം, അങ്ങനെ സമൂഹത്തിന്റെ കേരളം മുന്നോട്ട് വെച്ചിട്ടുള്ള ഇൻക്ലൂസീവ് അപ്രോച്ചിന്റെ ഒരു എലിമെന്റ്. 2, ഇൻഫർമേഷൻ കിട്ടിയത് കൊണ്ട് മാത്രം കാര്യമില്ല, ആക്സസ് ടു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ്, അവസരങ്ങളിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ആക്സസ് ടു ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റി. മൂന്നാമതായിട്ട് എനിക്ക് തോന്നിയ ഒരു കാര്യം ആക്സസ് ടു റിസോഴ്സസ്. എങ്ങനെ ഈ സാധനങ്ങൾ എത്തുക, ഈ 3 കാര്യങ്ങളായി ജനകീയ തലത്തിൽ ഇടപെട്ടുകൊണ്ട് നടത്തുന്ന ഒരു ബൃഹത്തായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഉദ്യമമാണ്, ബ്രേവ് അറ്റംപ്റ്റ് എന്ന് എനിക്ക് തോന്നിയ ഒരു കാര്യം. നേരത്തെ ഐസക് സാറ് പറഞ്ഞു, ഞാൻ കുറച്ചു കാലമായിട്ട് വായിക്കുന്ന ഇതൊക്കെ നോക്കുന്ന ആളെന്ന നിലയിൽ ലോകത്ത്, ഇന്ത്യയിലല്ല ലോകത്തൊരിടത്തും ഇത്തരത്തിൽ ജനകീയമായിട്ട് മെന്റർ ഡ്രിവൺ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു സംഗതി ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ളത്. പലയിടത്തും മെന്റർ സംഗതികൾ ഉണ്ടെങ്കിലും ഇവിടെ കുറച്ചുകൂടി കൃത്യമായിട്ടാണ് ഇടപെടാൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്നത്. കേരളത്തിന്റെ 3.3 കോടി ലക്ഷം വരുന്ന ആളുകളിൽ 2.2 മില്യൺ ആളുകൾ പുറത്ത് ജോലി ചെയ്തവരാണ്. ഇതിൽ വലിയൊരു വിഭാഗം ആളുകൾ പ്രൊഫഷണലുകളാണ്. വേറെ വലിയൊരു വിഭാഗം ഒരുപാട് സംരംഭകരാണ്. സ്വന്തം നാട്ടിലെ നാട്ടിൻപുറത്തെ ഒരു സുഹൃത്തിനെ മകനെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അയൽവാസിയുടെ മകനെ കൈപിടിച്ചു നിർത്തുന്നതിനുള്ള ടെക്നോളജിയുടെ സാധ്യതകളെ പ്രയോജനപ്പെടുത്തിക്കൊണ്ട് നടത്താൻ ശ്രമിക്കുന്ന ബൃഹത്തായ ഒരു മെന്റർ ശൃംഖലയിലൂടെയാണ് വിജ്ഞാന കേരളത്തെ മുന്നോട്ട് പോകുന്നത്. ആരും ഇതുവരെ ചെയ്തിട്ടില്ല. ഇത് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നെങ്കിൽ ഇതിലൊരു പാഷന്റെ എലിമെന്റ് ഉണ്ട്, ഒരു നൊസ്റ്റാൾജിയയുടെ എലിമെന്റ് ഉണ്ട്, ലേണിങ്ങിന്റെ എലിമെന്റ് ഉണ്ട്, എക്സ്പീരിയൻസിന്റെ എലിമെന്റ് ഉണ്ട്. ഇത് ട്രാൻസ്ഫർ ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ശ്രമിക്കുന്ന ഒരു തലമാണ്. അത് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള 2 തലങ്ങൾ പോകുന്നുണ്ട്. അതിൽ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനം സ്കില്ലിംഗ് ആണ്. സ്കില്ലിംഗ് എന്ന് നേരത്തേക്ക് പറഞ്ഞു, ഇന്ന കാര്യങ്ങൾ അതിന്റെ പ്രോബ്ലം സോൾവിങ്ങിന്റെ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ മറ്റുള്ള ഹയർ ഓർഡർ സ്കില്ലിങ്ങിനെ കുറിച്ച്. അതിനേക്കാളേറെ കേരളത്തിന് ആവശ്യം വേണ്ടത് കേരളത്തിലെ ആളുകൾക്ക് ആത്മവിശ്വാസം നൽകുകയാണ്. നിവർന്നു നിന്ന് സംസാരിക്കാനുള്ള, നിവർന്നു നിന്ന് തൊഴിൽ നേടാനുള്ള ആ ആത്മവിശ്വാസം നൽകാനുള്ള ശ്രമമാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് വിജ്ഞാന കേരളത്തിന്റെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ മുഖമുദ്രയായി മാറാൻ പോകുന്നത്. രണ്ടാമത്തെ ഒരു തലം ഇതിലേക്ക് വരുന്ന ഒരു തലം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് സ്ത്രീ പങ്കാളിത്തം വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കാനുള്ള ഒരു 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 കോൺഷ്യസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള അറ്റംപ്റ്റ് ആണ്. 25% കേരളത്തിലെ സ്ത്രീ പങ്കാളിത്തം. 80% കേരളത്തിലെ ആർട്സ് ആൻഡ് സയൻസ് കോളേജിലെ സ്ത്രീ പഠിക്കുന്നത്. എവിടെയാണ് ഇത്? 2 ചോദ്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ ഉന്നയിക്കേണ്ടത്. എവിടെയാണ് ഈ പഠിച്ച പെൺകുട്ടികൾ പോകുന്നത്? എവിടെയാണ് പോകുന്നത്? രണ്ടാമത്, വേർ ആർ ദിസ് മിസ്സിംഗ് ബോയ്സ്? ദാറ്റ് ഓൾസോ വി ഷുഡ് അഡ്രസ് ഇറ്റ്. എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത് ദിസ് ഇസ് ഒരു സൊല്യൂഷനുമായിട്ടല്ല പോകുന്നത്. നടന്നു പോകുമ്പോൾ വഴി തെളിഞ്ഞു വരുമെന്നുള്ള പ്രതീക്ഷയിലാണ് വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം പോകുന്നത് എന്നാണ് എനിക്ക് തോന്നുന്നത്.
Yes, I think it is best that we respond to questions. ഒന്ന് രണ്ട് മൈക്ക് കൂടി കൊടുത്തു.
നമസ്കാരം. എൻ്റെ പേര് BS ബാസി, യൂണിവേഴ്സൽ ബാസി എന്നാണ് അറിയപ്പെടുന്നത്. യൂണിവേഴ്സൽ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂഷൻ്റെ ചെയർമാനാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഈ സ്കിൽ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റിൽ വളരെ കാര്യമായ ഒരു കോൺട്രിബ്യൂഷൻ നടത്തിയിട്ടുള്ള വ്യക്തിയാണ് ഞാൻ. കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് 10,000-കണക്കിന് സ്കിൽ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്ത ആളുകൾ വിദേശ രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ പോയി അതിനൊക്കെ ഒരു അടിസ്ഥാനം ഇട്ടതുകൊണ്ട് അതിനെപ്പറ്റി കുറച്ച് അവഗാഢമായ ഒരു ജ്ഞാനമുള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് നമ്മൾ ഈ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സ്കിൽസ് അപ്പോൾ തന്നെ അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ, അതായത് ഇപ്പോൾ അസാപ്പ് നമ്മൾ തുടങ്ങി ട്രെയിനിങ് കൊടുത്തു, പക്ഷേ അത് ആ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾ ഉടൻ തന്നെ ഒന്നുകിൽ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവരുടെ എൻ്റർപ്രൈസിൽ അത് വർക്ക് ചെയ്ത് തുടങ്ങിയില്ലെങ്കിൽ 6 മാസം കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ആ ടെക്നോളജിയും ആ ഒരു എക്സ്പീരിയൻസും സ്കില്ലും ഒക്കെ അപ്രത്യക്ഷമാവുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ അതുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെ ട്രെയിനിങ് കൊടുക്കുന്ന ഒരു ഭാഗത്ത് നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ കോളേജുകളിലും സ്കൂളുകളിലും ഒക്കെ ട്രെയിനിങ് കൊടുക്കാം, പഞ്ചായത്ത് കൊടുക്കാം. പക്ഷേ ഇവരെവിടെയാണ് ജോലിക്ക് പോകാൻ പോകുന്നത്? ആ ജോലിയുമായിട്ട് കണക്ട് ചെയ്ത ട്രെയിനിങ് ആയിരിക്കണം. എന്തുമാത്രം ജോലി സാധ്യതയാണ് ഇപ്പോൾ നിലനിൽക്കുന്നത് കേരളത്തിലാകമാനമുള്ള വ്യവസായങ്ങളിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കേരളത്തിന് പുറത്തുള്ള വ്യവസായങ്ങളിൽ. അതിൽ ഏറ്റവും ക്രിട്ടിക്കലായിട്ടുള്ള വളരെയധികം സാധ്യതയുള്ള ഇപ്പോൾ അതിൻ്റെ വളരെ കട്ടിങ് എഡ്ജ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ഗ്യാപ്പ് ഫില്ല് ചെയ്യാനുള്ള ട്രെയിനിങ് തന്നെ കൊടുക്കേണ്ടി വരും. അപ്പോൾ അങ്ങനെയുള്ള ട്രെയിനിങ് കൊടുക്കുന്നതിൽ പല പ്രോജക്റ്റുകളിലും നമ്മൾ പരാജയപ്പെട്ടിട്ടുണ്ടെന്നാണ് സത്യം. അതുകൊണ്ട് അത്തരത്തിലുള്ള കട്ടിങ് എഡ്ജ് കൊടുക്കാനും അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ അവർ സ്വന്തമായ ഒരു പ്രസ്ഥാനമാണെങ്കിൽ അത് എത്ര ആളുകൾക്ക് അങ്ങനെ തുടങ്ങാൻ പറ്റും, അതിനൊരു കണക്കുകളൊക്കെ ഉണ്ടല്ലോ. അവരെ കൊണ്ട് ഇമ്മീഡിയറ്റ് ആയിട്ട് ഇത് സ്റ്റാർട്ട് ചെയ്യിപ്പിക്കണം. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ കുറച്ച് ദിവസം കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഈ സ്കില്ലിനെ അപ്ഗ്രേഡ് ചെയ്ത് അപ്സ്കിൽ ചെയ്ത് കൊണ്ടുപോകാനുള്ള അവരുടെ കേപ്പബിലിറ്റീസ് കുറഞ്ഞു പോകും. അപ്പൊ ഇത്തരം കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമ്മുടെ ഈ പ്ലാനിങ്ങിൽ അത് ഉൾപ്പെടുത്തണം എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എൻ്റെ സജഷൻ.
ബാസി സാറ് പറഞ്ഞത് വളരെ പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് ഒരു സാങ്കേതിക വിദ്യാ മേഖലയിലെ പരിശീലനം കൈകാര്യം ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരാളെന്നുള്ള നിലയ്ക്ക് നിശ്ചയമായിട്ടും പ്രസക്തമായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമാണ്. നമ്മള് ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളിൽ ഇപ്പോ നമ്മള് പല പരിശീലന പരിപാടികൾക്കും OJT അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഓൺ ദ ജോബ് ട്രെയിനിങ് നമ്മള് പിന്നെ അതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് തന്നെ ഒന്ന് ഇത് ഇപ്പൊ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിക്ക് വേണ്ടി സ്കില്ലിങ്ങിന്റെ അൾട്ടിമേറ്റ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള പിന്നെ ഏത് തരത്തിലുള്ള സ്കില്ലിംഗ് വേണം എന്നുള്ളത് നമ്മളിപ്പോ സ്വകാര്യ എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെടുത്തിയാണ് സ്കില്ലിംഗ് നടത്തുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത് കൊണ്ട് തന്നെ എംപ്ലോയറുടെ അഭിപ്രായം ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഘടകമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ പരിശോധിക്കുന്നു. അതിന്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ ഡിമാൻഡ് ഡ്രിവൺ ആയിട്ടുള്ള സ്കില്ലിംഗ് ആണ്. അല്ലാണ്ട് നമ്മളൊരു ഏജൻസിയിൽ ഒരു കാര്യം പഠിപ്പിക്കാനായിട്ട് നമുക്കറിയാം, അതുകൊണ്ട് ആളെ പഠിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതിന് പകരം നേരെ മറിച്ച് എന്ത് ആവശ്യമാണ് സ്കില്ലിനുള്ളത് എന്നുള്ളത് അത് ഉപയോഗിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാര് ഡിമാൻഡ് സൈഡ് ഇത് പറയുന്ന രൂപത്തിൽ സ്കില്ല് ചെയ്യുക എന്നുള്ളതാണ് ഒരു പ്രിൻസിപ്പിള്. രണ്ട്, അങ്ങ് പറഞ്ഞ പോലെ തന്നെ ഇത് പ്രയോഗിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന രൂപത്തിൽ, അപ്ലൈ ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയുന്ന രൂപത്തിൽ, അത് ഏകോപിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്ന രൂപത്തിൽ ഓൺ ദ ജോബ് ട്രെയിനിങ്, അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ തൊഴിൽ പരിശീലനങ്ങൾ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള ഘടകങ്ങളും കൂടി ഏകോപിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ട്, മൂന്ന്, അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ഇപ്പൊ ഇന്ന് വന്നിട്ടുള്ള ഹാക്കത്തോൺ പോലുള്ള ചലഞ്ചുകൾ, ശേഷി പ്രദർശിപ്പിക്കാൻ കഴിയുന്ന രൂപത്തിലുള്ള ശേഷികൾ കാണിക്കുന്നതിന് പറ്റുന്ന സംവിധാനങ്ങൾ, ഇതൊക്കെ ഏകോപിപ്പിച്ചുകൊണ്ടുള്ള സ്കില്ലിംഗ് പരിപാടിയാണ്. അത് മാത്രമല്ല, ഇപ്പൊ അവിടെ മെഹറിനെ പോലെയുള്ള ആൾക്കാരുണ്ട്. അവരുടെ സെഷന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ഡിസ്കസ് ചെയ്തത് എങ്ങനെയാണ് കൺവെൻഷണൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ക്ലാസ് റൂം ട്രെയിനിങ് മാത്രമല്ല, പിയർ ടു പിയർ ലേണിംഗ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട മാതൃക. ഞങ്ങളൊക്കെ 70കളിലെയും 80കളിലെയൊക്കെ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികളുടെ വിദ്യാർത്ഥി സമരത്തിന്റെ കാലത്ത് കേട്ടിട്ടുള്ള മാതൃകകളാണ്. യൂറോപ്പിലെ വിദ്യാർത്ഥി സമരത്തിന്റെ തുടർച്ചയായിട്ടുണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള എഡ്യൂക്കേഷണൽ എക്സ്പെരിമെന്റ്സ് ആണ് എന്നൊക്കെ പിയർ ലേണിംഗ് മോഡൽസ്. ആ പിയർ ലേണിംഗ് മോഡൽസിന്റെ ഒക്കെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട അനുഭവങ്ങൾ നമ്മൾ കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ടുള്ള ട്രെയിനിങ് മോഡൽസ്, വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ടുള്ള ഇടപെടൽ മാതൃകകൾ എല്ലാം ചേർത്തുകൊണ്ടാണ് ഇതിനകത്ത് നമ്മൾ സ്കില്ലിങ്ങിന്റെ പരിപാടി മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നത്. അങ്ങ് പറഞ്ഞ നിർദ്ദേശങ്ങൾ നിശ്ചയമായിട്ടും ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനമാണ്. അതനുസരിച്ച് സ്കിൽ ഗ്യാപ്പ് നോക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള പഠനങ്ങൾ, മാർക്കറ്റിലെ ജോബ് ലാൻഡ്സ്കേപ്പ് എങ്ങനെയാണ് മാറുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളതിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചുള്ള പരിശോധനകൾ, ഇതിന്റെ എല്ലാം അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ തന്നെ വേണം ക്യാമ്പസുകളിലെ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് പ്രോഗ്രാമുകൾ കരുപിടിപ്പിക്കാൻ.
ഇൻഫാക്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഇപ്പോൾ വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം മുന്നോട്ട് വെക്കുന്ന കോളേജ് സ്കിൽ പ്രോഗ്രാമിന്റെ വ്യത്യസ്തത എന്താണ്? ഇതുവരെയും ഓരോ സ്ട്രീമിനും, വിജ്ഞാന സ്ട്രീമിനും അതിൻ്റെ ഉൾക്കൊള്ളാൻ പറ്റുന്ന അതിൽ ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ഒരു ബൊക്കെ സ്കിൽസ് അത് കുട്ടികളുടെ മുന്നിൽ വെക്കുന്നു, അല്ലെ അധ്യാപകരുടെ മുന്നിൽ വെക്കുന്നു. അവർ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഒന്ന് പഠിക്കുന്നു. പഠിച്ചു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ പിന്നെ ജോലി കിട്ടുമല്ലേ എന്നുള്ളത് കമ്പോളത്തിൽ തീരുമാനിക്കുന്ന കാര്യം. Now this is going to be tough. കാരണം അൺഎംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് കൂടിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുക, ഇനിയും കൂടാനാ സാധ്യത. Therefore കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻ വളരെ ഹൈ ആണ്. ഇവിടത്തെ നമ്മുടെ സ്കിൽ പ്രോഗ്രാമിന്റെ ഈ സ്റ്റേജിലെ, ദാറ്റ് ഐ വോണ്ട് അണ്ടർലൈൻ, ഈ സ്റ്റേജിലെ പ്രത്യേകത ഡയറക്റ്റ് എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റുമായി ലിങ്ക് ചെയ്തുള്ള വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ കോഴ്സ് ആയിരിക്കും നൽകുന്നത്. എങ്ങനെ ലിങ്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുക? രണ്ട് രീതിയുണ്ട്. ഒന്ന്, പൂർവ്വ വിദ്യാർത്ഥികൾ വഴി അവരുടെ സംരംഭങ്ങളിൽ അവര് സ്വന്തമായിട്ടുള്ളതോ ഉടമസ്ഥയിലുള്ളതോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവര് മാനേജേഴ്സ് ഒക്കെ ആയിട്ടുള്ള അവിടെ നിന്ന് തൊഴിലവസരങ്ങൾ കണ്ടെത്താം, അതിനുവേണ്ടി സ്കില്ല് ചെയ്യിക്കാം. രണ്ട്, ഇന്നിപ്പോ നമ്മുടെ ഈ സമ്മിറ്റിൽ ചെയ്ത പോലെ ഒരുപാട് കമ്പനികളുമായിട്ട് ചർച്ചകൾ ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇത് കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ വേറൊരു ടീമുമായിട്ട് നമ്മൾ ചർച്ച ചെയ്യാൻ പോവുകയാണ്. വി ആർ ഹോപ്പ്ഫുൾ സംതിങ് ലൈക്ക് 1,00,000 തൊഴിലുകളിലും വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം നേരിട്ട് മൊബിലൈസ് ചെയ്യും. അതും കോളേജുകൾക്ക് ലഭ്യമാണ്. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് ഇഷ്ടമുള്ള ജോലി, യെസ്, കുട്ടിക്ക് തൃപ്തിയാണെങ്കിൽ അതിന് പഠിച്ചോളൂ. അതിന്റെ കോഴ്സ് കാര്യങ്ങൾ പറഞ്ഞു കൊടുക്കും, മെന്റർമാരുണ്ടാക്കി കൊടുക്കും. സോ ദാറ്റ് ഔട്ട് ടേൺ അതിന്റെ കൺവേർഷൻ റേറ്റ് വളരെ ഹൈ ആയിരിക്കും. നമ്മുടെ ഇപ്പൊ ഈ കോഴ്സിന് ചേരുന്ന കുട്ടികളിൽ നല്ലൊരു സംഖ്യ ആളുകൾക്ക് തൊഴിൽ ഈ വർഷം കൊടുക്കാൻ കഴിയണം. അതവരെ പിന്നീട് നമ്മുടെ ഈ പ്രോഗ്രാം മുന്നോട്ട് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്നതിന് വലിയ ഉത്തേജകമാവും ചെയ്യും. ഇതുകൊണ്ട് ഫലമുണ്ട്, ജോലി കിട്ടും. പക്ഷെ ഭാവിയിൽ എല്ലായിടത്തും ഈ ലിങ്കേജിലല്ല. ഇൻഫാക്ട് ഇഫ് യു ലുക്ക് ഇൻ ടു മൈ ബഡ്ജറ്റ് സ്പീച്ച് ഓഫ് 2021, അതില് 2 പേജ്, ഒരിക്കലും ബഡ്ജറ്റ് സ്പീച്ചിലൊന്നും നമ്മൾ ട്രൈ ചെയ്യാത്ത കാര്യമാണ്. ഓരോ വിഷയവും എടുത്ത്, ഓരോ സ്കിൽ ഡൊമൈനും എടുത്ത്, അവിടെ എന്തെല്ലാം സ്കില്ലുകളാണ് ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസത്തിൽ ഊന്നേണ്ടത്, അതിന്റെ ആകത്തുക വെച്ചാൽ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി 5 റവല്യൂഷന്റെ ടെക്നോളജികൾ നമ്മുടെ കുട്ടികൾക്ക് പ്രാപ്യമാക്കണം. നമ്മൾ അതിലേക്കല്ല വെച്ചിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഇപ്പൊ ജോലി കിട്ടുന്നതിന് എന്ത്, പക്ഷെ നാളെ നമ്മൾ അതിലേക്ക് മാറും, നമ്മുടെ ഉന്നത വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ സ്കില്ലിങ്. സോ അത്തരത്തിലുള്ളൊരു മൂവ്മെന്റിന് നമ്മൾ തുടക്കം കുറിക്കുകയാണ്.
സർ, 2 കീ പോയിന്റ്സ് പറഞ്ഞിരുന്നു. ഒന്ന്, ഉണ്ണിമാഷ് ആദ്യം പറഞ്ഞു നമ്മുടെ ചിന്താശരണി, നമ്മുടെ ലേണിംഗ് രീതികൾ ഉൾപ്പെടെ. ഞാൻ ഇൻട്രൊഡ്യൂസ് ചെയ്തില്ല, എൻ്റെ പേര് ഗണേഷ്. ഞാൻ CDI എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു NGOയുടെയും ടിങ്കർ ഹബ് ഫൗണ്ടേഷന്റെയും co-founder-ആണ്. ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ കോഓപ്പറേറ്റീവ് അലയൻസ് ICL ഡൽഹിയിൽ ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്നു. അപ്പോൾ എൻ്റെ ചോദ്യം എന്ന് പറയുന്നത്, ഈ നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞു ഫസ്റ്റ് പ്രിൻസിപ്പിൾസിലേക്ക് നമ്മൾ പോകണം. ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ ജെൻസിയുടെ താത്വികാചാര്യനായ ഇലോൺ മസ്ക് പറഞ്ഞ പോലെയും സാറ് നേരത്തെ പറഞ്ഞ പോലെയും ഒക്കെ നമ്മൾ വി നീഡ് ടു ലുക്ക് അറ്റ് ഇന്റർഡിസിപ്ലിനറി ഹയർ ഓർഡർ തിങ്കിങ് സ്കിൽസ്. വി നീഡ് ടു റീഇൻവെന്റ് അവർ ലേണിംഗ് മെത്തഡോളജീസ് വിതൗട്ട് പെഡഗോജി ആൻഡ് ലുക്ക് അറ്റ് ക്യാമ്പസ് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ഇൻഡിപെൻഡന്റ്. ഇതെല്ലാം ഒരു വശത്ത് പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പുറത്ത് നമ്മൾ മാസ് സ്കില്ലിങ്ങിലേക്ക് പോകുമ്പോൾ സ്കില്ലിങ്ങിനെ ഡെമോക്രാറ്റൈസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു വശവും പറഞ്ഞു. പക്ഷെ അതേ സമയത്ത് നമ്മുടെ ഓവറോൾ വിജ്ഞാന കേരളത്തിനകത്ത് ട്രാക്ക് 3, ഇപ്പോൾ അതിനകത്ത് പറയുന്നത് നമ്മൾ ഒരു വേജ് എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് മോഡലിനകത്തോട്ട് പഞ്ചായത്തുകളിലോട്ടും യുനോ അറ്റ് ദ ഗ്രാസ് റൂട്ട്സ് നമ്മൾ റീച്ച് ഔട്ട് ചെയ്യുക, അത്രയും ഒരു സ്കെയിലിൽ മാസ്സായിട്ട് നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെ ഇത് ചെയ്യാം, ഡെമോക്രറ്റൈസ് ചെയ്യാം എന്നുള്ള ഒരു വിഷനിലാണ് ആ ഡയറക്ഷനിൽ പോകുന്നത്. പക്ഷെ ആ ഒരു വേജ് എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് മോഡലിൽ പോകുമ്പോൾ ഈ സ്കില്ലിങ്ങിന്റെ എൻറ്റയർ വാല്യൂ ചെയിൻ നമുക്ക് എങ്ങനെ കംപ്ലീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയും? ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇത് അൾട്ടിമേറ്റ്ലി എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് എത്തിക്കുക, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇതിലൊരു സസ്റ്റൈനബിലിറ്റി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു കണ്ടിന്യൂറ്റി എത്തിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി ഷുഡ് ബി ഓൾസോ നോട്ട് ലുക്ക് അറ്റ് മോഡൽസ് ദാറ്റ് കളക്റ്റീവ്സ് പോലത്തെ മോഡൽസ്, ഇതിന്റെ സസ്റ്റൈനബിലിറ്റി, ഈ ആൾക്കാരെ സ്കിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നു നമ്മൾ. വി ആർ ലുക്കിംഗ് അറ്റ് വേജ് എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് മോഡൽ ഓൺ വൺ സൈഡ് ഓൺ ദി പഞ്ചായത്ത് ലെവൽ ആൻഡ് അതർ തിങ്സ്. ബട്ട് ഹൗ ഡു വി കണ്ടിന്യൂ ദാറ്റ് വാല്യൂ ചെയിൻ ഇൻ ദ നോളജ് എക്കോണമി ത്രൂ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എൻ്റെ ഒരു സംശയം. എൻ്റെ അറിവില്ലായ്മ കൊണ്ടായിരിക്കാം, പക്ഷേ ഐ വുഡ് ജസ്റ്റ് വാണ്ട് ടു ഹിയർ യുവർ തോട്ട്സ് ഓൺ ദിസ്.
അറിവില്ലായ്മയല്ല. ഇതിന്റെ സ്റ്റാർട്ടിംഗ് പോയിന്റ് എവിടെ? 40 ലക്ഷം അതിഥി തൊഴിലാളികൾ ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്ന കേരളത്തില് സ്ത്രീകളുടെ വീട്ടിന് പുറത്തുള്ള എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് ലെസ് ദാൻ 20% ആണ്. Now, what is being attempted is, ഈ വർഷം ഈ 40 ലക്ഷത്തിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇനിയും വരാൻ പോണ തൊഴിലുകളിൽ നമ്മൾ ഇതിനു വേണ്ടി ഇപ്പൊ തൊഴിൽ ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യല്ല, ജോബ്സ് ക്രിയേറ്റഡ് ഇൻ ദി എക്കോണമി. ഒരു 5 ലക്ഷം നാട്ടിലെ സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് നമുക്ക് നൽകാൻ പറ്റും. അതിനുള്ള കണ്ടീഷൻ എന്താ? ഒന്ന്, വീടിനടുത്തായിരിക്കണം. Tied to the house. അങ്ങനെയാണോ വേണ്ടത്? നോ, ദാറ്റ്സ് എ ഡിഫറെന്റ്. നോ, ദാറ്റ്സ് ദ റിയാലിറ്റി. 2, there is a skill gap. There is a skill gap. ആ ജോലി ചെയ്യാനുള്ള പഠിച്ചത് മറന്നുപോയി കാണും കേട്ടോ. കല്യാണം കഴിഞ്ഞ് ഒരു 5 വർഷം കഴിഞ്ഞിട്ടാണ് വീണ്ടും ജോബ് മാർക്കറ്റിലേക്ക് വരാൻ വേണ്ടി ആലോചിക്കുന്നത്. അപ്പോ സ്കിൽ ഗ്യാപ്പ് ഉണ്ട്. 3, സാമൂഹ്യ പിന്തുണ വേണം. ഇത് നല്ല ജോലി, മോശം ജോലി എന്നുള്ള ചില സങ്കല്പങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഇതൊരു വലിയൊരു സോഷ്യൽ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് ആണ് കേട്ടോ. നമ്മുടെ മുന്നിൽ നടന്നിട്ടുണ്ടൊരു സംഭവം. 35,000 സ്ത്രീകളാണ് ഹരിതകർമ്മസേന ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്നത്. അഭ്യസ്ത വിദ്യരുണ്ട്. എല്ലാ സമുദായത്തിൽപ്പെട്ടവരും ഉണ്ട്. ആ ജോലിയെ നമ്മൾ ഒരു പുതിയ രൂപത്തിൽ മാറ്റി എടുക്കാൻ കഴിഞ്ഞു. നമ്മുടെ ജാതി ചിന്തയിലെ ഹീനവും ഉദാത്തവും ഒക്കെ ഉള്ള ഉണ്ടല്ലോ, അതങ്ങ് പോയി, മാറ്റിയെടുത്തു. സോ ദിസ് ഈസ് എ വലിയൊരു സോഷ്യൽ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗിന്റെ ഏർപ്പാടാണ് ഇത് പറയുന്നത്. ഇപ്പൊ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ ജോലികളെല്ലാം റിലേറ്റീവ്ലി ലോ സ്കിൽഡ്, നാട്ടിൽ ഇപ്പൊ ഉണ്ടാവുന്ന ലോ ഏണിംഗ് പൊട്ടൻഷ്യൽ ഉള്ള ജോലികളാണ്. ഐ അഗ്രി വിത്ത് യു. ബട്ട് ടുമോറോ കേരളത്തിന്റെ വിജ്ഞാന കേരളത്തിലേക്കുള്ള പരിവർത്തനത്തിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള തൊഴിലുകൾ ഉണ്ടാവില്ല. ഈ തൊഴിലുകൾ രൂപാന്തരപ്പെടും, പുതിയ തൊഴിലുകൾ വരും. അപ്പോൾ നമുക്ക് ഈ ട്രാൻസ്ഫോർമേഷനിലേക്ക് സ്ത്രീകൾ ആലോചിച്ച് വരും. ഇപ്പോൾ തന്നെ വർക്ക് നിയർ ഹോം, വർക്ക് ഫ്രം ഹോം, ആഗോള ഗിഗ് എക്കോണമിയിൽ അഭ്യസ്തവിദ്യരായ സ്ത്രീകൾക്ക് സ്ഥാനം ഉണ്ടാക്കി കൊടുക്കാൻ കഴിയില്ല. അതിപ്പോഴത്തെ നമ്മുടെ ഈ പറയണ ലോ ആൻഡ് ജോബ്സ് ആയിരിക്കില്ല, ഉയർന്ന ജോലികളാണ്. സോ ഇത് രണ്ടും വരുന്നുണ്ട്, ഇപ്പോഴത്തെ എംപ്ലോയ്. സോ ബട്ട് ഇതൊരു സോഷ്യൽ റെവല്യൂഷൻ ആയിരിക്കും കേട്ടോ. കേരളത്തിലെ സ്ത്രീകളുടെ 50% ജോലിക്ക് പോയിട്ട് പുറത്തു പോകാന്ന് പറഞ്ഞത്. ആൻഡ് സോ എന്റെ റെസ്പോൺസ് ഇതാണ്, യെസ്, നൗ ലേബർ മാർക്കറ്റിലേക്കുള്ള സ്ത്രീകളുടെ ഓപ്പൺ വേജ് എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റിലേക്കുള്ള എൻട്രി പോയിന്റ് ഇതാണ്. ഇവിടെ കെട്ടിയിടാനല്ല, ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് അപ്സ്കില്ലിങ് ചെയ്യേണ്ടി വരും. സോ ദാറ്റ് മൂവ് അപ്പ് ടു പുതിയ തരത്തിലുള്ള തൊഴിലവസരങ്ങളിൽ അവർക്ക് ജോലി പരിശീലനം നൽകേണ്ടി വരും.
ഗണേഷ് ചോദിച്ച ചോദ്യത്തിന് ഞാനും കൂടെ
സാർ ഒരു കാര്യം കൂടെ ഞാൻ ആഡ് ചെയ്തോട്ടെ. നമ്മൾ ഈ സാർ കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് ലേണിംഗ് എന്നുള്ള സാർ പറഞ്ഞല്ലോ അപ്സ്കില്ലിങ്ങിന്റെ കാര്യം. ഇപ്പൊ കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് ലേണിംഗ് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ലേണിംഗ് ഹൗ ടു ലേൺ, ടിങ്കറബും ബാക്കിയുള്ള എല്ലാവരും ഞങ്ങളൊക്കെ എക്സ്പെരിമെന്റ് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഇതെന്ന് പറയുന്നത് വിജ്ഞാനം എങ്ങനെ ഫ്രീ ആക്കാം, എങ്ങനെ അത് കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് ലേണിംഗ് കൾച്ചറിലോട്ട് മാറാം.
ഓക്കെ, ലെറ്റ്സ് പുട്ട് എ കോൺക്രീറ്റ് എക്സാമ്പിൾ. കേരളത്തിൽ ഏറ്റവും കൂടുതൽ ഇപ്പൊ ജോലി ഉണ്ടാവുന്നത് ടൂറിസത്തിലാണ്. നൗ കുക്കിംഗ് അസിസ്റ്റന്റ് ആയിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഒരു സ്ത്രീ കയറുന്നതിന് ചെറിയൊരു പരിശീലനം മതി. കാരണം ദേ ഓൾറെഡി നോ ഹൗ ടു കുക്ക്. പക്ഷെ പരിശീലനം വേണ്ടി വരും ഒരു കിച്ചണിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ. എന്താ ഇപ്പൊ ചെയ്യാൻ പോണെന്നറിയാം? അങ്ങനെ ചേരുന്ന സ്ത്രീക്ക് ഓപ്ഷൻ ഉണ്ട്, ഓപ്പൺ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിൽ ഒരു ചെഫായിട്ട് പഠിക്കാനായിട്ട്, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അതുപോലെ ഏതെങ്കിലും ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ടില് അവർ ചെയ്യുന്ന കിച്ചണിലെ ഇന്നത്തെ പ്രായോഗിക ജോലി അവിടെ പ്രാക്ടിക്കൽസ് ആയിട്ട് കരുതും. There will be online and contact classes, so that at the end of the second year she has a certification to be a chef. So she moves upward. ഇതുപോലെ നമ്മളിപ്പോ എൻട്രി പോയിന്റ് ഇവിടെയാണെങ്കിലും അവർക്കെല്ലാം അപ്സ്കില്ല് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഓപ്പൺ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇൻസ്റ്റിറ്റ്യൂട്ട്സുമായി ബന്ധപ്പെട്ടുള്ള സർട്ടിഫിക്കേഷൻ കോഴ്സുകൾ ആരംഭിക്കേണ്ടി വരും.
സാർ ആ പറഞ്ഞ ഭാഗത്തിൽ എൻഡ് ചെയ്ത ഭാഗത്തിൽ ജസ്റ്റ് ടു ആഡ്, ഈ ഇന്നോവേഷൻ കളക്റ്റീവുകളോ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സാറ് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോം കോഓപ്പറേറ്റീവ് എന്നുള്ള ആശയത്തിന് വളരെ സുപരിചിതനായതുകൊണ്ട് ഞാനൊന്ന് ഉന്നയിക്കുന്ന ഒരു കാര്യമാണ്. ട്രെബോർ ഷോൾസിന്റെ കോൺസെപ്റ്റും ട്രെബോർ ഷോൾസിന്റെ അടുത്ത് വളരെ അടുത്ത് വർക്ക് ചെയ്തിട്ടുമുണ്ട് സാറ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഇത് കേരളത്തിന് വളരെ ഉചിതമായിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു മോഡൽ അല്ലേ? ഇവർ ഒരുമിച്ച് വന്ന് ഇപ്പം സ്കിൽ മിഷൻ നാളെ ഇല്ലെങ്കിലോ, കേഡ് സ്കിൽ ഇല്ലെങ്കിലോ, നോളജ് മിഷൻ ഇല്ലെങ്കിലോ, ഇവൻച്വലി 5 years down the line, next batch of people, the next batch of women in the panchayat level or the rural areas or the towns, the second or third tier towns of Kerala, അവർക്ക് ഇത് പെർപെച്വേറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി ഒരു പെർമനന്റ് മെക്കാനിസം അല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവർക്ക് ഓണർഷിപ്പ് ഉള്ള ഒരു മെക്കാനിസം എന്നുള്ള രീതിയിൽ, ഞാൻ പറയുന്നത് സഹകരണ മേഖലയിൽ സഹകരണ സ്ഥാപനമായിട്ട് രജിസ്റ്റർ ചെയ്യണമെന്നേ അല്ല, പക്ഷെ അതിന്റെ മൂല്യങ്ങൾ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമൈസ് ചെയ്ത് ഡിജിറ്റലായിട്ട് ഇവരെ സ്വരൂപിച്ച് കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ, ഇൻഫാക്ട് ഈ കളക്റ്റീവുകൾക്ക് തന്നെ വർക്കും ഒരുമിച്ച് എടുക്കാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ള സ്കില്ലിംഗ് മാത്രമല്ല, സ്കില്ലിംഗ് കണ്ടിന്യൂസ് ലേണിംഗ് ഓർ ലൈഫ് ലോങ് ലേണിംഗ് ഇസ് വൺ പാർട്ട്. മറ്റേത് ലൈവ്ലിഹുഡ് ജനറേഷൻ ഓൾസോ പ്രോബ്ലി ഇതിനകത്ത് ഒരു ന്യൂ ഏജ് കോഓപ്പറേഷൻ ഇതിനകത്ത് കൊണ്ടുവന്നൂടെ എന്നുള്ളതാണ് വേറൊരു സജഷൻ. ഇറ്റ്സ് നോട്ട് എ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ. ഉണ്ണിവാസ് എന്തോ പറയുന്നുണ്ടായിരുന്ന?
I would like to respond to that. ഇന്നിപ്പോ ഗ്ലോബൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള വർക്ക് പ്ലേസിൽ വന്നുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ഒരു ട്രാൻസിഷൻ, മുമ്പുണ്ടായിരുന്ന വർക്ക് പ്ലേസിലെ എക്സ്പ്ലോയിറ്റേഷൻ പോലെ വളരെ സിമ്പിൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഡയറക്റ്റ് കോയേഴ്സീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള എക്സ്പ്ലോയിറ്റേഷൻ അല്ല. സർപ്ലസ് ക്രിയേഷന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഉപാധിയായിട്ട് ഡേറ്റ മാറിയിരിക്കുന്നു. ഡേറ്റയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് ഡേറ്റയുടെ കാര്യത്തിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്ന ആൾക്കാരെന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ യഥാർത്ഥത്തിലുള്ള നേരിട്ടുള്ള തൊഴിലാളികൾ മാത്രമല്ല, കൺസ്യൂമേഴ്സ് മുഴുവൻ ഡാറ്റ ഡാറ്റയ്ക്ക് വേണ്ടിയോ വർക്ക് ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നു. ഡാറ്റ വോള്യൂംസ് മുഴുവൻ ഇപ്പൊ യൂട്യൂബിന്റെയോ ഫേസ്ബുക്കിന്റെയോ ട്വിറ്ററിന്റെയോ വോള്യൂംസ് മുഴുവൻ ക്രിയേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന അത് യൂസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന യൂസേഴ്സ് ആണ്. സോ ദർ ഇസ് അൺപെയ്ഡ് ലേബർ ആൻഡ് അണ്ടർപെയ്ഡ് ലേബർ ഹു ആർ ഓൾസോ കോൺട്രിബ്യൂട്ടിംഗ് ടു ദ പ്രോസസ് ഓഫ് ഡേറ്റ. അപ്പോൾ ഡേറ്റ ഹാസ് ബിക്കം പാർട്ട് ഓഫ് ക്യാപിറ്റൽ. ക്യാപിറ്റലിന്റെ ഭാഗമായി മാറിയിരിക്കുന്നു. അൽഗരിതംസ് ഹാവ് ബിക്കം പാർട്ട് ഓഫ് ക്യാപിറ്റൽ. ഇതൊക്കെ റേസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന വളരെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട പ്രിക്കേരിറ്റി ഇൻ ജോബ്സ്, തൊഴിൽ ഭദ്രത എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സാധനം തന്നെ ഇല്ലാതായിരിക്കുന്നു. അപ്പൊ ഇതിന്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിലാണ് എൻഡ് ഓഫ് വർക്ക് എന്നൊക്കെ പറയുന്ന കോൺസെപ്റ്റ്സ് ഒക്കെ വരുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ ഈ കോണ്ടെക്സ്റ്റിൽ ഐ ഫുള്ളി അഗ്രി ദാറ്റ് നമ്മൾ വേജ് എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റ് ഒരു എൻഡ് ഇൻ ഇറ്റ് സെൽഫ് ആയിട്ട് നോക്കുന്നതിൽ അർത്ഥമില്ല. വേജ് എംപ്ലോയ്മെന്റിന് അപ്പുറത്തേക്ക് നോക്കാൻ പറ്റണം. പക്ഷെ ഡോക്ടർ ഐസക് വളരെ ക്ലിയർ ആണ്. നമ്പർ 1, ഒരു വിമൻ എംപവർമെന്റ് പ്രോഗ്രാം എന്നുള്ള നിലയ്ക്ക്, ഒരു എൻട്രി പോയിന്റ് എന്നുള്ള നിലയ്ക്ക് കേരളത്തിലെ 20% തൊഴിൽ പങ്കാളിത്തമുള്ള സ്ത്രീയെ അവരുടെ തൊഴിൽ പങ്കാളിത്തം 50% ആക്കുക എന്ന് പറയുന്നത് എങ്ങനെ ഹരിതകർമ്മ സേന ജാതീയമായിട്ടുള്ള അതിർവരമ്പുകൾ മുറിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എങ്ങനെ ഒരു പ്രസ്ഥാനമായിട്ട് മാറി, തൊഴിലേറ്റെടുക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ളതിന് ഉപാധിയായി മാറി, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ തൊഴിൽ കൊടുക്കുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു ഉപാധിയായിട്ട് അത് എൻട്രി പോയിന്റ് ആയിട്ട് വരും. പുരുഷനും സ്ത്രീക്കും തുല്യത വേതനത്തിൽ ഇല്ലെങ്കിൽ കൂടിയും സ്കില്ല് ചെയ്തിട്ടുള്ള സ്ത്രീക്ക് ആ സാധനം കിട്ടുകയാണെങ്കിൽ തന്നെ അത് നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിലെ സമ്പദ് വ്യവസ്ഥയിൽ വലിയൊരു മാറ്റം ഉണ്ടാക്കും. ആ ഒരു തർക്കമില്ല. പക്ഷെ അവിടെ ഇത് അവസാനിക്കുന്നില്ല. അവിടെ ഒരു പ്രശ്നം, ഈ എന്റർപ്രൈസിനൊക്കെ അവരുടെ കോമ്പറ്റീറ്റീവ്നെസ്സിന് വേണ്ടി എത്രമാത്രം അവർക്ക് സർപ്ലസ് ഫോർഗോ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും, അതിന് പറ്റുന്ന രൂപത്തിലുള്ള കളക്റ്റീവ് നെഗോഷിയേഷൻ എങ്ങനെ അവിടെ നടക്കും തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒത്തിരി കാര്യങ്ങൾ അതിനകത്തുണ്ട്. ഇനി സ്കില്ല് ചെയ്താൽ തന്നെ ഉയരുന്ന സ്കില്ലിനനുസരിച്ച് അതനുസരിച്ച് വേതനം വർദ്ധിപ്പിക്കാൻ എന്റർപ്രൈസ് തയ്യാറാവോ എന്നുള്ള ചോദ്യമുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ ഇതൊരു ഇറ്റ്സ് എ കണ്ടിന്യൂസ്ലി ചേഞ്ചിങ് ബോൾ ഗെയിം. ആ വർക്ക് പ്ലേസ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന സ്ഥലത്ത് ഈ പറയുന്ന ഹൈറാർക്കിക്കൽ സ്ട്രക്ചേഴ്സും അതുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട പവർ റിലേഷൻസുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട ഇടപെടലുകൾ വ്യത്യസ്തമായിട്ടുള്ള മാർഗങ്ങളിലേക്ക് പോകേണ്ടി വരും. അപ്പൊ അത്തരത്തിൽ യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ന്യൂയോർക്ക് സ്കൂൾ പറയുന്ന, കേരളത്തിൽ വാഗ്ബടാനന്ദന്റെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ ഊരാളുങ്കൽ സൃഷ്ടിച്ച, മൊൺട്രാഗണില് ആൻഡ്രേ ബറിയുടെ നേതൃത്വത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള വർക്കേഴ്സ് കോപ്പറേറ്റീവ് പോലുള്ള മാതൃകകൾ നിശ്ചയമായിട്ടും, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഗ്രീൻസിന്റെയും ട്രേഡ് യൂണിയൻസിന്റെയും അർബൻ ലോക്കൽ ബോഡീസിന്റെയും കളക്റ്റീവിന്റെ, അതാണ് ട്രബർ ഷൂൾസ് പറയുന്ന മാതൃക, അത്തരത്തിലുള്ള മോഡലുകൾ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള കളക്റ്റീവ്സ് വരണം. ഇപ്പോ ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് ഗൾഫിലൊക്കെ ഉള്ള വലിയ രൂപത്തിൽ ബാക്ക് ഓഫീസ് വർക്കുകൾ നമുക്ക് കേരളത്തിലേക്ക് കിട്ടാൻ സാധ്യതയുണ്ട്, പ്രത്യേകിച്ച് അവിടുത്തെ സ്മോൾ എന്റർപ്രൈസസിന്റെ. അപ്പൊ അത്തരത്തിലുള്ള എന്റർപ്രൈസസിന്റെ ബാക്ക് ഓഫീസ് വർക്കുകൾ ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് കഴിയുന്ന രൂപത്തിലുള്ള ക്രമീകരണം ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യുക. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള കളക്റ്റീവ്സിന്റെ മാതൃക കൂടി നിശ്ചയമായിട്ടും ഇതിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് ഉണ്ടാവേണ്ടി വരും. അത് യഥാർത്ഥത്തിൽ ഇന്നത്തെ പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിന്റെ ഉപരാതി പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമുകളുടെ ബദലായിരിക്കും, ഒരു ജനകീയ ബദലായിരിക്കും അത്തരത്തിലുള്ള അന്വേഷണം. ആ അന്വേഷണങ്ങളും നിശ്ചയമായിട്ടും പ്രസക്തമാണെന്ന് ഞാൻ കരുതുന്നു.
താങ്ക് യു ഉണ്ണിമാഷ്, ആൻഡ് താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച് ഐസക് സർ. ഇറ്റ്സ് വെരി ഇൻസ്പയറിംഗ്. ഈ ഒരു വിഷനോട് കൂടിയാണ് നമ്മളത് കാണുന്നത് എന്നുള്ളത്. താങ്ക് യു സോ മച്ച്.
നമസ്കാരം. ഡോക്ടർ പറഞ്ഞ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി 5.0, അതുപോലെ സ്കിൽ ഗ്യാപ്പ്, ഡോക്ടർ പറഞ്ഞ വിമൺ എംപവർമെന്റ്, പിന്നെ ഈ ബാക്ക് ഓഫീസ്, ഈ 4 ഫാക്ടേഴ്സും ക്യാപ്ചർ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു വൈറ്റ് പേപ്പർ അടുത്ത യൂറോപ്യൻ യൂണിയൻ ജനറൽ അസംബ്ലി പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ KDSKന്റെ ആരുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെടണം. എപ്പോൾ കിട്ടും? ടെക്നോളജി പ്ലാറ്റ്ഫോമിൽ മാത്രം. അതായത് സ്കിൽ ഗ്യാപ്പ്, ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി 5.0 അവർ വളരെ സീരിയസ് ആയിട്ട് ഈ ഡെവലപ്പിംഗ് എക്കോണമിയെ ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് യൂറോപ്യൻ യൂണിയൻ. അപ്പൊ ഫസ്റ്റ് ക്വാർട്ടറിലാണ് എപ്പോഴും ജനറൽ അസംബ്ലി ഉണ്ടാവാറ് ടെക്നോളജിയുടെ, എസ്പെഷ്യലി ഡിസ്ട്രപ്റ്റീവ് ടെക്നോളജി. അതിലേക്ക് ഈ നമുക്കൊരു വൈറ്റ് പേപ്പർ പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട്, കുറച്ച് മലയാളം ബാക്കി ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ കമ്പൈൻ ചെയ്ത് പ്രസന്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടിയിട്ട് എങ്ങനെ ആരായിട്ട് കോർഡിനേറ്റ് ചെയ്താൽ കിട്ടും?
Riaz, why don't you respond? You want to respond to that?
ലൈറ്റർ സൈഡില്, ഓൺ എ ലൈറ്റർ സൈഡ്, ടേക്ക് ഇറ്റ് വെരി ലൈറ്റർ സൈഡ്, എനിക്ക് ഡോക്ടറേറ്റ് ഒന്നും ഇല്ലാത്തതുകൊണ്ട് ഡോക്ടറേറ്റ് ഉള്ള ആൾക്കാർ ആരെങ്കിലും കൊടുക്കുമെന്നാണ്.
Let me put it this way. ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി 4-ഉം 5-ഉം തമ്മിലുള്ള വ്യത്യാസമായിട്ട് ഞാൻ കാണുന്നത് ബേസിക് ടെക്നോളജിയിലല്ല, ഇൻഫാക്ട് അതിൻ്റെ ഓർഗനൈസേഷനിലാണ്. ഈ ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ള ടെക്നോളജീസ്ക്ക് ഒരു ഹ്യൂമനിസ്റ്റ് ഫേസ് നൽകാൻ പറ്റുമോ? ദാറ്റ് ഇസ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി 5 വരുന്നത്. ഫോർ ഫ്രൈറ്റനിങ് ആണ് if it goes like this. So you need something different. Otherwise, normally industry 1, 2, 3, 100 years ആണ് സെപ്പറേറ്റ് ചെയ്യണത്. ആൻഡ് ഹിയർ 20 years കഴിയുന്നതിന് മുമ്പ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി 5 അറിയേണ്ടി വരികയാണ്. എന്തുകൊണ്ടാ? ഫോർ ഫ്രൈറ്റനിങ് ആണ് അങ്ങോട്ട് എത്തിച്ചേരാന്നുള്ളത്. അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരു സാഹചര്യത്തിൽ ഐ തിങ്ക് it will be preposterous to claim anything like that, but still നമ്മൾ കേരളത്തിലൊക്കെ ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരുപാട് എക്സ്പെരിമെന്റ്. കേരള ഹാസ് എ പൊട്ടൻഷ്യൽ ടു സേ an alternative, a more humanistic, egalitarian ഒക്കെ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഓൾട്ടർനേറ്റീവ് ഫോംസ് ഓഫ് പ്രൊഡക്ഷൻ എല്ലാം വെക്കുന്നതിൽ ചില കാര്യങ്ങൾ നമുക്ക് മുന്നോട്ട് പറയാൻ പറ്റിയേക്കാം. ഇത് കേരളം മാത്രമല്ല, ഓൾ ഓവർ ദ വേൾഡ് ഇതിന് ഓൾട്ടർനേറ്റീവ്സ് വേണ്ടിയുള്ള പരിശ്രമം ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. വാട്ട് ഇൻസ്പയർസ് മീ ഈസ് ദാറ്റ് ഐ എം ഓൾസോ പാർട്ട് ഓഫ് ദറ്റ് ഓൾട്ടർനേറ്റീവ്. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇതിനെ പണിയെടുക്കണം മുഴുവനും. ഇവിടെ ഇങ്ങനെ എന്തെങ്കിലും കാര്യം ചെയ്യാൻ വേണ്ടി മാത്രമല്ല, ദാറ്റ് ഈ ചെയ്യണ കാര്യം ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ഒരു ഓൾട്ടർനേറ്റീവിന്റെ ഭാഗമാണെന്ന്. But I don't know if you are competent to put up for a European Union and so on, but we have the confidence. Like, ഇത് സിമ്പിൾ അല്ല.
സ്കില്ലിംഗിന് നല്ല ഫോക്കസ് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട് അവര്. എക്കോണമി ഈസ് വീക്ക്, so they are ready to pay.
Yeah, in fact, European Union, the blue economy, there's already an agreement signed. They're having a conclave 2 weeks from now in Trivandrum. Yeah, വളരെ സീരിയസ് ആയിട്ട് ഒരു ഔട്ട്കം ഇസ് കമ്മിങ്.
ഒരു ചെറിയ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ, വളരെ ഇന്റലക്ച്വൽ ഒന്നും അല്ല. ഞാൻ എന്നെ ഒന്ന് പരിചയപ്പെടുത്താം. സ്വാലിഹ് അസിസ്റ്റന്റ് പ്രൊഫസറായിട്ട് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യണം MES കല്ലടി കോളേജിൽ. ഇതിന് മുമ്പ് ഒരു 7 വർഷത്തോളം കോർപ്പറേറ്റ് വേൾഡിൽ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു, MNC-കളിൽ, ഗൂഗിൾ, ആമസോൺ പോലത്തെ കമ്പനികളിൽ. ബാംഗ്ലൂരിലും ഹൈദരാബാദിലായിരുന്നു. അപ്പോ അവിടെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്ന സമയത്ത് നമുക്കറിയാം, ബാംഗ്ലൂരിലാകുമ്പോൾ ഒരു മലയാളി സ്ട്രീറ്റ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞിട്ട് തന്നെ നമുക്കറിയാം കൂടുതൽ ആളുകൾ അവിടെ ചേക്കേറുന്നുണ്ട്. അതുപോലെ ഹൈദരാബാദിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ ഇപ്പോ ലോകത്ത് തന്നെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ആമസോണിന്റെ ഓഫീസ് ഉള്ളത് ഹൈദരാബാദിലാണ്. അവിടെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. പിന്നെ ഗൂഗിളിന്റെ എമർജിങ് ഓഫീസ്, ഏഷ്യയിൽ തന്നെ ഏറ്റവും വലിയ ഓഫീസ് അവിടെയാണ് വരുന്നത്. അപ്പോൾ ഞാൻ പല റൂമേഴ്സും കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്, കഥകളായിട്ട് കേട്ടിട്ടുണ്ട്. നമ്മുടെ കേരളത്തിലേക്ക് വരാനിരുന്ന പല IT കമ്പനികളും ബാംഗ്ലൂരിൽ പോയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ നമ്മളൊക്കെ ഇപ്പൊ ഈ സ്കില്ല് എൻഹാൻസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന നമ്മുടെ ഇവിടെ ഒരുപാട് അഭ്യസ്ത വിദ്യരായിട്ടുള്ള തൊഴിലാളികളുണ്ട്. ഇപ്പൊ എന്റെ ഒരുപാട് സുഹൃത്തുക്കൾ ഇപ്പോഴും അവിടെയൊക്കെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, മലയാളികൾ തന്നെ. അപ്പോ ഇന്നും നമ്മൾ ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള കമ്പനികളെ അട്രാക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്നതിൽ വേൾഡ് വൈഡ് ഏറ്റവും ടോപ്പ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള അമേരിക്കൻ കമ്പനീസ് ആവട്ടെ, മറ്റ് യൂറോപ്യൻ കമ്പനീസുകളെ അട്രാക്ട് ചെയ്യുന്ന കാര്യത്തിൽ കേരളം എത്രത്തോളം അതിലുള്ള ഇനീഷ്യേറ്റീവ് എടുക്കുന്നുണ്ട്? അതല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഇപ്പൊ ഒരുപാട് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്, ഇല്ല എന്നല്ല, പക്ഷെ ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ടോപ്പ് റേറ്റഡ് MNCs അതിന്റെ ഒരു കാര്യത്തിൽ നമ്മുടെ ഒരു ഡിസ്കഷൻ അവിടെ വരെ എത്തിയിട്ടുണ്ട്. അതാണ് എന്റെ ഒരു വലിയ ചോദ്യം.
ഓക്കെ, 2 കാര്യങ്ങളാണ്. ഒന്ന്, വി ഹാവ് ഇപ്പോൾ IBM, ആക്സെഞ്ചർ, അതുപോലുള്ള മേജർ ആയിട്ടുള്ള മൈക്രോസോഫ്റ്റ് അടക്കമുള്ള ഒരുപാട് കമ്പനീസ് വന്നിട്ടുണ്ട്. ഗ്ലോബൽ കോമ്പറ്റൻസി സെന്റേഴ്സിനെ സംബന്ധിച്ചിടത്തോളം കേരളം ഒരു വളരെ സീരിയസ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഡെസ്റ്റിനേഷൻ ആയിട്ട് മാറുന്നുണ്ട്. ഫോർച്ചുനേറ്റ്ലി ബാംഗ്ലൂരും ഹൈദരാബാദും ഒക്കെ അവരുടെ ജോഗ്രഫിക് ലിമിറ്റ്സിൽ അവിടുത്തെ ട്രാൻസിറ്റ് ടൈം തുടങ്ങിയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങൾ റേസ് ചെയ്യുന്ന ഒരുപാട് സീരിയസ് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഉണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ അതുകൊണ്ട് അവിടെ ഇനി ഫർദർ എക്സ്പാൻഷൻ സ്കോപ്പില്ല എന്ന് പറയുന്ന കാരണവും കേരളത്തിലേക്ക് പിന്നെ കാര്യങ്ങൾ മൂവ് ചെയ്യുന്നതിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള സാഹചര്യം ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുണ്ട്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതിനകത്ത് പിന്നെ ഈ ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസ് ടാപ്പ് ചെയ്യുക മുതലായിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്. അതോടൊപ്പം തന്നെ ഇതിനകത്ത് 2 കാര്യങ്ങളുണ്ട്. നമ്മള് സാധാരണഗതിയിൽ ഒരു ഗ്ലോബൽ ആയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു കമ്പനിയുടെ ബോക്സസ് ഇങ്ങോട്ട് മൂവ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ അവര് ഇൻസെന്റീവ്സും കൺസെഷൻസും മാത്രം നോക്കിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു മാർക്കറ്റിലാണ് കേരളം കമ്പീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ നോക്കുന്നതെങ്കിൽ കേരളത്തിൽ ഒരുപാട് വലിയ കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻ, വലിയ സ്കോപ്പ് ഒന്നുമില്ല. നേരെ മറിച്ച് നമുക്ക് മീനിങ് ഫുൾ ആയിട്ടുള്ള മാൻ പവർ ഉണ്ട്. ആ മാൻ പവർ ഒരു എഡ്ജായിട്ട് വെച്ചുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് കമ്പീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുന്നുള്ള ഒരു കാര്യത്തിലാണെങ്കിൽ നമുക്ക് കമ്പീറ്റ് ചെയ്യാനായിട്ട് വലിയ സ്കോപ്പ് അതിനകത്ത് ഉണ്ട്. ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് കഴിഞ്ഞ ഒരു 4 കൊല്ലത്തിനുള്ളിൽ കേരളത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടായിട്ടുള്ള വളരെ ലോ പ്രൊഫൈലിൽ നടത്തിയിട്ടുള്ള ഒരു പ്രവർത്തനത്തെ സംബന്ധിച്ച ഉദാഹരണം നിങ്ങൾ ചോദിച്ച കട്ടിംഗ് എഡ്ജ് ടെക്നോളജി ഏരിയയിൽ ഞാൻ പറയാം. ഇപ്പോ ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയിൻ ടെക്നോളജി. കേരളം ഒരു 5 കൊല്ലം മുമ്പാണ് ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയിൻ ടെക്നോളജിയിൽ വേൾഡിന്റെ ഹബ്ബാവണം എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു സ്റ്റേറ്റ്മെന്റ് പ്രഖ്യാപിച്ചത്. ഡിജിറ്റൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയും ICT അക്കാഡമിയും കൂടെ ചേർന്നുകൊണ്ട് കേഡിസ്കിന്റെ സഹായത്തോടു കൂടി കേരള ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയിൻ അക്കാഡമി എസ്റ്റാബ്ലിഷ് ചെയ്തു. അതിനുശേഷം ഇങ്ങോട്ട് 5 ഇന്റർനാഷണൽ ഗ്ലോബൽ സെന്റേഴ്സ് ഓഫ് എക്സലൻസ് ഹാവ് മൂവ്ഡ് ഇൻ ടു കേരള ജസ്റ്റ് ബിക്കോസ് ദർ ഈസ് ടാലന്റ് ഇൻ ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയിൻ അവൈലബിൾ ഇൻ കേരള. അതിന് പറ്റുന്ന രൂപത്തിൽ ഇന്ന് ഡിജിറ്റൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെ ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയിൻ കോഴ്സ് IIT ഖരഗ്പൂരിലെ കോഴ്സ് നടത്തുന്ന ഡിജിറ്റൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയാണ്. ഡിജിറ്റൽ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെ കോഴ്സ് വിദേശ രാജ്യങ്ങളിൽ പോലും ബ്ലോക്ക് ചെയിനിന്റെ കോഴ്സ് നമ്മൾ ഒരു കൊല്ലം സമയമെടുത്ത് എക്സ്പേർട്സിനെ വിദേശത്തും ഇവിടെ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് കണ്ടന്റ് ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്ത് അതിന്റെ പ്രോഗ്രാം ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്ത് അതിന്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ നടത്തിയതാണ്. ഇതിന്റെ അടിസ്ഥാനത്തിൽ വി ഹാവ് ബീൻ ഏബിൾ ടു സോ ഇത് കാണിക്കുന്നത് എന്താണ്? ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള കട്ടിംഗ് എഡ്ജ് സ്കിൽസിൽ കേപ്പബിലിറ്റി ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്ത് അതിന്റെ മുകളിൽ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടർന്നു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ നമുക്ക് സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും നമുക്ക് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയെ അട്രാക്ട് ചെയ്യാൻ കഴിയും. ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിക്ക് അതൊരു കോമ്പറ്റീറ്റീവ് അഡ്വാൻറ്റേജ് ആയിട്ട് കാണും. അത് കാണുന്നതിന് അതാണ് നമ്മുടെ വിജ്ഞാന കേരളത്തിന്റെ സ്വപ്നത്തിലെ ഏറ്റവും പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട ഘടകം. വിജ്ഞാന സമൂഹം സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നതിൽ നോളജ് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രീസ് കൊണ്ടുവരുന്നതിനകത്തുള്ള ഒരു ഉപാധിയായി നമ്മൾ ഈ ബിൽഡ് ചെയ്യുന്ന സ്കിൽ ബേസും ആ സ്കില്ലിങ്ങിന് വേണ്ടിയിട്ടുള്ള ഇനിഷ്യേറ്റീവ്സും കേരളം ഒരു ഗ്ലോബൽ ടാലന്റ് ഹബ്ബാണ് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന പ്രഖ്യാപനവും അതിന് പറ്റുന്ന രൂപത്തിലുള്ള ജനകീയമായിട്ടുള്ള മുന്നൊരുക്കവും കേരളത്തിലെ ജനങ്ങൾ ആകെ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുന്ന ഒന്നാണ് ഈ സ്കില്ലിംഗ് എന്നുള്ളത് വരുമ്പോ അതിന്റെ അലയൊലികൾ സ്വാഭാവികമായിട്ടും ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയുടെ തലത്തിലും ഉണ്ടാവും.
Thank you, sir. We'll be taking the last question now. We'll be taking the last question now.
ഉണ്ണി പറഞ്ഞതിന്റെ ഇതിന്റെ വലിപ്പം പ്രാധാന്യം എനിക്കൊന്നുമില്ല മലയാളിക്ക് അറിയാവും. അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഒരു ഇതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് ഒരു അയോട്ട് ഓഫ് അണ്ടർസ്റ്റാൻഡിങ് ഇല്ലാത്തൊരു വൈസ് ചാൻസലർ അപ്പോയിന്റഡ് ബൈ ദ ഗവർണർ ഡിസ്മാൻഡ്ലിംഗ് ദ എൻറ്റയർ തിങ്. ഒരു എന്തൊക്കെ ആരോണം വെച്ചിട്ടൊരു വൈസ് ചാൻസലർ ചെയ്തുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കണേ. ടു മൈ ഗ്രേറ്റസ്റ്റ് സർപ്രൈസ് കേരളത്തിൽ നിന്ന് ഒരാൾ പോലും ഈ തെമ്മാടുത്ത അവസാനിപ്പിക്കണം, ഒരു യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റി ഇതുപോലെ ഡിസ്ട്രോയ് ചെയ്യരുത് ഒന്നൊരു വാചകം ഒരു പത്രത്തിലോ എങ്ങും വന്നില്ല കേട്ടോ. എന്റെ യഥാർത്ഥ പ്രശ്നം നിങ്ങൾ ഈ പറഞ്ഞ കാര്യമൊന്നും ആർക്കും അറിയത്തില്ല. what was being done in that university, what was the achievements. I've already top 5-6 people have left here. ആരെങ്കിലും നിൽക്കുവോ? നമുക്കതിനെ കുറിച്ച് വിവരമില്ലാത്തതിന്റെ കാര്യം പറഞ്ഞ
ഒന്ന് അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞതുമായിട്ട്, കാരണം അദ്ദേഹം മണ്ണാർക്കാട് കോളേജ് ഇതാ. അപ്പൊ മണ്ണാർക്കാടിന് കുറച്ച് ഒരു 100 മീറ്റർ അപ്പുറം പോയ ഒരു അലനല്ലൂർ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ സ്ഥലമുണ്ട്. അവിടെ ഇൻഫോക്സ് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞൊരു കമ്പനി ഉണ്ട്. അവിടെ 400 പേര് ജോലി ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്. ഇന്ന് മുജീബ് ഇവിടെ വന്ന് വർക്ക് ചെയ്തു. അവരുടെ ഒരു ക്ലയന്റ് ആപ്പിൾ ആണ്. അപ്പൊ നമ്മൾ ഈ ആപ്പിള് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ആമസോൺ പേരൊക്കെ നല്ലതാണ്, പക്ഷെ IP ഒക്കെ അവിടെ കിടക്കുന്നത്, പണമൊക്കെ അങ്ങോട്ടാ പോകുന്നത്. അതാണ് ഉണ്ണി സാറ് പറയാൻ ശ്രമിച്ചത്. ഈ പറഞ്ഞത് IP ഡ്രിവൺ ആയിട്ടുള്ളതാണ്. ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് വരുമ്പോഴും മാത്രമാണ് നോളജ് എക്കണോമി വരികയുള്ളൂ. അപ്പൊ കേരളത്തിൽ ഇത് അലനല്ലൂരിന്റെ മാത്രമല്ല, നമ്മുടെ ഈ സമ്മിറ്റിന്റെ ഭാഗമായിട്ട് നമ്മുടെ ഒരു സെഷൻ ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നത് ലിസണിങ് ടു ദ ഗ്രാസ് സൂപ്പേഴ്സ് പറഞ്ഞു. കേരളത്തിലെ ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ നിന്ന് വരുന്ന ഇതുകൊണ്ട് അത് സുൽത്താൻ ബത്തേരിയിലാവാം, അരീക്കോടാവാം, മഞ്ചേരിയാവാം, പെരിന്തൽമണ്ണയാവാം, ചാലക്കുടിയാവാം, മാവേലിക്കരയാവാം, ആലപ്പുഴയാവാം, പത്തനംതിട്ടയാവാം, ഇങ്ങനെ പലയിടത്തും നമ്മൾ ചെയ്യേണ്ടത് അല്ലെങ്കിൽ സ്റ്റേറ്റ് ഗവൺമെന്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന എന്റെ വ്യക്തിപരമായ ഇത് ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള ഇന്നോവേഷൻ ആയിട്ടുള്ള എന്റർപ്രൈസസിനെ ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് ഉണ്ടാക്കുക. അങ്ങനെ വരുമ്പോ മലയാളി ഇവിടെ നിന്ന് തന്നെ വർക്ക് ചെയ്യും. അങ്ങനെ വരുമ്പോ കേരളത്തിലെ സ്ത്രീകളുടെ തൊഴിൽ പങ്കാളിത്തം കൂടും. എന്തുകൊണ്ട് സ്ത്രീകൾ ജോലിക്ക് പോകുന്നില്ല? അത് തൊഴിലുകൾ മുഴുവൻ സിറ്റികളിലാണ് കേന്ദ്രീകരിക്കുന്നത്. അവിടെ ജെൻഡർ കമ്മ്യൂണിക്കേഷൻ കഴിയുമ്പോൾ ഒരു സ്ത്രീ സഞ്ചരിക്കേണ്ട ദൂരം കൂടുതലാണ്. അപ്പൊ ഇത് കുറക്കാൻ ഇത്തരത്തിലുള്ള സംരംഭങ്ങൾ സഹായിക്കും.
ഒരു പുതിയ ഒരു ഡയമെൻഷനോടെ പറയാം. ഇത് വലിയൊരു പ്രോജക്റ്റാണ് വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം. അതിന് കേരളത്തെ മാറ്റിമറിക്കാനുള്ള പൊട്ടൻഷ്യൽ ഉണ്ട്. അതിൽ ഈ സ്കിൽ എന്ന് പറയുമ്പോൾ നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഡെവലപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ ഉദ്ദേശിക്കുന്ന സ്കില്ല് ഒരു 10ാം ക്ലാസ്സുകാരെയും +2 മാത്രമല്ല, എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കഴിഞ്ഞവരും അതിനപ്പുറമുള്ളവരും അതിനെ സ്കില്ലെന്ന് പറയാൻ പറ്റില്ല, അത് ഒരു നോളജ് തന്നെയാണ്. നോളജും അത് ഇൻഡസ്ട്രി ബേസ്ഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള കാര്യങ്ങളുമാണ്. ഇപ്പം നമ്മൾ ലോകം മുഴുക്കെ നോക്കുമ്പോൾ ഇലോൺ മസ്ക് പോലെയും അതുപോലുള്ള ആളുകൾ ക്രിയാത്മകമായ ചിന്തയിലൂടെയും ഇന്നോവേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള ആശയങ്ങളിലൂടെയും വളരെ ഹൈലി ക്വാളിഫൈഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള അമേരിക്കൻ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികൾ ആളെടുത്തിട്ട് അവർ ഒരുപാട് ആളുകൾ ജോലി സൃഷ്ടിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടിയുള്ള, അപ്പം നോളജ് ഇക്കോണമിയിൽ നേരത്തെ അദ്ദേഹം പറഞ്ഞതുപോലെ എങ്ങനെ അമേരിക്കയിലെ കാശ് ഇന്ത്യയിലോട്ട് വരാൻ പറ്റും, ഇന്ത്യയിലെ കാശ് അങ്ങോട്ട് പോകുന്നതാണല്ലോ ഈ ഇത് നടക്കുന്നത്, അതിനുവേണ്ടി എങ്ങനെ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ളതിനെ പറ്റി ഈ എഞ്ചിനീയറിംഗ് കഴിഞ്ഞ ആളുകളും അതുപോലുള്ള ഹയർ ലെവലായിട്ടുള്ള നമ്മുടെ ചെറുപ്പക്കാർക്ക് തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും അത് പറ്റും. അതിനുള്ള ഒരു ഉദാഹരണം ചൈനയിൽ നടന്ന ഡീപ് സീക്ക് എന്ന് പറയുന്ന വളരെ നമ്മളിപ്പോൾ ഓപ്പൺ എ സാം ആത്മൻ ബോംബെയിൽ വന്നപ്പോൾ ഇന്ത്യയിൽ ഒരു ലാർജ് ലാംഗ്വേജ് മോഡൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ ഞങ്ങൾ ശ്രമിക്കുകയാണെന്ന് മഹേന്ദ്രയൊക്കെ പറഞ്ഞു. അപ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞു നിങ്ങളെ കൊണ്ട് ഇത് പോസിബിൾ അല്ല, നടക്കൂല എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞു. 4-5 വർഷമായി. അതിനിടയിൽ ചൈനയിൽ ഡീപ് സീക്ക് ഒരു $6 മില്യൺ ചെലവാക്കി വളരെ ക്രിയേറ്റീവ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള തരത്തിലുള്ള സമീപനത്തിലൂടെ അവർ ലോകത്തിനാകെ വളരെ ചീപ്പായിട്ടുള്ള ഡീപ് സീക്ക് എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞ് കൊടുക്കാൻ അവർക്ക് കഴിഞ്ഞു. അതുപോലുള്ള മോഡൽസ് കേരളത്തിൽ സാധ്യമാണ്. കേരളത്തിലുള്ള നമ്മുടെ വിദ്യാസമ്പന്നരായ ആളുകളും സാങ്കേതിക വൈഭവങ്ങളും നമ്മുടെ യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റികളും വിജ്ഞാന കേരളം പോലുള്ള പ്രസ്ഥാനങ്ങളും ഒന്നിച്ചു നിന്നാൽ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് ഒരു കേരളത്തിനകത്ത് അതുപോലുള്ള ഒരു പ്രസ്ഥാനം ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല? അതിൽ ആയിരക്കണക്കിന് 10,000 ജോലി സാധ്യത മാത്രമല്ല, ലോകത്ത് മുഴുവനുള്ള കാശ് ഇവിടെ കൊണ്ടുവരാൻ കഴിയുന്ന ഇപ്പൊ ഇവിടെ പറഞ്ഞ ആ സാധ്യതകൾ വളരെ തെളിഞ്ഞു നിൽക്കുകയാണ്. അതുകൊണ്ട് നമുക്ക് അത്തരം സാധ്യതകൾ നമ്മൾ നോക്കണം. കേരളത്തിലെടുത്താൽ കേരളത്തിലെ വിദ്യാഭ്യാസ രംഗത്ത്, അതുപോലെ തന്നെ ഹെൽത്ത് കെയർ രംഗത്ത്, ഡിസാസ്റ്റർ മാനേജ്മെന്റ് രംഗത്ത്, ഈ 3 രംഗത്തും കേരള ഗവൺമെന്റ്, ഞാൻ മനസ്സിലാക്കിയ ശരിയാണെങ്കിൽ കേരള ഗവൺമെന്റ് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റേഷന് വേണ്ടി ഒരുപാട് ഫണ്ട് അലോക്കേറ്റ് ചെയ്തിരിക്കുകയാണ്. ആ ഫണ്ട് കേരളത്തിൽ തന്നെ നമ്മളൊരു ഡെവലപ്മെന്റിൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുക്കാൻ പറ്റും. അല്ലാതെ മറ്റൊരു സ്ഥലത്തോട് കൊടുക്കാതെ ഈ ഡീപ് സീക്ക് പോലെ ഒരു കേരള നമുക്ക് ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുക്കാൻ എന്തുകൊണ്ട് പറ്റൂല എന്നുള്ളതാണ് എൻ്റെ ചോദ്യം.
ബാസി സർ, ഞാൻ ഇതിന്റെ വേറൊരു കോൺട്രാസ്റ്റ് പറഞ്ഞ് ഇതിന്റെ ഉത്തരം പറയാൻ ആഗ്രഹിക്കുകയാണ്. ഉദാഹരണത്തിന് ഇത് തന്നെയാണ് നമ്മളും ചെയ്യേണ്ടതിന് പകരം നമുക്ക് ചെയ്യാവുന്നത് എന്ത് എന്ന് ആലോചിക്കുമ്പോൾ കെയർ ഇക്കോണമി എന്ന് പറയുന്ന ഒരു കൺസെപ്റ്റ്, അതായത് എൽഡർലി പോപ്പുലേഷൻ ആയിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കുകയാണ് കേരളത്തിൽ എന്ന് നമുക്ക് ഓരോരുത്തർക്കും അറിയാം. മൈഗ്രേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുന്ന എന്താ പറയുക യങ്ങർ ജനറേഷന്റെ പാരന്റ്സ് ഇവിടെ തന്നെ റിമെയിൻ ചെയ്യുന്നു. ചെറിയ കുട്ടികൾ മുതൽ ഡിഫറെന്റ്ലി ഏബിൾഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ളവരും എൽഡർലി ആയിട്ടുള്ള പോപ്പുലേഷനും കൊടുക്കേണ്ടുന്ന കെയറിന് നമുക്ക് ഇന്നേ വരെ ഒരു കരിക്കുലമോ നമുക്ക് ഇന്നേ വരെ ഒരു കൃത്യമായ രീതിയിലുള്ള അതിനൊരു ഓർഗനൈസ് ചെയ്യാനോ നമുക്ക് സാധിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. എത്രയോ ആളുകളിലേക്ക് ഇത്തരത്തിലേക്കുള്ള സർവീസിനെ ഒരു സ്ട്രക്ചേർഡ് ആയിട്ടുള്ള വഴിയിലേക്ക് കൊണ്ടുപോകുന്ന സമയത്ത് അത് ഇവിടെ തന്നെ നമുക്കൊരു പുതിയ ഇക്കോണമീനെ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുക്കാൻ സാധ്യമാകുന്ന വിധത്തിലും ലോകത്തിൽ നമുക്ക് അല്ലാതെ തന്നെ ഒരു റെപ്യൂട്ടേഷൻ ഉണ്ട്. ഹെൽത്ത് കെയർ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിൽ ഏറ്റവും ബെസ്റ്റ് ഹാൻഡ്സ് നമ്മളാണെന്ന്. അത് നഴ്സിംഗ് ആവട്ടെ, മെഡിക്കൽ ഡോക്ടേഴ്സ് ആവട്ടെ, ഏത് കമ്മ്യൂണിറ്റിയിലും ആവട്ടെ. അപ്പോ അതിനോട് കൂടി ചേർത്ത് വെക്കാവുന്ന ഈ ഒരു ബ്രാൻഡിങ്ങും കൂടി നമുക്ക് സാധ്യമായി കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ലോകത്ത് എവിടെയും നമ്മുടെ ഈ കെയറേഴ്സ് എന്ന് വിളിക്കുന്ന കെയർ ഗിവേഴ്സ് ആയി മാറാൻ സാധ്യതയുള്ളവരെ ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയെടുക്കുക എന്നുള്ളതായിരിക്കാം ഒരുപക്ഷെ അതിന്റെ വേറൊരു വേർഷൻ. നമ്മൾ മറ്റുള്ളവർ ചെയ്യുന്നതിന്റെ പുറകെ തന്നെ പോകണം എന്ന നിർബന്ധമില്ലാതെ നമുക്ക് എന്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റും എന്നുള്ളതിന്റെ ഒരു ആൾട്ടർനേറ്റീവ് സൂചിപ്പിച്ചു എന്ന് മാത്രം.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. It's getting late. Thank you for your time. Thank you, everyone. Thus, we come to an end, and the day comes to an end. Tomorrow, we commence the sessions at 10 a.m. If anybody has any more questions, please, the guests are here. You can talk to them in person. You can definitely talk to them. They'll be here for the time being. We are dispersing for dinner. Please do join us for dinner. If you want to meet any guests, please feel free to. And please come back at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for today. Thank you. It's a good night. Please join us for dinner.